assets, there's video clips down in the third part after logo overlay.
Yeah, it's not there at the moment.
Okay.
Well, we are live, 7 seconds in. Hello and welcome to everybody. I hope you guys are thriving. I hope you guys are having an absolutely lovely day, jiving and cranking and doing everything that brings you joy and peace. We are going to be having about a really interesting conversation today about linguistic identity in the face of our changing world. And our changing world, obviously, we carry this world around in our hearts. This is an anthropomorphic projection of reality, as I like to consider it. We can't see reality without our own nonsense being all over it. So reality is what we make it. How we choose to see it is how we choose to experience it. So the one becomes the other, and the other is a reflection of the one. So before we jump into the thick of it, let's do a little introduction. We've got, and I'm going to go around the circle. I'm guessing this is the way people arrived. I was fashionably late, as always. The bush whisperer was too busy whispering to the bush. So clean teeth and shower and all of that, seeing my son off to the beach. We've got Indy Sage here. Indy Sage is a shadow worker. He primarily helps people integrate the parts of themselves that they can't face because of fear or worry or doubt or self-incrimination, to reabsorb those parts. In shamanism, we call this soul retrieval, fundamental part of coming to terms with the parts of oneself that's difficult to face. He also works with anthropology very deeply, and he's a researcher broadly into the occult spheres, into the occult practices, occult therapeutics, especially Taoism and Western occultism as well, and obviously Vedic schools of thought. He's a great researcher, so we're going to have a really lovely conversation here today. We've also got dear brother Cosmic. Cosmic himself has also very much got a big, deep background in various different occult practices, especially Western schools of thinking, occults, though his claim to fame is that he is a modern John Dee. Let's get that right. And so he channels without a crystal ball. And he has a connection with the Fae. He's been channeling a system of thinking, thought, cosmology, philosophy, cosmogony, occult practice, all magical system, if you will, based around a language and everything else that goes with it. So we've got a really great, the usual trio starting off the conversation. I'm really excited, and I'd love to give you gents a chance to say a few words. It's an honor to be here with both of you. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti. Thank you for the great introduction, as always, Franklin. This is going to be a wonderful show today. And as Franklin mentioned, I've been doing a lot of research in many different fields. I've also been working on a few projects, one of which is trying to trace our languages back to the original language of the birds, or the roots of our language. And I'm also working on developing a new language. It's a universal codex of languages. And it's going to develop a new symbol for each sound of the different languages, and then have a codex of alphabets so that you can see how the alphabets translate to one another, and the different symbols represent the same sound. But I'm also working on another aspect of that project, in which I'm turning those letters into images. They look similar to the letter, but they're also a picture. So this has been a beautiful project, and I'm always working on new things with this. It's part of a 5-fold life work that I've been endeavoring towards since the year 2000, when I had a out-of-body experience to the sun. And I got a lot of answers to some of my yearning questions that I've had for decades. So it should be really fun to see where this conversation is going to go today. And I'm going to be here for it. So glad for everybody in the chat here giving us new ideas and feedback. We really appreciate you guys. And,
all right.
Cosmic.
Yeah. Thank you, Franklin, as always. And thank you for the topic this week. This is actually something that I've really been meaning to sort of explore on my own time. And this whole idea of the sort of the linguistic identity and the non-linguistic identity, because I think it's going to have a lot of like implications in regards to the nature of the self and the soul, how it relates to God, you know, the self versus no self debate. And I think it kind of sheds a lot of new insight into. But I think when we explore this stuff, it's gonna challenge some paradigms, some older paradigms of mystical and occult thinking, because I think that the way I've been kind of looking at this lately in terms of identity is that, when you're born, like as a kid, most people, or like, I mean, there's only a few cases of this that have been, actually documented, but, I was thinking about feral children and the whole idea that when you have a person that's not, raised by a family, they're essentially no different than an animal, right? They kind of just like, grunt, and they're raised by wolves essentially. And it really made me think about like, well, what is this identity? What is this sense of self, minus human language, minus human culture? And in the sense that there's still kind of a soul without language. See, one of the things I've been thinking of, I've been kind of challenging sort of like the Buddhist, concept of no self, and sort of arguing against that. And I think what I've kind of realized with this whole concept of linguistic identity, and I kind of also base this on my own mystical experiences, that when we get to that point where, we lose that inner narrator and we become one with our surroundings, we become sort of one, and we think, oh, there's no individual self. But then I'm thinking, like, hold on, but it's like, you're still feeling that sense of serenity. You're still appreciating the colors, even though there's no internal commentary to kind of like reference it. And it kind of made me realize, like, we become so accustomed to this linguistic identity that when we no longer have access to it, we kind of forget who we are. We almost think we don't exist. Like, that's how tethered we are to this linguistic identity. So I think in terms of exploring that non-linguistic identity, I think we can actually get a more real and more accurate assessment as to what the nature of the self and the soul actually is, minus the kind of cultural programming that we have to kind of deal with. That's kind of my general thesis that I'm exploring. And I'm kind of hoping to dive further into that with you guys today.
Yeah, Michael Tsarian has a really good special on how we really kind of don't have much originality in our choices, and that a lot of us kind of just choose between these options that are put on the table for us, and not many of us are able to think outside of the box. But there's kind of an aspect of human culture in the sense of conformity, that we try to conform to a group and fit in with that group oftentimes. And so becoming different and not becoming one of these groups would potentially isolate us. So it kind of does make a little bit of sense that we choose an identity in a group context to try to fit in with a particular group of our choice. But I knew that there are some individuals that are more eccentric, and we see this more amongst artistic people usually. And they don't really feel as much of a need to conform as much usually. So I think people that are more money driven are more driven towards conformity and following rules to be able to move along and have upward mobility. Whereas other people that are more creative minded and artistic might not feel that need to conform to fit in, and instead they might actually feel that becoming more eccentric or original or artistic themselves could be better fitting for them. Salvador Dali's a great example of this. He had a Volkswagen covered in grass, and his pet was an anteater. He just tried to be really different. And so what do you think? Do people become a shadow of conformity when that happens potentially, though? That might be another thing as well.
Lovely start, guys. As always, beautiful. And of course, you've got three perfect examples of nonconformists here. Like, I think all three of us are pretty much, we fall like far away from that tree. We're like in our own garden. In fact, people used to be, hey, what's going on in that funny garden? Like, that's where us three hang out. Like, and others like us. Probably a lot of the people in this group are a little bit fringy, which is good. Fringe is good. You don't have to let the fringe hang in your eyes, though. You can be fringe and still see where you're going. But namaste, Mooney. Lovely to have you. Namaste, Mexico. Honored to have you as well. Hope you guys are both having it. Everybody else that's watching, Bom Shiva. Hope you guys are all having a joyful day. I think we've really dropped the hammer on the start of the show here already. With both of what you're saying, the group context, the group dynamic, the group identity, which is sadly an important part of our day-to-day society because we do require. Namaste, Vincent. I hope you're good. Hope you're good. Woohoo, Mooney. Let me make sure that I've sent Mooney a thingy. So yeah, I think it's like really a key and fundamentally important for us to recognize this and to sort of realize that so much of who we think we are in this world is really who we need to be for other people. And that's a very interesting thing to consider, I think. And it's not really just so much of what we want. It's really fundamentally wired into our needs. For example, as children, it's wired into our very security. Very security, like how we cope in school. This, if you guys are like me and you're like always swimming against the current and you're like, you don't mind taking on 5 guys at a time because like, screw them all, they're in the wrong. You know, like being a little bit narcissistic of like, I must know right, I must be doing the right thing, they must be wrong, they're all conformists. I think there's a danger of this. Non-conformity can become a form of conformity towards non-conformity. This was a problem I struggled with as a youth. I was so obsessed with being non-conformist that I was conforming to non-conformity. It took me a while to figure out, like, hold a moment. I'm conforming to non-conformity, which in itself I found a little bit, you know, of a slap in the face when I realized I had been doing it. I made such a big deal about dressing unusually, about doing this unusually, about what I wanted to do unusually, until I just think I got to the point where I decided, you know what, screw it. Who cares? Who cares? I think that's like a sort of important point we need to get to in order to free ourselves from the social construct, because the social identity is probably one of the big identities that we do wear. And like Cosmic was saying, you know, that non-verbalized, non-linguistic thinking is really a form of experiential thinking, where linguistic thinking seems to be like a re-identification with thought processes. And I think like it's beautiful that you start off with the ball rolling in the Buddhist direction. And I'll start with my own personal disclaimer of that I believe that a lot of the translations that we've been given with regards to Buddhist works, I look at them and I shake my head. I'm like, yeah, I can see it's like almost there. I think there's a lot lost in translation, especially when you got somebody who's from a Pali language or from a Vedic language and they're trying to translate into English, and English is what, their 4th language, right? There's going to be issues. Or if you've got someone who's English and Sanskrit or Pali or whatever is their 3rd, 4th, 5th language, there's the same problem going to come into being. I think whenever we're talking about translations, we are going to be having information lost in translation, and the way that words operate differently in different languages, really sometimes you get only an approximate translation available. Very difficult to get an actual translation. For example, let's crank it in here. Blavatsky went into a trance and channeled a lot of sacred, secret Tibetan Buddhist texts that weren't allowed into circulation, and not in typical common circles. And to this day, it's one of the most practical, hands-on translation of that text, because it didn't come through in a different language. She channeled it in her language, right? Which is a very different way than taking Tibetan language and translating it into a different language, because there's such a distance between the way that Eastern language and Western languages work. I'll give you an example. When I got back from India, I used to say things like, I shop going, us shop going. I'd stop myself and go, okay. That's how you would say it in Hindi. But in English, I am going, shall we go to the shop? Are we going to the shop? Instead of we shop going. they have a very different way of nuancing verbs and words from Vedic circles to English. And it took me a while where people were asking me, is this your second or third language? I was like, no. English is my first language. And people would stare at me like I was crazy. You could see their eyes rolling, thinking, aha, learning disability. We got a learning disability guy here. Because I literally had forgotten how to speak my own language. And that's quite an interesting perspective to get to when you've been speaking other languages for so long that you haven't spoken your own language. When I got back to South Africa, I couldn't speak Afrikaans. My Afrikaans is glad nie so goed nie. Ek het baie jaar glad nie Afrikaans gepraat nie. So I've been many years, I haven't spoken the language. It's not that good, but I used to be 2 first languages, like Afrikaans and English when I was a kid. So I had pretty good, when I got back from India, I couldn't even speak to Afrikaans people. When I tried speaking to them, the grammar became Hindi and the words of Hindi started to switch in, and Urdu words and Nepali words would creep in, and I'd be, oh my gosh, what am I saying? And I'd have to stop and really focus. So now I've relearned to speak Afrikaans through absorbing the language from people. Not that I've actually spoken it, but just hearing a little bit of it here and there sort of reanimated the suppressed memories. But I think this is an important point to recognize. So when it comes to these Buddhist texts that are sort of translated, I think that they are sort of approximate translations. And I think that Cosmic is getting quite close to actual fundamental truths that are really at the core of Buddhism, but have not been represented fairly and correctly. And so when Buddhist words speak about there is no identity, I think what they're speaking about is that the identity that we are used to perceiving as our identity isn't a real one. You see? Now that could, in a different language, have a different way of nuancing it. Sort of the way you don't add in all the extra words when you shop going, but you know what it means, right? It doesn't mean I'm going to turn into a shop, which in English it could mean. If you try to directly translate it, it's like I'm going to turn into a shop. Doesn't quite add up, but when you add in the other little subtle qualifiers, it makes more sense. And I think we could be looking at something like this in the translation breakdown between these ancient scrolls. So when people say, oh, in the Buddhist text, it says there is no identity, I think maybe a more accurate way of understanding it is that the identity that we believe we are doesn't exist. And I think that this is really at the core of what Cosmic's getting at. Am I right, Cosmic? Perceived identity.
I think to a certain extent, yes, but I kind of think of it as I guess a different way of framing it is it's like there's 2 identities. It's like you think of the human body as pure hardware, and language is basically software. It's like you're basically, programming a human being to be a certain way. And it seems like even mammals have some capacity to interpolate the software, but just not the same extent. Like dogs and dolphins and parrots and so on have some semblance of understanding language. But I guess what I've kind of been thinking about, in terms of the self that is beyond words, I'm thinking kind of almost that that identity, when you're a little baby, 3 years old, you really don't necessarily know how to speak yet. And that's what's interesting is it's pretty much every other organism on the planet kind of views the world through that specific lens. But when we have language, it's we kind of add an additional filter to reality, or even almost open up to a different aspect of reality. So I wouldn't necessarily say that, because when you think about it from a nonlinear causality, that this linguistic side is an illusion. I think that part of it, there's some of it is, but I think what's interesting is when, well, 2 things. One, when you explore language on your own, i.e., you come up with your own words, you come up with your own concepts. But then I also think about magical words, for example, or especially ones that you come up with in a kind of a trance or a mystical state, words that aren't really in any kind of specific vocabulary. It's maybe those words have a way maybe they're like in some sense from the body, because you're not really thinking about these words as connecting to any kind of phonetic meaning. You're just kind of thinking about like the sound. And I think that when you start exploring different sort of sounds, and when you kind of basically come up with your own words and invent your own sort of like language, you start to get more of a sense that language is kind of this like derivative of energy, as opposed to kind of like, being allocated to some kind of specific symbolic reality based on a specific paradigm. You can kind of realize that there's sort of multi-dimensions and different ways of looking at things. I'm kind of rambling here, but that's what's on my mind at the moment.
I think you're right. When I equate language, I think we're probably going to have to take a little bit of a recap into Phoenicia, the deaf Phoenicians. As dear Ronan says, shout out to the Ronan Experience. You can find the Ronan Experience in the suggested channels. He's always going on about the deaf Phoenicians, and he's got some lovely perceptions that he's picked up in the Americas of language connections, which are historical, that could be tracked through old newspapers that are in the archives. So there's a lot of interesting information out there. And I think, and also for those of you that don't know, check out the channel for the Greyhorn podcast. You can also find it in the links here. He's been doing a lot of interesting work as well. You might find some interesting works there. So yeah, shout out to both of these dear brothers. I do think, and of course Gabriel, the linguistic dissident. If you haven't checked his channel, you probably should. Most of you probably have. But for those of you that are new and coming to watch retrospectively, heads up, take a look at the recommended channels. Soon we should have Indie Sage channel is there as well. Check it out. He's only got a few things up so far, but he's got good content. He's done a bit of research into the ancient histories. And I think when we look at Phoenicia and the definitions and the way that linguistic words have evolved through a linguistic alphabet based upon, speak of the devil, hey? You give the man a shout out and here he is. Namaste, dear brother. It's an honor to have dear Mystic Ronan here. He's come to talk to us about the deaf Phoenicians, of course, which we were just saying. And he's a great researcher. He's a great intelligent thinker. He's very out there. He's got his own perceptions, which is wonderful. He's a creative thinker, very much embedded in the occult sciences of what's going on in the world, especially with regards to language, as language, is a powerful doorway into the linguistic process, which is exactly what our conversation is about. It's an honor to have you, dear brother. Welcome. Give us a few words about who you are.
Yes, greetings. Eto, wa, eto, I and I, etal, italics, the speech, wa, the almighty. So definitely speaking the almighty language, and peace and harmony. I broke down harmony, her, Germany. So peace in Germany to everyone out there. So much love, and appreciate each and every one of you. I hope I have some value to add. And I'm on my cell phone, so I hope the sound is okay. I'm holding it near my face. Okay, great. I'm not being very professional right now, but appreciate each and every one of you, man. Massive love. Oh, Frank, you might be muted.
I was saying it sounds like you're on a mic. It sounds perfect.
Okay, great.
Yeah, so as I was saying, well, exactly what Cosmic was getting at as well, this linguistic identity. I think, there's perceived identity and then there's identity. And we sort of started to brush upon this when we were talking about ego and persona. And from my perspective, the persona is a reaction to the ego. And so we have this egoic consciousness, which is an expression of who we are, which I believe is an expression through awareness, the field of awareness, where we are. You talk about wa, right? Wa, where, aware, where, place, wa. It has to do with the element of air being expressed through the lungs. The air of the lungs is related to the sense of touch through the heart chakra from Vedic cosmology. and relate to the polarizing energetic realities moving through our body, which sort of gives us an experience of our surroundings based upon our receivers of energy, receiving the sound vibrations of energy, the light vibrations of energy, the chemical reactions of energy, and of course the impact of energy, the pressure of resonant fields grinding against each other, as it were, pressure against nerves. So I think there's definitely a lot to be looked at when we look at the structuring of reality as the awareness field. And with that in mind, I want to look up this guy's name quickly. I wrote it down. Yes, Russell Hurubut. So Russell Hurubut was a researcher, scientist, that did a lot of research, and you can look it up. He's obviously an interesting guy. And what he did was he went to go and study like verbal thought and non-verbal thought. And he gave people these little beepers and a diary and asked them to, the moment the beeper went off, and the beeper would go off at random times, they would just write in the diary exactly what was in their mind and be as descriptive as possible. If there were words in their mind, write down the words they were thinking, or the sensations they were experiencing, or the feelings, whatever it was that was in their consciousness, to write it down in as concise and accurate way as they could in real time. So the moment you're thinking it, the beep goes, you write down in the diary. And so he did this research. He took lots of different people, like random people, and did this research. And what he came out with was numbers that I believe 75% of the time people were having linguistic thinking processes in their brains, as in an inner narrator, listening to the voice in our heads, talking to ourselves, having a conversation with ourselves, and possibly even a response within our heads. And he came up with the idea that there were 5 different forms of thought. So the first one, obviously what we're talking about, which is the inner dialogue, the inner narrator, the linguistic counterpart of our thoughts that we're literally listening to in our heads. The other one he spoke of as visualization. I'm going to branch this out to go that visualization can also be, doesn't have to be an object in your perceptual. It could be a visualization, could be imagining the smell of frankincense in your mind, visualizing a smell, or visualizing the sound of Aum, as is done in Vedic cosmology and practices of this tradition. So I can use other senses to visualize or to create an imaginary perception of a reality of some sort. The other one was emotional conduction, feeling, becoming aware of the feelings and the emotions that are driving through one's consciousness, as well as relating to these emotions, passions and desires. This would fall under that subheading, even though it's not specifically emotions, but it stems from emotions. And then unsymbolized thought, which is like those random thoughts. Unsymbolized thought. An example of unsymbolized thought would be when, without knowing why, you decide to go and look at the gate. No reason. Because something's triggered you and you're not thinking about, is there someone at the gate? You just decide to go and look out the window because something made you look out the window. It's an unsymbolized thought. Or you look at your phone randomly and you see 11:11:11, for example, 11 minutes past 11 seconds. And so some part of your thought made you do that. Yeah, brother, throw it in, man.
Oh no, keep going. I'm just saying 11:11 is, I see it on the regular, along with many other numbers, and I don't think I'm projecting, but no, I don't have anything else. Oh, by the way, Franklin, I'm going to sign off and sign in on a different device, but please keep going. I'll be right back.
Yeah, brother, that 11:11 is a big one. And 22:22 has been the one that's been jumping on my back. And 33.
Today's 322.
Well.
And I typically have a show every year, 322, but just it's the 81st day of the year. So numbers and language all are numbers when you boil it down. But please, I'll be right back, my friends. 1 second.
I've also been seeing 23:32 before I go to sleep these days. So some part of your mind makes you pick up your phone and look at the phone without any logical logos, word thoughts. Something makes you, this is like what I would call an unsymbolized thought. Or an unsymbolized thought is when you suddenly, you want to do something. And there's a reason why you want to do it. And you look it up, right? Some piece of information. You just suddenly have to Google something. You haven't been running through a logical word process in your mind. You just had a eureka moment. And those eureka moments, I believe, are very often unsymbolized thoughts, where you just connect up different dots of different ideas instantly without any thought processes attached to it. It's just like an instant brain wave. I think it's called a brain wave. When we say when I had a brain wave, it's like just a brain wave. It's a sudden thought that has no extension. And you can't symbolize it easily because it's very abstract in its context. And then, of course, there is sensory awareness. Sensory awareness is a big part of our mindfulness. So there's sensory awareness, there's unsymbolized thought, there's feeling and emotions, there's visualization and active imagination, and then there's inner dialogue. And so these 5 categories of thought, which is interesting, we can sort of apply it to the elements if we really want to. We can apply it to the 5 elements of Taoist system. We can apply it to the 5 elements of Western occult cosmology. We can apply it to the 5 elements of Vedic cosmology. We would say that feeling is a water element. We would say that inner dialogue is the air element. We would say that sensory awareness is the earth element. We would say that visualization, that would be the fire element. And then we would say that unsymbolized thought, that would be the akasha, the spiritual element. Just if you use the Vedic cosmology, they sort of fit into place. So we can see the ancient cosmologists and philosophers were thinking along these lines. Namaste, witch master. How are you doing? Are you smiling? Are you thriving? Are you jiving? Are you doing much better than you could imagine? I hope you are. So yeah, I think these concepts are quite interesting, because what he came out with is that 25% of the time we're not using linguistic thinking principles. And some people have a greater degree of not using it. And there's an entire system of mindfulness which is actually designed to stop the habit. So this is an interesting concept. Is linguistic awareness and linguistic extension an addiction and a habit? I'll put that to the panel. What do you guys think?
I think that it's kind of like an ingrained muscle memory, in the same way that if you know how, once you figure out how to ride a bike, you kind of have it written within you kind of forever. The metaphor that I like to use when it comes to developing habits, it's like, I don't know if I mean, Indie Sage probably has experience like this. If you ever been to like an above ground pool, specifically a kind of like a pool or water that's like a circle, and you get all the people to walk around in a circle, and eventually what happens is a whirlpool will start moving, and it's like it becomes like a vortex, and you kind of like basically swim forward. And once you kind of create that momentum, it's actually very difficult to swim in the opposite direction. And I think habits are kind of like that. It's like our mind is like a pool of water, and then when we kind of go around a certain path a certain number of times, that path then develops its own kind of automatic momentum that kind of pushes you along regardless of whether you're thinking or not. It's always one of the things like I was always baffled by, like, if you ever like gotten like way too high on like cannabis and you have to do some kind of thing in real life where you have to, I don't know, maybe go talk to somebody behind the counter. Yeah.
There's no such thing as getting way too high on cannabis, but please don't let me stop you.
Well, let me. True. This is very true. But the point is, it's like, you might think like, oh my God, I'm not able to speak. Like, I don't know how to speak. But then when you do it, it just comes out automatically. Like there's no issue. And you're kind of like, wait, what? How was I able to do that? And I think that's kind of like, what's happening with sort of like language, we get to that point where it's so ingrained within us that it almost becomes kind of like an etching in a piece of wax, or like a bas relief in clay or something like that, where it just kind of stays sort of carved into our being in a way. So yeah.
Yeah, I think we all develop these habits and these inclinations to do things and familiarities, and the ego prevents us from changing these things. In alchemy, it's called battling the inner dragon. So, like when we develop these habits, oftentimes we'll have a habit that's really not in our best interest, but it's familiar to us, and so we cling to it. And oftentimes, if that's the case, people might say, "This might not be for you. This doesn't seem like it's helping you," and that's not always insightful. But sometimes people do have insights on something that's really not a good fit, and you can, over the years or decades, start to develop an understanding that I've gotten a lot of feedback that this is probably not for my best interest, but I've stuck with it for so long. But I think when we do shadow work, and you can start to um, see things differently after starting to, like, instead of focus on your blame of others and trying to say how they're the problem in the world, and shift that to an understanding of I'm not, it's not my responsibility to change others. All I can do is work on my own self mastery. And so now, instead of blaming those others, I'm going to see how I can be the one that can make a difference in this situation. Maybe I should shift my focus on blaming other people for their problems and starting to work on my own issues. And when you can work on stuff like that, your habits can change because you'll start to see things in a new light. Your values can shift. But until you get to that point, it can be really hard to walk away from bad habits. They become ingrained within us. And it's easier to prevent a habit than to stop one that's already in track, I would think.
Yeah, to respond to that, very interesting. I can't remember which city it's named of. Is it the Copenhagen? Or no, it's not Copenhagen. It's another Northern European city where they call it a syndrome, where people that have been kidnapped will go back to the kidnappers for the
Stockholm
sense
syndrome.
of familiar.
Yeah.
Stockholm. And, this is, I think it started with people in an airport or something being abducted or kidnapped or something, held up. And then there's been lots of stories of girls. There were this classic story of girls that were like abducted at like a young age and kept in a basement for like 10, 12 years. And as soon as the court case was over, they went back to him, both of them. Not just one, both. Mind-blowing. Because apparently he was kind to them. So, there we go, Stockholm. Yeah, man. So I think like this is a real thing that we as human beings, we relate to. And I've been in an abusive relationship myself, if I'm honest. And you'll be surprised how difficult it is to leave. Because we make excuses to ourselves, right? We make excuses for ourselves. We think to ourselves, well, oh well, like I need to be here because there's a child or whatever. We generally are afraid. I was afraid that for what would happen to my child if my child went away, and I didn't feel my child was necessarily safe with this person on their own. So I sort of like just, I'm tough, I can take it, and I took it for a long time until I was figured out, okay, well, there has to be a line drawn. Maybe there's some way to draw a line without like, shattering my child's world, which I managed to find a way. But it's not always easy. And it took me a long time of sitting down and really meditating on it and deliberating, looking at all the consequences. And this is an interesting perspective. This is another one of those form of thinking which isn't necessarily verbal, is when we contemplate and consider consequences. It's not necessarily a verbal narrative. It's like we're just looking at a situation and seeing, okay, that could, drawing distinctions and trying to draw a map. It's sort of like if you're looking at a map and you want to see which road to, and where's that road going to go? No, it doesn't go there. Where's that road? And when you finally see that that road will connect with that road, will connect with that road, will connect with that road, then you know how to get to where you want to get to on the map. For those of you that, like us, are older than Google, back in the day when we had to actually read maps, do any of you guys remember reading maps?
Yeah, yes, for sure. You have to have a good sense of direction. But the other day, in reference to the Stockholm Syndrome, on Tuesday, I was driving home from work. A road pirate, an armed road pirate, forced me over and extorted me for about $125. And I said, and then when we left, I said, thank you. Because I'm like a dork, Stockholm Syndrome. Just want to throw that out there. So, yeah.
By road pirate, you mean someone wearing a hat and a badge?
Yeah, they had a costume on, yes, and they were armed, yes.
And so they gave you a fine, basically.
Yes, they were nice about it.
What did they fine you for? I'm curious.
I didn't have my tags up to date.
Oh, seriously, $120 because you didn't have your tags up to date.
Yeah, so I have my tags, but I don't want to play the game of diplomatic plates and being harassed all the time. That's one thing I'll be okay with. Like, I have a driver's license, so I'm allowed, I'm in their system in that way. So there is some verbal jujitsu when you get into that realm as well. The linguistic, the words of that hold certain meanings are different when you're on one of their ships and surrounded by guns and you're forced to be unarmed. There's a lot of linguistics in that aspect as well. So it's funny and especially the angle language, of course, is a trap anyway, with this so many puns and things. But depending on where you are and who's around you, you might want to adjust. You almost have to adjust your the way you're spelling and all your words and things, because there could be whether it's right or wrong, you get put in a cage. You get captured. You can literally get captured on the land. But yeah, so that. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. I'll add more later. I don't want to keep going on and on. I feel like I'm in a crowd that already knows a lot of this.
No, you're good. No, I feel like freedom of speech is supposed to be a thing, but it's obviously not. Like you said, there's so many things that you could say that'll just tick people off. But I've noticed that
in Indy, how can it be quote unquote illegal to be a jerk? Like, you know what I mean? I should be able to say whatever I want. Doesn't mean I'm cool. I could be an a-hole. But continue,
Some people get along with it really well and they come out on top and they're like the boss of everybody. Other people, they'll try to be a jerk to somebody and then get sued for like $50,000 for emotional harassment and stuff. I feel like it's usually not the people who are going around being jerks that end up in that situation. I think it's the people that are not as seasoned at it that try to give it a whirl and it doesn't really go so well. But there's something to that. But it would be nice if we actually did have freedom of speech, and we should have freedom of speech according to, the way that society is set up, where we should be allowed to communicate how we feel. But there's things like you're supposed to go to a psychiatrist and they're going to help you with your mental health. But if you say anything about self-harm or harming others, then you have to be locked up for 72 hours and potentially lose your job or whatever consequences might come of that. So I don't really feel like we're really safe to communicate and be truthful in many circles at all. I feel like we have to really wear this mask and act the way we're supposed to and speak the words that are expected of us.
Well, Indy, I brought this up. I don't know if we've brought this up, but it's someplace. And it's, wow, this is a good weave, in my opinion. Indy, for yourself, don't you find yourself adjusting the way you speak depending on the audience? Like when you're around people like us, we can talk and play and feng shui our verbiage, our vernacular.
Yeah.
And it's only natural when we're in somewhere else, we're going to speak differently, job interview, what I mean? Stuff like that, or tough
Absolutely.
guys. Yes. So do you find yourself not a mask, just a tactical facade for the location that you're in?
Yeah, I have many personas, and I've always associated with animals of camouflage and stealth because of my various personas. Having moved 27 times in my youth and upbringing, it was a necessity to be able to blend in different environments because I had to pick it up quick. But you see some people that are only like the same all the time. They just have one way of talking and self-expression that's consistent. Usually they're going to get themselves into an issue if they go into some place that's formal because they don't know how to be formal. But I've been pretty good at not only speaking formally when I'm in a formal circumstances and situations, but also dressing formally. This is a very Confucianist way of being. It's about wearing the appropriate attire and using the appropriate speech in the appropriate circumstances and situations, which is very opposed from Taoist ways of thinking, which is really not about trying to appease people in society or conform to civilization. It's more about embracing nature and returning to it. So even though I am a Taoist, first and foremost, I do have some Confucian habits that I tend to use to keep myself in a safer environment, I guess. I feel like when I'm dressing the part and I'm speaking appropriately, then it's in my power. I can empower myself that way, and people can't attack me or ostracize me as well. So I feel like we do that to defend ourselves from being ridiculed, ostracized, or not looked at with respect,
Yeah, my overall strategy with that is I kind of blend the personas together. It's like, well, you could be kind of the silly, goofy guy, or you can be the formal guy. I kind of go more of the approach of I take the formal side and the silly side, and I kind of like try to like blend them together to create a whole mess of chaos. But anyway, I wanted to throw an idea out to the group. This is something I was kind of thinking alongside, is that every language is essentially like a realm or a universe. And the way I kind of visualize that, like think of like any like specific like language and think of all the words in the vocabulary and they kind of like, and how each one of those words associate each other. So you have this kind of like the spider web of words, and every language would almost be mapped out like a city. If it's words, it would have like a center, and then it has a kind of perimeter. And one of the things that I think about in terms of what the Zarfexology project is about is realizing that certain ideas and concepts have centers and perimeters, sort of like a bubble. It has a center and an edge. And I think that when it comes to culture, it's like every culture kind of has its own kind of language map, and you have to learn how to navigate that language map. Otherwise, you're kind of like bringing in frogs from another country, so to speak. So I think one of the things that you can do to sort of free yourself from the cultural milieu is to basically invent your own words and sort of create your own kind of language concepts, because then when you do that, you start to realize there is a universe that exists outside of the language bubble you exist in. Like so many people, they don't think there is a world outside of their language, or they don't think there's a world outside of language, period. But I think the importance of understanding that non-linguistic identity we're talking about earlier is that language only describes a certain, as in linguistic, verbal language only describes a very specific aspect of reality, and that there's a lot of reality that it can't describe and it can't explain. But the thing about I've been thinking about this idea of like a like a type of prison, but the idea with the prisons is that you don't think it is a prison, and it's kind of like I think in like certain there's a trope in certain video games where if you go like there, let's say there's like a cross path, there's like up, down, left, and right, and you go left, and then you just come back from the right side, and you just kind of go in an infinite loop. And I think when we're trapped in certain thoughts, it's more like that, where it's like we don't think there is an edge to that universe. We think we have this false infinity that makes us think that that belief system goes forever. But once you find the fence, once you find the edge of the cliff, then you can go outside of it. And I think that's why magic is such a powerful tool, is that magic can help us find those reality edges, those universal edges, and allow us to go outside of those bubbles and sort of explore different universes. I think that's kind of why the whole understanding the linguistic and non-linguistic identity is relevant to that, because I think with understanding that non-linguistic identity is the potential to discover all kinds of new modes of experience, or old, that, you know, we've possibly overlooked.
I think there's a lot to be unpacked here. Personally, I've always been one to think like, screw what I'm wearing. I'll wear what I want to wear. It's my party and I'll dress how I want to. You'll like it or not. I don't care if you do. I'll dress like this. If this is that was always my little like theme go-to song in a way. But I had learned to wield the power of non-vocalized communication. Jiu-jitsu. To wield uncomfortable silence like a two-handed sword. That's something I learned as a kid. Like, probably because I wasn't scared of men or anybody. I didn't have to fear anybody because I was always pretty much like one of the most dangerous people around. If push came to that shove, I was like, I had that in the bag. So I could learn to wield uncomfortable silence. And it's like there's so much power in you see, here's what I realized. It's when I'm thinking thoughts, vocalized thoughts, that it's shining out of my eyes. But when I stop myself from thinking unvocalized thoughts, and I just become present, and I become like a mirror reflecting the other person, their uncomfortable things come up for them, and I just observe. And the more you get into that observation perspective of observing that person, when they're uncomfortable, they start getting nervous, and then you become cordial. Cordial? Polite in your demeanor, but you got nothing to say. So they can't get you on anything. Like, okay, he's being polite, he's not being rude, he's not being aggressive, but he's not playing the game. There's something quite powerful, and I think that the whole process starts without allowing ourselves to get caught into the linguistic pattern. Because the moment we have a linguistic role in our head, then we're part of a linguistic exchange. And the moment we step back from the linguistic, then we can start to really just observe. And in that power of observation, there's a lot of... I remember something that happened to me in 1997, in the beginning of the year. It was hot. It was like January, February. And I was walking in Claremont. I'd just come through Claremont Station, and I was walking on the main road. I'd just come out by a place called the Viet Miller Center. And I turned right onto the main road, and I walked past a man. And his shoulder he didn't touch me, but he went right close to me, and I felt his aura. And I accidentally looked inside his mind, because I had 3 mantras rolling in my head at the moment. I was like in constant meditation all the time. And I used to build one layer of mantra and let it run, let it get into an automatic, and then I can step back and it's running, and then build another layer over that one and exercise that wheel until these 2 wheels are running, and then step back, and then build another layer over that. And then I've got these 3 different layers of verbal things running in my mind that are patterns of thought that I've carefully constructed, and I'm stepping back, and I'm not part of the verbal process. It's running, and I'm observing these 3 wheels running. It's like a technique that you can use. It's using affirmations to like the next degree, where you use it to the point where it becomes its own, like the tide of the ocean. And then you add to the tide of the ocean, you add currents. And then when the currents are there, you add waves, and you just watch the sea. And the tides, the currents, and the oceans and the waves moving. And I accidentally walked past this guy, and I saw into his unconscious, and I saw that he had done something to someone, and they were no longer in the body because of what he had done to them. I won't say the words here on YouTube in case they're like The thought police will arrive at my door. Woo, woo, you said that word. Thought jail. So anyway, I accidentally saw this guy's deepest, darkest secret. Now, we didn't speak. We didn't touch each other. I mean, he was like probably about this far from me, but our auras touched. And I smelt his consciousness. Because I was so deep in a trance, I was able to accidentally, without meaning to, this is like one of those spheres of what they call those, what do they call that? Unsymbolized thought.
In totally heterosexual way, your aura's touched. I'm just playing.
Yeah, in a totally heterosexual way. And this guy freaked out. I didn't turn my head because I saw it inside my head. And I was walking very slowly because I was in a trance. I was walking through Claremont to go onto Table Mountain, to walk on Table Mountain. And I was going to walk up on Table Mountain to Woodstock. It's like about 5 miles, 6 miles on the mountain. And then I was going to go home. And so I was walking through this town part, and I'd seen this, and I was fasting at the time as well. So I was in a deep trance. And the guy turned around and he aggressively said to me, "What did you say? What did you say to me?" My mouth was closed. I didn't say anything. And I decided not to allow myself to get involved with a vocal interchange with this guy. And he said, "What did you say? What did you say to me? What did you say?" And he came to me a second time. And the third time he did it. And I just politely, just with I don't know, maybe a bit of a smile, I looked into his eyes. And he went for me. And I saw, because I was in such a non-vocalized state, I saw his foot and his hand and his shoulder, and I saw his body aligning for a strike. And in my mind, I was like, there was like 4 or 5 defense counterattacks that were like really queued to go. And I stopped. I went, no. I'm not going to smash this guy. I just looked deeper into his eyes. And like, obviously time slowed down and he was coming at me, and I looked deep. And I looked deep to the place where that like action had come from. And I saw it. And as I saw it, I rested my mind on it. And he collapsed on the floor in front of me. And he got up. He shook himself out. He said, "What did you do to me? What did you do to me?" He took another swing at me. And as he took a swing at me, I went into his mind and touched that place. And it was like his whole body. It's like I touched the place where the life force comes from, and he couldn't hit me. He couldn't touch me. Every time punch would come here, and the punch would get to this point, and I'd see that point, and I'd go beyond fear of like being hurt or whatever. And I just look at that point, and 3 or 4 times he tried to hit me, and he collapsed on the floor, and he said, "What are you doing to me? Get out of my head. Get out of my head." He was screaming. It was a busy time of day on the sidewalk. Everybody had stopped. There was this huge circle around us. He screamed, "What are you doing in my head? What are you doing in my head?" And he ran away, freaking out. But my point is, like, if we get deep enough into that sub-vocal currents of thought, we're in the life force. We're in the prana. We're so deeply embedded in life force that, like, somebody else wants to say something to you, it takes chi for them to say it. If somebody wants to do something to you, it takes chi for them to do it. They can't speak to you. Yeah.
By the way, I just want to say that's powerful, man, what you just shared. So I appreciate that. That is powerful. That's some Jedi mind tricks.
It's not something I can just do. It's not something I would just do. It's just something that happened because I was able to. My first instinct was to clip this guy, but then I would have hospitalized him, and then I'd be having to stand there for the police and an ambulance and all that nonsense. Which
you gave him the old, "These are not the droids you're looking for in real life." That's incredible.
Yeah. Namaste, dear Mooney. It's an honor to have you. We've got Moonfeather. Moonfeather is a psychic. She reads cards. She's very intuitive. She's a researcher. She's very much embedded in astrological principles and occult therapeutics and thinking. And looks into all sorts of conspiracies as well. She's all out there. She's got a finger in every pot, so to speak. And she's just an absolute pleasure to have, a big bundle of heart. It's an honor to have you here, Mooney. Welcome, and do please tell us a few words about yourself. And by the way, you can find her channel, along with Ronan's channel, along with Indy's channel. Cosmic's channel should be there. He's just working on it, in the recommended channels list. Welcome, dear Mooney.
Peace and blessings. Do you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Awesome. I always have to check, especially now during Mercury retrograde. Peace and blessings to you, Franklin. So much love, so many hugs. It's always a pleasure to be here and sharing this space with you. So much peace and blessings to your family as well. Indy, what is going on? Peace and blessings to you as well. Cosmic, same for you. What is up, Ronan? How are you doing, everyone? Shout out to everyone in the chat. I do try to just jump on here when I have a break, even during lunch. I absolutely love this topic that you're talking about. So if I just jump right into it, guys, forgive me because I might have to get off real quick. But I absolutely love this topic, and it's amazing because this past week, that's exactly what I was thinking about and was brought into my energy, right? As I'm on this spiritual journey, spirit brings like so many amazing, wonderful confirmations and synchronicities into my energy. And I was thinking about, telepathy and so many different syncs with accounts of the Bible and our history, and it's wild. And I came across this theory that's called the Tower of Babel telepathy theory, and which is, it's the theory that the Tower of Babel was actually about telepathy, right? And I know Franklin was just touching on that as well, and that it wasn't about confusing so much the language, but it was about how the creators, or right, the archons, whatever you want to call it, of this matrix, um it was about them cutting us off from direct thought transmission or telepathy within the collective. So, and that before the Tower of Babel, before it even was called the Tower of Babel, we actually spoke with direct communication through energy, through feeling each other's thoughts, and never, ever through words. And that this tower actually served as an etheric antenna to amplify the communication within the collective. So, and the story goes, right, in the Bible, and what I've been taught in, the Catholic religion and the Christian space, is that, that the Tower of Babel, like man created the Tower of Babel because, they became haughty and they wanted to be better than quote unquote God, and which actually wasn't true. This Tower of Babel, they had to destroy it, or it was destroyed, right? According to this theory, um, that they had to destroy it because they could not have us unifying through telepathy, because then we'd be extremely difficult to control. And
Yeah, dude,
if
you just can't have nice things.
right, at all. And if we don't need words, then we don't need rulers, priests, or any type of interpreters of meaning, and all of these bastardized languages that we're speaking now. And since they can allow us to operate as one conscious mind, or operate on a one conscious grid, so the curse of Babel babbled the spoken, which is now the spoken language. That's what was given to us. It's a curse that broke us and slowed down our communication, forcing us into all of these misunderstandings, all of these different interpretations of language, confusion, disconnection. Because if we don't use our telepathic powers, we'll lose it, right? If you don't use a particular skill, you lose it. And Franklin was touching on that as far as this, him talking a specific language, and if he doesn't use it, he kind of forgot it. But if we don't lose it, then that means we lose our connection with the collective. But I believe that right now we are restoring these abilities, be it through meditation, coming together as we do here, right, to build. And we have to be careful on the things we say, because then they'll find, like, they'll flag us, and they see, hey, we're coming together as a collective. No, we can't have none of that. So censorship comes in, and
Mooney, I mean, one thing is, like you and I, for example, we talk a lot and share a lot with each other, and the syncs, we share a lot of similar syncs, which is another way of communication. So that power that you're talking about, I don't know if you missed, I don't know if you missed what Franklin was saying, but he exercised that power, and I feel like there's a lot of dormant, the not use it, not or lose it thing is like we have dormant capabilities. And I'll be quiet, I'm not trying to interrupt, but yeah, it's things that are being unlocked if you choose to exercise them. And by the way, guys, tonight on the Ronin Experience, 9 p.m., Moonfeather and I will be touching auras. Our auras will be touching in a very adult way. That's all I'm saying. So come check us out. Come check our aura. Come check our aura swirl.
Oh, behave.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Franklin, I want Franklin to come, but I don't want to ask him, Mooney, because I don't want to have his sleep get disrupted.
Right? Yeah, and everyone's absolutely invited to help us all bump auras together. Absolutely.
And Indy doesn't return my phone call, so
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm sorry, I missed that invite, man. I was there in spirit. I really want to be in your show, man. Maybe I can come tonight.
Yeah. Come along. Honestly, we have so much fun. We really do. We really do. But you're right. You're right, Ronan. And that's another sign of us breaking this artificial grid or matrix, is having these synchronicities coming together, building. We are actually restoring our original state, because in reality, they didn't destroy anything. They only made us forget how to use our telepathy. So that's basically what I wanted to share with you guys.
Cool.
Yeah, I think of it like being buried, essentially, not destroyed.
Well, scattered. You can say scattered, and then now you got a whole bunch of seeds you scattered around, and we're just going to keep growing. You can't destroy us. You can scatter us, I guess.
Right, but do you see what I'm saying? So just because I picked the word destroyed, they're like, oh no, it's this. Oh no, it's that. But we're kind of like not focusing on exactly the point that I was trying to make, is that they just made us forget. We just have to learn how to remember. And by doing that, we come together. We come together as high-minded spiritual beings. We connect. And we break we break the illusion.
Oh yeah, no, I think cosmic, and I think we got it. Yeah, I was just tagging on.
It's interesting what you guys are all saying here, and I think like this, the idea behind this concept of Babel. I always think of a babbling brook. Have you ever sat down and listened to a babbling brook? Oh my gosh,
beautiful.
It's talking, and the birds. I was listening to the birds this morning. And I had to say to my son a couple of times, like, Josh, please, I can't hear what the birds are saying. on the mountain because he wants to talk about Ubungo and this other game that he wants to play. And I'm like, no, dude, that's games 2 to 16. You're 8 years old. So it's not happening.
Oh, Franklin, near my house, the Etowah Pyramids. They're just a mile from them are the they call them the Leek Pyramids. It's pronounced Leka in the Phoenician, Laca. Leek. They destroyed it, by the way, to build a road in the 60s. But Leek, Babbling Brook, leaking. I always compare it a lot to whether you're in like the CIA or something. Oh, we got a leak. It's because of information you're not supposed to share to everyone. Or leaks and drops of gnosis. So that water, Babbling Brook, Babel is coincides with the leak, Leka, and so much water synonymous with water talk for sure.
Yeah, and I think that this is the interesting point is we've become so I think this is one of the issues I have with text. And I've noticed the more I use text, have you noticed that when you type out words, you have to vocalize them in your head? I don't know. I've noticed that I do. If I'm typing text, I'm vocalizing words in my head. When I'm not typing and I'm speaking, I'm not vocalizing words in my head because I'm too busy speaking. And I'm not thinking about what I'm saying because I want the words to just come babbling out of me like a brook. They must come out of my brooks. You know what I'm saying? I like to be wearing the pants when I talk, as the saying goes. So, like, basically, just let the words flow. And I'm all about flow. Like, in fact, this whole round table, I suppose, like, it started off as an adventure of flow, and that's what it's become. Like, I read up a little bit. Like Russell Herbert, I just wanted to have something that I read up on. Like, well, guys, I did some kind of reading. But I think like there's so much more to life with experience, and that experiential journey, which goes beyond the verbal. And like you brought up something really interesting, Mooney, about telepathy and how telepathy seems to be a non-verbal exchange. From my experience, it seems to be a very it seems to speak symbolically to me. Like this is how I've become aware of it. Like it's more of a just that what's the word, unsymbolized thought, as that guy coined the word, which is a really wonderful way of putting it. Just the brainwave that you get from someone else when you're tuning into them. And sometimes you can hear what they're saying, right? You can hear voices or hear what they're thinking, like vocalize things. But that's like not the most common for me. Maybe we all interact with these things in a different way. But for me, what it seems to be is it's when we're in a non-verbal state and we go into like a very grounded state and we're very in tune with our senses and we're very in tune with our feelings and we're very very focused on the feelings, but maintaining connection with the senses and not allowing the vocalized thought, then we start to become aware of this feeling running down the head and running through the head and running from the front to the back. It's almost like there's a cross, like a cube, like a cross of different junctions in the head. And then we start to become aware that there's this like almost pressure inside the head, in the middle of the head. It's almost like there's this revolving ball or something in the middle of the head feeling. And as we go deeper into that sensation, we start to get that dreamy feeling, like when we're going into a trance, like if you play your drum, you're going, woo. And if you spin enough, you'll forget that you got a body. But just before you forgetting that you got a body, there's that sort of drifting feeling that you get. And that's like where this telepathy seems to happen. And it seems to happen like so many layers beyond verbal thinking, almost as if the verbal thinking is creating a construct with a roof over us that keeps you trapped in. It's sort of like when I was with my boy on the mountain and he wanted to talk to me about this game and that game and this cutout, this cardboard cutout, a bongo. And I was like, Josh, please, I'm trying to listen to the news. And he knows, like, when dad's listening to the news, it's the birds. I'm like, I had to say to him 3 times, Josh, please, the birds, dude, I can't hear them. And there's something like when you're listening to bird language, because bird language is non-vocal, but there's language. And somehow when you really tune into what they're saying, they're giving you an update. Like basically like, okay, so this is what we got for the day. This is the agenda for the week. This is what you can expect. This is where you're at. This is what you've forgotten. This is what you've got to be mindful of. This is what you've got to focus on. And if you're listening carefully to the bird language, then you'll stop your foot and go, oh, there's a little shongololo. There are these little worms. Oh, don't step there. You become more in tune with the earth, and you're more careful. Like you were going to walk against that bush, but now you notice that little hornet sitting on the leaf, and I'm not going to disturb that guy. Trust me. Mm-hmm. I'm going to step right. When you disturb a hornet, those guys keep a grudge. Like no one keeps a grudge. Never mess with a wasp or a hornet because they will follow you around. And when you're on the mountain, you got nowhere to run. So you just got to basically, okay, come do your thing, buddy. Just hope they sting you once and call it a day because they can sting multiple times. But I do think that there's this vocalized barrier, and the more we use text, I think the more we get trapped in this vocalized. Have you guys noticed something like this?
Yeah, it can be trapping. Oh, go ahead, Indy.
I recently watched a little clip by the MC Acrobatic, and he was saying that the air is consciousness. He says when we stop breathing, we don't die, we pass out, and we fall asleep. And he says, when we breathe, that's how we get the ideas, and then we can put them into words. And so he was saying that the air is consciousness. And I did an experiment on this. I thought to myself, I had some trouble breathing. I was in the bed, and I thought to myself, if breathing is receiving consciousness, maybe there's something stuck, an idea that I'm being pushing back that's stuck in my lungs. And sure enough, there was. I allowed this thought to come forth that was being held back, and my lungs cleared. And I thought to myself, maybe this is the kind of magic they're trying to push away from us. Maybe they're trying to change the words and change our ideas so that we've come into this materialistic line of thinking, an egoistic line of thinking, where we're focused on separations and this illusion of materialism. And when we can see past this illusion, and we can start to embrace the vibrations of the Hermetic principles and the mysticism, then our spirit can really come alive. And I really feel like our spirits are kind of caged up when we're living in a conformist way in society. But when we free our souls, our spirit can come out of that cage and start to engender its own shape and its own design and its own style of itself. And I feel like until we allow our spirit to free and become awakened, it might not ever be able to awaken when our body passes and then our spirit is supposed to rise. I feel like we need to awaken our spirit before that point. And it's said in Gnosticism that not necessarily are we supposed to transcend this world and go to a different place, but that we're supposed to awaken our spirit and become awakened here, and this is bring heaven down to earth in the waking life. And I feel like we can really do that if we start to embody the transcendence of these shackles that we've been put in, these mental shackles of these concepts that are illusions.
I like that, Indy.
I love that. And it tallies, when you look at what prana is, right? Or the Greeks, what do they call it? Pneuma? The Greeks called it pneuma. The Vedics called it prana. What do they call it in Taoist? They talk about the chi.
Chi.
Right? Because the chi is what you're literally breathing through your body. And the jing, the jing is the processed chi that gets
fire
congealed, that you store in your body.
Yeah.
And the shen is the highest aspiration, the spiritual vibrations. So the chi or the prana, I don't think it's a accident that the word pra and pray are so close to each other. The idea of prayer. which is a vocalized. There's an interesting concept. What about this vocalization of prayer as a concept and spells, and how when we twist the words of the air, because the words sort of carry the vibrational shapes of the air potential, the prana, the energy. And so the etheric is sort of structured into sacred geometric patterns through which the energy must flow. And those patterns, we could think of them as syllables and alphabetic sounds and letters, which have then been characterized by the Phoenicians as sounds, which are like cymatic shapes that then get considered through a metaphorical, symbolic state as it relates to a particular hieroglyph and put into a context. And then we become used to that sound, and those sounds have meanings. And now we've got this onomatopoeic sort of reflection, where I think is where words come from, like the Bushmen of Africa, the San or the Khoisan people, whatever you choose to call them. They believed, and beautiful people, didn't have a word for war, didn't have a word for theft, didn't have a word for ownership. They didn't understand how you can own that cattle. It's like, no, I shot that cattle, it's mine. It's like, no, that's my cattle. Like, they couldn't understand. Like, what do you mean it's yours? Like, I own all these cows. Like how do you own cows? They don't have this concept in their tradition because it was of the earth. But their belief was that there was the sacred antelope, and the running hooves of the antelope became the sounds of words, the clicks. And that language is highly click-based. You know, it's the most clicks out of any African language is the indigenous to the city where I live. So I think there's a lot of like interesting notions to be looked at when we start to consider like where this language comes from and how this language shapes the very structure of consciousness. What are your thoughts on consciousness being shaped by words, which are reflections of concepts, and prayer being a way to channel this power?
I think that this is like I visualize it like this. When you say any kind of random sentence, I imagine the words just kind of moving like a horizontal line from left to right. But when you have a repetitive mantra, that sentence then forms a circle. So when you say some kind of like a mantra or a rosary or any kind of repetitive chant, you're essentially creating a linguistic circle around your consciousness that revolves or like around like a moon, like a planet. And when it comes to like brainwashing and cults, for example, one of the primary techniques that they use is called the thought terminating cliche. And so the idea is that anytime some idea that comes that's critical of the ideology, that questions it, the person then will repeat a certain phrase over and over again until the cognitive dissonance is forgotten. And even if you think about how we were taught language in school, in elementary school, it always involved repetitive songs or memorizing some kind of like repetitive, like, or like math, you know, say A, let's like A, what is it? I'm trying to think of like I before E, except after C, except for words like neighbor and way. See, that's just like imprinted into my brain because they would just say that over and over again. That's kind of how you take ideas and you kind of you crystallize them by making them form a kind of a hypnotic circle. And when you think about magic spells, it's kind of the same principle. It's like you're taking a certain idea and you're kind of revolving it around your consciousness until it forms its own kind of orbit around you and kind of creates its same space. So I think that when it comes to language, we have to kind of also consider that the way we say words, like there's a sort of linguistic movement. Like obviously there's the vibration that comes from my mouth and my lungs that is then translated to you. But if you think of conceptually, the conceptual space of words, you realize that depending upon how you use words, there's certain shapes that form. Like I was thinking about, like, if you take every language and you kind of like take every language and you take the list of all the vocabulary words that exist in the language, I imagine every language would kind of form like a different structure. Like I don't really know about like Sanskrit or Indian languages. So maybe you can verify this, Shaman. But when I look at like the actual words and the way they're written, the way they're spelled out, and the way they sound when you're coming out of your mouth, it's almost like that Indian language has a more mandalic type structure in the way that each of these words almost like is a self-contained mandala, whereas like English doesn't really seem to have that property. Would you say, if anybody here who's, studied like Vedic or Sanskrit, do you think there's any accuracy to that?
I think so, because we've got the bij in Sanskrit. And the bij are the roots, the seeds. So there's literally like a category of bij. And in the mantra, a lot of the mantra are constructed out of bij. So some are like Shiva, right? These are two bij connected. These are two seeds. So va becomes wa, she becomes si, becomes, serpent, wa becomes wag or war, and these then become words. So that I think there's very much something to be said about, and you'll probably find it with a lot of old languages. I find it in Paleo Hebrew as well. When you find roots for words, that seems to be very much like an obvious, like root be like ia. Ia is such a powerful root word, and I mean it's obviously the name for, it's one of the primal god names in Paleo Hebrew. So it's once again two root syllables. Yeah, ia is Enki's name.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
We say it every day.
Yeah.
We agree with each other when we say it.
So just to tag on, she is from Phoenician. X, it can easily be pronounced Shia, and when you have the words, and I broke this down, humble brag, on my channel, Tion, Sion, Tian, etc. could be, and you have that sound, could be broken down to Zion, broken down to dwelling. So there's the word, when you finish those sentences with that Shion, Tian, Shin, you're finishing it in an actual dwelling based on the Phoenician style. So X, and it also X is can be pronounced Tau. So Tau. If you guys are into the Tau, you might want to get into the Phoenicians, in my opinion, to get to the original. So yeah, Shia, she, chi, ki, all of those mean the same thing essentially. So that's a nice little cheat code if you're around town.
Yeah, I find it interesting that in Hebrew there's seems to be multiple letters that they're all a word, and their pronunciation is a word, but multiple letters that start with the same letter, like tau, like you mentioned, but also tet. I know, is tet the Greek letter, Franklin, or is that also a Hebrew letter?
Indy, I'm so close to memorizing these things, but I usually have a little cheat sheet in front of me. But Tet is definitely Phoenician and Old Hebrew for sure.
Yeah, and then we have like for the S, we have Shin, meaning tooth, and then there's like Samek, right?
Samech.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, Samech.
And what is that letter?
Samech.
C.
That's just it's pronounced like a, in more modern versions of Paleo Hebrew, it's pronounced like a cha, but it could be cha.
Refers to the end of the word. Starts with an S, but they're Right. See, now that's really interesting. Now, if we look at the origins of language, it seems like originally each letter was a word that was the name of something that had a story, and each letter was a picture. And over time, I guess people are just not as artistic collectively. But there was these scribes that were the only ones that could write for a long time. And so it might be that when the collective began to write as everybody writing instead of just the scribes and the sages,
Oh, bro,
What's
that's how
that?
you conquer. That's how you, after you militarily conquer a place, you demonize being illiterate, and then you teach the conquered people to be quote unquote literate, and you put it as a good thing. But that's a finishing move of implementing your power on doing that, making illiterate versus literate. Now, of course, they might teach you not their full on, style, but yeah, I just want to throw that in there, Indy.
Yeah, it's definitely going to change the way things develop, because when you only have like a few advanced people doing this, they can probably, conform to like one style of doing it. Whereas like when you have like an entire like tribe or town or whatever kind of city doing this together and everybody's trying to do it, there's going to be so many variations that are going to have to be corrected. And so I could see where even in just one area, there could be like variations in different spellings and different letters, stylizations. So I feel like that was probably a huge thing. And there was a long time where things were only published in Latin, in Greek, and there was no publishing in the vernacular languages for a long time. So things weren't really written down much in these new languages for a pretty significant long time, although they did have alphabets.
Yeah, I think this is like a lot of interesting points you bring up, and like bringing this back to what Ronan was saying and what you were saying. Phoenician is considered the roots of our language. And when we look at this, we can see Paleo-Hebrew, which was the Semite tribes, and we can see the Phoenician. And I mean, can you see the difference? It's very hard, huh?
Yeah, it's hard.
There's a slight difference, yeah.
Well, they come from the same origins. They're neighbors.
I would say
neighbors.
they're more than neighbors. They're the same language.
They're the same language, yes, for sure, absolutely, and they both come from the same place.
If you look at the symbols here, I mean, it's almost like the only difference is the handwriting. Like literally, there are 22 of them, and each one of them is just about exactly the same as the other one, right? And the differences are so small that if you were to be writing Phoenician, people could interpret it as Paleo-Hebrew. And if you were writing Paleo-Hebrew, people could interpret it as Phoenician. Depends on your handwriting, I think. Like the triangle here for the Paleo-Hebrew is slightly angularized. In the Phoenician, it's much more straight. Here, you can see what I'm guessing is MAME, slight difference, the angles. It's more like the way the letters are angled. Otherwise, it's exactly the same letter. And
I think it's also kind of the way they're expressed. One thing I'm kind of like looking at the differences between these languages is that the Phoenician seems like there's a lot thicker lines. So the shapes seem kind of a little bit more vague. Like if you were just kind of like writing them offhand, there'd be a lot more kind of like variation to how it looks. Whereas we look at the Paleo-Hebrew language, there's a lot more of these very like thinner, but much more distinctive lines. Like there's a much more distinctiveness to these shapes. Like it's more, I guess more literal, more real. So when you look at these letters, it's like there's more of an emphasis as there being a kind of a correct or incorrect way to write these letters. Like I look at like there's that shape that kind of looks like an L, and then I compare it to the shape that looks kind of like a J. Like there's this kind of like this pointy kind of L. It looks kind of like vague. You can't tell if it's like an L or an arrow. But if you look at this kind of weird, like curly J and this kind of Y, it has a very, it looks very specific. It looks very like distinctive. Whereas with the Phoenician, there's a kind of vagueness to it. And I think maybe that with the, as language evolves, it's kind of like you kind of like zoom in on the symbols conceptually and you can see them more in detail. And rather than being these kind of offhand abstractions, then kind of become like they're their own specific entities onto themselves. And so you can definitely see that although the symbols are essentially the same, it's almost like they're written with a different kind of emotional intent, or perhaps a different kind of philosophical understanding in regards to what the symbols actually convey. And it seems like, because if you think about how letters look now versus how letters looked in the past, letters now, they're very specific, they're very distinctive. Whereas if you look at letters in the past, they're kind of like just like vague sort of squiggles. You can kind of tell like one symbol can easily look like another symbol, and it's kind of hard to distinguish. And so that's kind of what I look at when I see this chart.
Yeah,
That's an interesting perspective. Do continue, please.
Aramaic and Greek have a lot of similarities to Phoenician and Hebrew as well. And but if you look at the translation from Aramaic to Phoenician or Sinaic, it seems like some of the letters are totally off, like they're completely different on some of them. So it seems like a little subtle change like that could change words that were magical, that enabled telepathy, to become something that's reduced, that no longer enables that process or that has that faculty of it. So I feel like that Aramaic may have been like that lost secret language that had some of the powers of those ancient languages that's kind of been pushed back, and they have these obfuscating languages that look similar, like the Basque alphabet, and then they give them the Latin alphabet. Oh, go on.
Well, okay. So in my thing, when it comes to Aramaic, I find it to be a rather pretty brand new language, because my timelines are not their timelines in my research. So Aramaic is currently spoken in Syria. So shout out to the Syrians and the star Sirius and the Syrians and this country Syria in Syrian, where they speak Aramaic. Of course, that was before they've been bombed, violently destroyed. But I find Aramaic is rather new. I just want to throw that out there in Indy. And these letters, go ahead, please. I'm sorry.
It may be a newer language, but there's possibility that it would have been one of the languages that was like synthesized by some.
Well, you have Amharic. You have Amharic out of Ethiopia, what they call Ethiopia now. Abyssinia, what is in the Americas, by the way, where Amharic, America, Aramaic, America, comes from. So, and Indy, there's a lot of that whole like talk of Christians and Ethiopians, cross. So that Amharic language, which is impossible for me to grasp. I tried to talk to some very beautiful Ethiopians before, and they didn't speak anything else but Amharic. And I was like, I was like, we're just so off. But yeah.
There's a strong connection with Ethiopia and Jerusalem with King Solomon, connecting with Queen Sheba through the Hopo bird that he communicated with. And then his son ended up going down to Ethiopia. He was going to give him, it was her, his and her son, and he lived with her. He came to visit his father, Solomon, at the temple. And Solomon offered him the throne and the crown, but he didn't take up the offer, but he left, and it said that he may have left with the Ark of the Covenant. and there's a lot of information about that. Graham Hancock did a little story about this, but there's a lot of other people have uncovered the information about how the Ark of the Covenant is likely it has been in Ethiopia ever since, and that there's a guard of the Ark of the Covenant that goes. It's not available to the public, but the guard goes and he checks on it every day to make sure the tablets are still there. But
So
they can go long
I would
before they become blind.
I would contest that everything you just said was shifted over to America, and Graham Hancock is one of them agents. So him and his, in my opinion,
Isn't he British?
him and his ilk that are in that whole deluge, the way they sell it, they're definitely they're not sailors. They ain't sailing. They're not seafaring people, but they are sellers and they are merchants. But the Phoenicians were known as sellers, sailors.
Yeah, but no, you can look it up independently. There's a guard that has to be replaced every so often because he becomes blind from having to look at the artifact.
Well, you know, Indy, I just don't trust. I trust you, but I always have hippo eyes in a lot of some of the info, depending on the source.
Yeah, but that you know that's something that we know a lot about because there was information about them going to a different place as well. They went to an island. It was Solomon's son and his regiment that he was with. They went to a few different places, so they're still trying to determine if he had the Ark of the Covenant, which one of those places it would have been. But I think it's in Aksum, where there was a great obelisk of Aksum that had collapsed. It was absolutely massive. But that was
maybe Arkansas. Oh yeah, that's Ethiopia. Oh, dude, Ethiopia, brother.
Yeah,
we gotta maybe go there, get our Indiana Jones on, bro.
Yeah,
and it's, dude, if you just look at images in those churches they have, and I'm just the churches they have that are built like kind of like underground a little bit, like recessed into the ground. That's incredible. But I mean, hey man, you know the Ark. I know a place around here, not far. It's called Arkansas.
Yeah,
you know, I know a few Ark. I know a few places. But
this it's likely that America was like you know the Atlantis, and they brought a lot of stuff here to get away from the other continents, you know, and they've hidden a lot of that stuff to this day. The mounds have not been uncovered. The areas where they've been found mummies in the Grand Canyon are just blocked off. You're just not allowed to go there, and they won't acknowledge any of the findings. But G.E. Kincaid went there and has, you know, shared his findings there in his writings because it was long ago before. I don't think he had photographs, but if he did, it's a wonder how they got covered up. But there's just so much going on in Americas that we found all those skeletons of the giants that are like 9 to 12 feet tall, massive, and like, you know, there's so many stories of the Native Americans. It's history. It's not myths for them. It's their history, you know?
Bro, are you still in the Asheville region?
Yeah.
Okay. So we should meet up for a hike in Yonah Mountain.
Cool.
And it's probably, I bet it's an hour from you. It's probably an hour from me. And that's where they have the legends of the Lover's Leap, kind of like the movie Last of the Mohicans. And it's like, all right, two tribes, girl wants to marry a guy. It's like the Romeo and Juliet story, right? And she jumps off. Now, where she jumped. Now, oh, dude, and everyone do an image search for Yonah. It might be, I think it's Yonah Mountain in Georgia. And I've done a breakdown of that. I found other Yonah relations, and there's a place in Siberia where they have like the largest sinkhole. They call it hell's like hell. They call it like hell, but it has a Yonah type name. So at the bottom of the supposed where the Pocahontas or whoever jumped off, there's a mound there, of course. And of course, we're told there's nothing there to see, but there's legends that giants, some giants were buried there. So near our house, bro, is Giant Central, and there's giants all over. And yes,
Yeah, man.
they come and take that stuff away. So if you ever want to do a day hike, and it's a granite, it's a full on one piece granite mountain. But that's just that I'm just
Only like 2 hours from me. That's not bad, dude. If you
Yeah.
ever get a chance and you come out this way and you want to make a little road trip out to Silva, Kolowi, there's Jedakula Rock over there, and it's on Jedakula Rock Lane in Kolowi or something, and that is a giant petroglyph rock that was supposedly made by a giant. It was 9 foot tall giant.
Jeddah.
7 feet, sometimes 9. But he had 7 fingers and 7 toes, and he had slanted eyes, or
Well, that's racist. No, I'm playing.
what was it that they used? They said it was
So how do you say it? Jeddah?
like a snake. Snake eyes.
Jeddah Kula?
Jedakula, JED
Okay.
CULLA rock, and there's all these placards there by the rock that tells about his story, and then there's a hike to a trail that goes up, and there's like a little campsite up on top.
Let's go, man. Let's go, dude. And Jeddah, so Jeddah Kula, for those that don't know, the Phoenician goddess, GE, hey, that's where you get all the words for Gaia, goddess. All of the religions come from a feminine deity from the Phoenicians, and that's where you get all the Greek myth, pantheons, etc. Her name is known as He, GE. So when I see He, the Da is a very powerful word as well. And of course, Kula is very popular in considered it's like royalty almost. So you have feminine goddess, the Da, which is like a king, essentially. You can see that in look up the Welsh kings list, and the guy's name Highway. They've made many movies about that. That's where you get all the a lot of movies. And so so the etymology, Phoenician etymology, indie sounds incredible. So I'd love to see that too. So everyone, yeah, man, we're just a couple guys putting together. We're just gonna just a couple guys gonna meet up. No, I'm just joking.
Serious, man. Like you could contemplate it for like a lifetime. Like it could be
Totally.
a map, or it could be cellular depiction of like cells or something. We don't really know what's on this rock. These petroglyphs are like could be animals.
Dude, do they have the whole blood carded? They have colored rocks, like old cartilage of. Have you ever seen a red seam in a rock?
Yeah.
That could be that. There's ideas that that's actually blood from a previous, living, titan. You know what I mean, of blood. But anyway, man, let's get our hiking trips. Let's get our hands on and look around and get a workout.
Watch a couple videos of her.
Make you jealous.
I did some boots on the ground research, and I went out to a few places out here, and I got one on Jedakula Rock. That's on my Indigo Sage YouTube profile. I got videos on there.
He's got some cool stuff there. Go and check it out. He's found some hidden roads, hidden things that nobody knows about. And they were there and they were like, look at this. What's that? That doesn't look like it. Just is a natural formation.
Exactly. And like I touched this rock, man, and we went into a trance, and we were like back in time with like the Native Americans and the giants, and they were all like cooking and like weaving and doing all their things, man. It was beautiful. They're carving on the soapstone. It was beautiful, man. It was so cool.
That's very interesting when you get to the that connection that we have, which is once again, like getting back to linguistic identity, that non-linguistic process that happens in consciousness when we allow ourselves to travel in our imagination. And I think like this is a very interesting point of conversation, like just looking at the limited neuroscience available, and we have to consider how limited this nonsense is, because they've done some research. Hats off to them. Hats off as in hat on garden is where the gold trade is done in London. So remember what the hats are all about. It's the hat on garden is the Jewish owned part of London, by the way. It's where you buy gold. So keep your thinking hats on, basically. So yeah, I think there's this whole problem, and I'm going to use the word problem liberally, with this linguistic dialogue and identity that we create. It tends to be self-referential. It tends to be things that relate to ourselves on a personal level, which means it's obviously including the hypothalamus, which is our moods and our feelings, and the thalamus, which is like really an important integral part of our brain for coordinating the information between the senses and the very structuring of the dream of reality, where that information then gets relayed to the parietal lobes. So when we start to think of this, this self-referential thinking, I think is got to do with this relationship in what is called this default mode network. This is the DMN, as neuroscientists like to refer to this. And I mean, I don't believe everything they say, but I think some of the research they've done might be relevant in understanding like the connections. And I find it very interesting when we look at this, that there seems to be this relationship between the posterior cingulate cortex and the workings of the pituitary, right? And the prefrontal cortex and the pineal. And the prefrontal cortex obviously is working I believe, according to their words, it works in tandem with the thalamus. And then there's this connection with the posterior cingulate cortex, which is very important. These two points in the brain, which are basically here and here, right, within the brain. And obviously they work in conduit. And so in the Vedic system, we're talking about the Pingala and the Ida, and the Ida and the Pingala, right? So Pingala, Ida. Blue current, that's according to the Vedic cosmology, falling current. And the red current, that's a rising current related to the sun and logos. So the Pingala is all related to the pineal gland, and the pineal gland's really related to our linguistic processes, where the emotional processes seems to be more related to the pituitary. Now, the pituitary is the master gland. This is very important to sort of consider. We've been sold the pituitary, and we've been sold the pineal. Everybody's talking about the pineal gland. Okay, they talk about the pineal gland till it's coming out of their noses, their ears, other orifices we won't discuss here because it's disgusting, and we don't like that disco sting in the conversation. But nobody speaks about the pituitary gland, and the pituitary gland is actually, it's got to do with our non-linguistic, non-verbal, emotional currents, those feelings, those impulses. When you dance, the shaman dance, the pineal gland is turned off, dude. You're not okay. The pineal gland is operating the central nervous system, but really you're taking the direction from the pituitary gland. Those feelings, those emotional impulses are what you're acting out with your body. And so you're listening to the rhythm that's engaging the pituitary gland and opening up your body of feeling, and you're feeling the rhythm, and you're expressing the rhythm in an animalistic way with your body until your body starts to feel that animal presence within its consciousness. And it's sort of like highly shamanic practice. And so we look at all the occult practices that involves rising on the plains, developing telepathy. These are all to do with focusing on the divine feminine, which has got a lot to do with opening those inner currents of emotional potential. Listen to Star Wars, right? Luke, go into your feelings, right? When they're teaching these guys how to do their Jedi tricks, it's all about going into your feelings. Don't go into your logical mind and what your mind is thinking. Leave that behind. Go into what you feel, that deep pituitary, the deep control center that has so much, and that is called the Binti chakra in Vedic cosmology. And if you look at the Brahmin priests or the brahmacharya, and the brahmacharya are those that are renunciates of the Vishnu lineage of Krishna, Rama, those avatara of Vishnu, which is the middle path. They shave their heads, but they keep a long strand of hair from that nadi, from that Bindi chakra. And so they keep that long hair from that point so as to activate that point energetically in their brain to stimulate that emotional intelligence and that non-verbalized potential. And I think this self-referential thinking is when the pineal is in charge of driving the thoughts and pulling the cart of the pituitary. And so this default mode network becomes sort of like a pattern that the brain gets used to. And I think, am I right or wrong? Indy, you might know, this default mode network sort of, is it contradictory to the plasticity of the brain? Because the brain has a certain a malleable adaptability. And I think that malleable adaptability is set in proverbial stone.
We were getting into the
by
classical
the
era.
patterns.
We had other things. We had the French overture style was coming. Jean-Baptiste was
Noni?
very
Am I
famous
hearing
for
something?
bringing
Yeah, I think
around
Moonfeather has audio.
associate with German Baroque, actually.
I'm just gonna mute that right now. I don't know. Are we
Okay.
supposed to-
Yeah, cool.
Okay.
You know who that was? Shout out, brother. That is the Third Eye Edifice, one of the channels you can find in my recommended channels. You want to check him out. He's really cool. He really investigates sound and vibration in a beautiful way. And music's such an important thing to get a handle on if you want to understand this cosmic neurological condition. But yeah, I think that there's this fundamental connection between these two parts of the brain that are operating, and the one has got to do with the frontal and the one has got to do with the anterior parts of the brain. And am I correct or not correct? When we look at those large skulls, and I think this is important, Indy, you might have context, and I'm sure you do, Ronan, as well, huh? They've got very big at the back, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. They got a large developed
It's like on the top and the
pituitary
back.
gland. Yeah.
Now their skull
The
kind
top
of goes up,
back is what we're talking about.
goes back up. They have like a lump right there, and then it goes up and over again. So you could look at like the skull of Patrick Stewart. He's got a skull like that. Most people's skulls just kind of go up and over. But some people have a skull that goes up and then it goes up again in the middle. And that shows that they have ancestry from the elongated skulls, closer ancestry. But yeah, I don't know how the brain configuration would lay out in there, but I would assume, like you said, yeah, they would probably have very developed pituitary gland. And also their pineal gland would be very developed as well, because they had way more developed brain than we have. So I'm sure they had developed telepathic abilities, the abilities to go to the stars and the sun and moon, out of body experiences, possibly on the molecular level, maybe telekinetic powers at those stages as well. So
I think when we're talking about the go on.
so it'd be interesting to see how the exact brain lays out, but we have never really seen any with any brain tissue still in the skulls, as far as I know. But
Yeah, and there's
how it might be.
Oh, I'm sorry. There's definitely and Cosmic, I'll be quiet, but there's definitely statues that reference the elongated skulls, and there's been skeletons found with elongated skulls as well. Now, I don't know if size matters, ladies. You tell me. Who's more attractive, someone with a bigger skull or smaller? You tell me. Go ahead, Cosmic. That's all I got.
Yeah, but so basically, because I know Shaman was just mentioning the pineal gland, and I can't help but not mention the relevance of the thinking of Rene Descartes and his influence on Western civilization, because he's the guy who basically popularized the idea that the pineal gland is at the seat of the soul. And I think there's something interesting that happened in the development of consciousness is that, well, one of the things we have to understand about Descartes' overall philosophy was that he was essentially a Christian dualist. The idea was that he tried to propose that that consciousness is somehow separate to or distinct from matter by saying that matter is basically kind of this unconscious machine, and that that the soul is essentially beyond that machine. And of course, as we know, when we look into the 1800s and present day, that point of view was definitely corrupted and transformed into everything is mechanical, including us. But I can't help but also think about our perception of our relationship between language and consciousness. The standard idea in sort of Western culture is that if you can speak and you can confer ideas with words, that's an indicator that you're conscious. And whereas that's why when we look at animals and plants, the mainstream person is going to say, oh, well, that's not conscious. That's not conscious. And we say, well, a dog can memorize more words than a lizard. So obviously a dog is more conscious than a lizard. But, you get this kind of like this sort of framework. But I think what it kind of obscures from a perceptual standpoint is that when we start to think of consciousness as being sort of this function of language, i.e. being that if you speak, that's proof that you have sort of conscious experience, it then makes it harder for us to understand how consciousness can exist in a more panpsychist way, i.e. animals having consciousness, minerals and other forms of physical phenomenon having their own consciousness, because we think of consciousness as being sort of like purely this product of language. And because we're so used to seeing consciousness from this kind of this language bubble, we don't really see because we only, I guess what I'm trying to say is we only recognize consciousness and intelligence when it's expressed in this sort of verbal and symbolic way. Whereas when we see it in that kind of non-verbal, more primordial way, it becomes more difficult to discern if you only view language as being kind of the indicator that something is conscious. So I think in that kind of because we're talking about psyops here from a spiritual point of view. I think that's the ultimate psyop, is declaring nature as this sort of blind mechanical force originally created by God, but then they're just like, nah, this creative this machine metaphor is just so useful, we'll just get rid of the God part altogether. So I think within that mechanistic framework, we forget, and it obscures that perception of consciousness in other things. Because if you think about it, language itself is a kind of machine. It's a kind of simple machine or a tool that we use to kind of understand reality. And because we're so used to thinking in terms of machines, we don't think of things in terms of being organisms. And so I think that if we bring this back to the whole pineal gland, which I just looked up on Google right now, it says it's about the regulation of melatonin, which is what is the chemical that we induce to go to sleep. And maybe there's some kind of symbolic significance there, that maybe by convincing us that we are our seat of the soul rests in our pineal gland, that's kind of a way to kind of make us more asleep. I don't know, that's just kind of a crazy little thought there, but maybe it's got some relevance.
It also regulates dimethyltryptamine, DMT, which is produced vastly in the lungs. but can be regulated in the pineal glands, and that allows for out-of-body experiences and stuff in like a sleep-like hypnagogic state. Interestingly, like what we call consciousness and so advanced and superior to other animals is probably the result of having a closed inner eye in the waking state. Whereas if you had an open inner eye in the waking state, you wouldn't need to use language to subsist and emulate and cooperate with others. And it seems like animals have open inner eye in the waking state, whereas humans don't. And so we have kind of been blindfolded, and this has been obfuscated in the sense that we think that we're better by covering this up with glorification of humans. We're really blocking ourselves from being able to see that we are incapacitated. We don't have the ability to see in the waking state with our open eye at this stage for whatever reason. So we have to learn how to use languages, or so we're told. But, you know, people can be found that were feral, that after the age of 7, if they're not civilized by the age of 7, will never learn to stand up and walk, wear clothing, or speak, or learn how to write. So they'll always kind of hunch over and eat like uncooked raw food and run around like an animal and speak like an animal if they're found after age 7 from experiences that they've had.
Very interesting, because when I think of the age 7, I think of Steiner's work and the Anthroposophical Society, which is really mirroring the Theosophical Society's work, which really comes from the development of Rosicrucian thinking, which is really taking into account a lot of different Western occult ideologies and melding them together. And there's this idea that at age 7, our etheric body starts to take form, and the etheric body is really the extension of the pineal gland in the body. And so that is like our learning. That's how we identify with the world. We start to identify with things. And there's this innate state which develops first. And there was a wonderful conversation happening between Stein and KB. Yeah, and KB was like brain develops from back to front and cortex, like childlike, yes. And then people with high IQs, well, what we call high IQs, that's interpretation of certain people choosing that that's what's relevant. I think there's a lot of different kinds of intelligence. But those sort of typical high IQ ideologies tend to sometimes have a robotic way of working in their brains and not being so empathic and not being so full of love and care. And that's a very interesting point, you know, like the scientists that can just dissect rats, like 50 a day, and then put them in a burner and fire it up and not think about the fact that go to sleep after having supper and it's all good and well, not even have bad dreams about the fact that you're hurting rats. You know, I don't know if I'd be able to do that. Well, I know I wouldn't. I'd burn the place down. Excuse my French. We have Stein here. Welcome, dear brother Stein. Stein has come from his other live, which we mentioned earlier. Go check out his channel. It's in the recommended list. Stein is a researcher. He's a pagan. He's a jarl of a pagan society, of a fellowship, of a community where they are embodying and practicing and sharing lore about pagan traditions, which is really like, you know, what we are mostly discussing here. Paganism and ancient cosmologies are sort of one and the same. And so, yeah, it's an honor to have him. He's also a researcher. He's actually done more podcasts than I have. I've got a lot of podcasts angling. I've got like, he's this guy's wholesale. He's a wholesaler. Welcome, dear brother. How are you doing? Big love.
Yeah,
big
thanks.
Blessing. Honored to have you.
For sure. Thanks for having me. I have a little time before the next project. I still have to do a recording, just audio recording with the wife tonight for our new series on cryptids. But she is not feeling too well. So gotta wait a little. And since I have time, thought I join this enlightening roundtable. It's been a few weeks since I was on, and since I'm in the mood already, since I have kind of just come off the live stream with Zerolath, rune readings, card readings. It's a weekly thing that we do. So and podcasting wise, I mean, I've been at it for I recently checked. I've been doing it for close to 3 years, and I think for the last year and a half, maybe a little more consistently. Although I'm starting a new job, so I don't really have a schedule right now, so I don't really have any new guests coming on, but I have a good backlog. So like at least video wise until June, halfway June, videos should be coming out audio wise. I think I'm beginning of July, so I have a good backlog. I'm not worried. But yeah, thanks for coming. I mean, linguistics, it's fascinating. And as you kind of going on what you said, like I think it's also that they're like the brain's maybe not like underdeveloped, but you'll hear a lot from the wannabe tough guys, like, oh, pain is an emotion and you can shut off emotions. Maybe that's what they're doing, or what they have done long ago. The the kind of scientists who do those things, or the people who just do awful things to other people, whether it be person to person or en masse. Like I think they perhaps do have emotions, and most of them are incredibly smart, but I think that's really like trading IQ for EQ, so trading intelligence and ruthlessness with that as well for emotion. Because I think especially if you look at the billionaire class, for example, emotions just get in the way of business. They didn't become a billionaire by feelings, by having feelings. I mean, the only feeling they have is money flowing through their hands. It's the best feeling there is. So I think it's a little bit of both. Either they are just incredibly damaged, or they just shut it off because it's not conducive to what they are looking to achieve.
Yeah, it can be a thing. I mean, I feel like when you use your analytical mind in excess, it can dampen your emotional mind, which can become addictive because it's kind of a way to escape trying to develop the emotional mind. So it can be a way to like kind of shy away from trying to learn to take baby steps to work on a stunted emotional mind. And a lot of people can attest to that. It's something that the men are pushed towards, not having more emotional speak or thoughts. So,
Yeah,
it can take away from our awareness.
yeah, for sure. It's a very unhealthy kind of stoicism that is pushed on man. Like either you're not supposed to feel anything, or the only thing that you're supposed to feel is anger or rage, or I don't know, something like that. Just the very heavy, destructive emotions, I'd say. But not too deep,
exactly. What we were talking about a few minutes ago, and I think this all ties in beautifully, is the way in which Cosmic brought in Descartes, and I think it's really important to recognize where the bad smell started. Like, who dealt it? We need to know who dealt it. Well, maybe Descartes gets more credit for what they do, but their name got put on the ledger for who dealt it, so they get the credit. And I think that this idea of humanity, mankind conquering nature, this nonsense, conquering our lower nature, instead of embracing all of who we are and allowing ourselves to be in a state of harmony like nature, we have to conquer this lower nature. And part of that is conquering the outer nature and causing nature to be subservient to us and subverting the laws of nature, using magic as we can to get what we want. And there's that basal ganglia. Is it the basal ganglia? I believe it's a basal ganglia, which is that part of our brain which is got to do with reward. Like, it's the part that makes you mentioned like anger and rage, like when we don't get what we want. When the basal ganglia is not getting its fulfillment, we become frustrated. That can lead to anger, that can become rage. It can become an expression of violence or aggression. And in the same way, a man looking at a woman being aroused can cause like associations with what the man wants physically, and that can lead him up to like a desire like spiral that can take him into obsession and lust, that can lead to all sorts of other bad things, masculine aggression against women. And we see this commonly when a man's not getting the punani he wants, he gets nasty one way or another. Some men will take that to the point of like pinning her down and doing things that you shouldn't do to farm animals to this lady. Other men will just have an emotional way of like whip her in the way that he can to hurt her, because he knows he can hurt her, tell her she's fat or something. Most women identify with like, oh God, I'm fat, so like there's always ways that this basal ganglia is always wanting us to get the pleasure that we want. And it's why we become alcoholics. It's why we become addicted to drugs. It's why porn is such a like disease in our modern society. And I think like this is like a really interesting point of like this linguistic training that we undergo of overcoming the world involves a contest, involves winning, involves conquering. And the moment we win and conquer, there's that basal ganglia giving us a dose of all the good stuff, hormones, all the good stuff. Like, I won, I conquered. Oh, I feel so good about myself. That delusional nonsense, I think, is really got a lot to do with this obsessive nature of this linguistic patterns that run over our heads, where we feel the need to overtly control. And I think like narcissism in modern day and age is a reflection of this in a very refined format. And I think what we're talking about here is like the pathway towards narcissism, like you were saying about these people with this highly developed intellects. And it's like, I don't have time for feelings. You know why? I'm more interested in controlling the situation. I want to be in control of the people and the situation, and I want to maximize my money. That's what I'm here for. I don't have time for sob story. So what if you lost your livelihood? So what if you and your family are like going down the tubes? It's not my problem. I made $1 million, And so what if I've crushed all of these, I've taken over this company and that company and this 10,000 employees losing their jobs? I don't care. You know why? Because I'm going to go to the trumpeter and say, hey, where's your musketeer? Get his muskets out. I need robots. Fill my factory with robots. I don't want to have to pay people. I want to make more money. And this is like really that narcissistic drive that is moving us towards this transhumanist agenda that we're also painfully aware of. The reason why AI exists in the way it does in most of our lives, and most of our interactions with AI is when we want to get in contact with the bank, or we want to get in contact with the shop, something we bought somewhere, we need like service, or when we want to get in contact with someone from the government or someone from this office or that office that involves normally exchange financially. Whenever we're doing this thing, we have to interact with AI. So AI are basically being used to replace people. So people are losing their livelihoods and their jobs because of AI. And we just look the other way and go, oh, well, yeah, I hate interacting with an AI anyway, but screw it. When I go to Amazon, I'll interact with an AI. Instead of like enough people making a fuss about it, you know, and kicking up a fuss. Unfortunately, we tend to be complacent. I think complacency goes with this whole competition thing, because once somebody has sort of programmed us, we get into that habitual pattern in the brain, and that loss of plasticity is that not willingness to change, and we get comfortable with the status quo and we get trapped in that box. And I think it's why these people lose their emotional sensitivity and intuition and empathy, because they get trapped in the box of success, and that basal ganglia is just pumping out happy hormones all day long because they're so successful.
Yeah, and I think it's like for the people lower on the rung, let's say, like they see, like very basically, like the lizard brain, the animal brain. It's, you know, it sees, it recognizes, like, oh, you know, this has been conquered, therefore I don't have to try anymore. You know, to try, it's a waste of energy. It has already been conquered, you know, by this person who is clearly in some way better than I am, because he managed to, you know, to conquer it. And yeah, so it cuts both ways, really. Like, why would you try if it's already conquered? And, you know, that person is better than we are because it's conquered. So, you know, it's futile to fight the fight. It's futile to fight the person, because it's lose-lose.
Well, I think with narcissism, you also have to consider that it's also people who are kind of like failures can also become narcissists, but they tend to be more covert narcissists, whereas the successful ones are grandiose narcissists. No, I think I'm kind of glad you brought up narcissism here, because I think that this actually plays a role in today's topic in regards to language, because I think what distinguishes a narcissist from a regular person is that a narcissist is the kind of person who can lie to themselves and genuinely believe it. Like, let's say, you know, like a narcissist, it's stole an orange from your countertop or whatever. And the narcissist will say, I didn't steal the orange, so-and-so took it. And they'll obviously, they're not just lying in a way that, you know, I've convinced this person that I didn't steal this orange. It's that they're lying to themselves and convincing themselves that they didn't steal the orange, even though they did. And then, so what does that say about the relationship between consciousness and language? And that, to me, kind of suggests almost like there's a complete lack of connection to that non-linguistic intelligence. Like, it's a complete separation, because if you think about, like, where does empathy come from? Like, when we actually think about empathy revolves around some level of sensitivity, some level of feeling pain and helplessness. So, for example, like, if you see somebody who is in some kind of some kind of crisis situation, like maybe they're in a country with a lot of like political violence, it's that, and then they feel helpless. But the thing is, you can relate to that helplessness because you recognize that with your own feelings of helplessness. You feel like, it's like, oh, I know what it feels like to be helpless. I know how horrible and awful that feels, that primal physical feeling. And then I can extrapolate and relate that, oh, they're feeling that too, and therefore I feel immune to it. Because with narcissism, there's a lack. It's almost like, it's like you're avoiding what's the word? Not just like empathy, but just like vulnerability. They're avoiding vulnerability at all costs. And it's like they live purely in this. It's like we're taking it purely in that linguistic identity, to the extent of which they complete that natural identity we talk about doesn't even exist. You know, I think that's why like with some of the stuff with a lot of the you know, like the pronoun culture that we're dealing with, it's like you think about the Generation Z kids who spend most of their time on their phones. So really they're spending more time in that linguistic reality. And so they begin to self-identify with the words they use rather than the body that they pertain to. Wow, this is getting kind of deep. You know, it's interesting. A lot of these ideas, they just kind of form in the spot. You're like, oh my God, like I just said that. But I think with narcissism, I think to kind of like summarize what I've said, then I'll go back to, then you can comment, Steinfox, is that it's like you can basically totally program your mind. And I think that's why these people become cult leaders usually, is because they're so good at lying to themselves. People are like, hey, I want to figure out how to lie to myself to make myself feel better. But then they join the cult and they realize, like, I can't follow these thoughts. They're contradictory. They don't make sense. And then they get, kicked out of the cult for being non-believers. So I think that with that lack, it's almost maybe that narcissism is kind of like a software virus for human beings. Like something gets in there and implants and it takes over. And maybe, when people talk about demonic possession, maybe there's some correlation to that too. Because in a sense, it's like what a narcissist does is they create a new person. They create a new personality that's this kind of idealized, perfect creation. And they become so attached to that creation, they forget the body that originated it in the first place.
Yeah. No, you're onto something there. And I think with the cult leaders and the cult followers, to be a cult follower means that you're already lost, that you're already seeking something. And if you're that lost that you believe those lies, no matter how convincing they may be. Like we all know that, that charismatic individual who could sell, freaking freezer to the Inuits, could sell freezers on the North Pole. But like, if you're already following them, if you're already falling for the lies, that means that there is a part of you missing already. Otherwise, you wouldn't be looking for an answer. And charisma, that's another thing with narcissists. They're often very charismatic because they have molded themselves into the best version of themselves. So with good charisma and just a grand aura. And I mean, it's all fake, but I also think that's a case of fake it till you make it. If you don't believe it, just convince yourself to believe it, and you'll start believing it eventually. And I think a great example of like losing yourself and losing personality and all of that, a great pop culture example, and one of my favorite movies actually, is American Psycho. Because at the end of the movie, the character, the antagonist, protagonist, I think he's a little bit of both, and you as the viewer, you have no idea if what you just saw happen for the entire movie, if that actually happens. And he's so deep into his narcissism and into his psychosis that he doesn't know what is real and what is not, which makes it a very confusing to watch as the viewer. Like, wait, so did that happen? Did it not happen? It's a great example of, well, I mean, narcissism in business. Like he's playing this, I believe, like kind of the Wall Street tycoon figure. Just too much money, too much power, and everything is about himself. Everything has to be, the best. That's why his morning routine, it's this, it's that, it's, these high-end products, it's this, so I can be the best version of myself. But in the opening scene, he still ends the monologue with, "But I'm simply not there." Like, you can see him, you can touch him, you can smell him, you can shake his hand, and you may feel flesh gripping yours, but I'm simply not there. Because he's just a husk. He's become a machine, basically.
Yeah, I mean, this is powerful stuff, and there's definitely this emotional content, I think, that makes us human. That humane quality that we call humane, I think that's what makes us human. And I think, like, you're right in that, like, narcissism and lying to oneself. I think the way that we lie to oneself is when we have a narrative, a linguistic pattern that we can neuro-linguistically program ourselves with. Like the idea of somebody stealing a orange or whatever from the counter. They didn't steal that. That shopkeeper owed them that orange. It was theirs. They were owed it. Because there's a corrupt system of financial and that shopkeeper is part of a corrupt system. So that shopkeeper owed me. So I didn't steal it. They owed it. That was mine. So you can see how this whole belief could be absorbed by somebody who's becoming slightly obsessed with their own thoughts. And in a sense, I suppose it's true, because when the baboons come to my house and take the mangoes and avocados from my dining room, I don't really believe that they stole it. I might characterize them as stealing it, but I know that they didn't steal it. They just took things to eat. And so in their world, there's no such thing as theft. And so I've got to stop and consider, well, what is this theft thing? Like, is this part of a
snatch a bag of chips? Baboons will snatch a bag of chips right out of your hand, man.
Yeah, exactly. That they and in their mind, they're not stealing. They're just like, I'm hungrier than you are.
We have that in the Netherlands with the seagulls.
Nature has an interesting concept of this sharing notion of, resources, where it's a human frontal lobe idea of this is mine, right? Where the baboon will, while I'm eating it, don't try and take it away from me. But once I'm done eating it, I throw it on the floor. Anyone can grab it and eat it. And so it's like an interesting concept. Like, they don't hold on to this is mine. When they're hungry, they eat. When they're not hungry, they don't eat. But as humans, we've now overcome our base desires and passion, apparently. And so we're supposed to operate under this sort of modem of, this pineal control of me basically regulating all of my desires, regulating all of my actions, which takes us away from our natural animalistic way. And so this is why I think people are contrived and why we lie. Because a baboon doesn't know how to lie, right? They take what they want when they want it, and that's what they do. And they do what they want. But they also understand, like the baboons won't try and take it away from me, right? Because I'm not having it. I'm like, no. So they understand, like,
so they do recognize you as superior to them, or at least
because I won't stand for it. If I was afraid, there's a different story.
Oh, they'd be all over you.
They'd be all over me.
They'd rob you blind. Yeah.
Yeah. Like, if the baboons come in the dining room and I'm not here, that's it. It's their domain. They can do what they want. When I'm there, I'm going to chase them out.
I can admit that I ran away, hopped in a car, and drove away from a pack of baboons. I mean, first there was one or two, and then all of a sudden, full speed, like 30 baboons running after the car. So, hey, man, I had to evade that situation.
Yeah, okay, but 30 baboons v you, it's not a fair challenge.
And I was with my boy who was, he was a former Marine, young. He was, lifting weights. He was probably 24 at the time. We were both like, we weren't trying to play alpha games. We were like, let's get out of here, man.
The thing about baboons, okay, so I'll teach you something about them. I deal with them every day here. And What we've got that they don't have is a voice. And so we can project thought with our voice. And we can make our voice go like a tube and project it at them. And they cannot handle that. They are hypersensitive creatures. So you use your voice and they are like disarmed. They don't know how to deal with this because you're operating on a level that they can't relate to. The same as if you took out a gun and shot it in the air, they'd go scattering. That noise, that sound would be too much for them. So like that's what we've got as humans. And the secret is to get in there with the alpha male. Meet the alpha male, get to know him, and just hang out with him. Just go and sit next to him and just sit there like a baboon. That's what they do. They sit down and just sit and chill and share space with the alpha. And then there's this like respect between you and the alpha. And then the others notice that you and the alpha are cool with each other, then they know you're cool. But at the same time, within the pack, you're now part of the baboons. They know that there's a pecking order and your voice is going to show what your pecking order is. So you've got this big voice that you can project it out, and that's basically what they don't have. So like that's the secret to dealing with the wild, your voice. And that's very interesting, getting back to linguistic identity. I think we as humans realized that our voice gave us an element over baboons. You can talk to them and use language and you can make your voice get really big. And they don't understand. They get intimidated by it. The same way as if...
Hey, Franklin, forgive me. I need to drop. Please continue. I appreciate everyone. You guys are amazing. And Franklin, you and I had a really good one-on-one conversation the other day. It was beautiful catching up. So I greatly appreciated that. We could have talked for hours, but anyway, this so much love. Indy, I don't know if you're free tonight. 9 p.m. Eastern, the Ronin Experience, greatest show on earth. Come join. Yeah. We're all going to be. Everyone on the show is going to be topless. Everyone. Moonfeather. No. But if you want to join, and Franklin, if you want to join, bro, I know it's just let me know.
Full house, dude. You're going to have a full house because of that.
Yeah, I mean, party at our place. Party tonight at the Ronin Experience, guys. Land of the Misfits. Come get weird. And, yeah, man, I'll appreciate you guys. And, yeah, I got to go. So much love.
Big love, brother. Go well, go in style. Welcome to everybody that's joined us. Welcome, Visa. Greetings to you. Welcome. I don't know how to say this. Do I say €5 credits? I don't know. I'm not sure what that means, but all those Euro credits, that name, Roar and Howl. Welcome to everybody. Yeah, Roar and Howl. But you can do it in a more refined way. So like with words, we can influence animals' minds. It's very interesting. And it's all about the tone. It's like I can tell my dogs to sit down, but I can say to them a different word with the same sounding tone as sit. And I've done this with people with other dogs. If you listen to the way the person speaks to their dog carefully and you mimic that tone, you can change the word and make their dog do what they make their dogs do with that. And they'll get confused. They're like not understanding how you're doing it. It's with the animals are listening to the tone of your voice. That's what actually they're really listening to more than the actual words. Although my Malamute, he's very interesting. Malamute, his wolf genetics seems to have quite a lot of limbic vocal potential, but I think the wolves have that. The wolves have a very refined form of language. But that being said, this limbic linguistic potential that we have is definitely a power of a nature. And this is where I think our sigils come from, and the ability to manipulate matter through our words and our rituals and our limbic expressions of linguistic potentials as they are ritualized and put into a context that we are able to channel our instincts and our intentions through the field of intuition that is being channeled via this linguistic potential is definitely something to consider. I think when we look at this, and this is something like we've discussed at length, is this idea of panpsychism, but not the typical panpsychism as reflected by scientists, the traditional idea of panpsychism, that everything is an emanation of the intelligence field, of the prana, of the ether, and that all things are alive. Rocks are alive, the air is alive, everything's alive. And so we're able to influence animals with our voice. We're also able to influence the laws of nature. Let's think of the laws of nature as living beings for a moment. And you go like, well, we can like influence a baboon with our words and our sounds of our voice. We can also influence the rocks. We can influence matter. We can influence the forces of nature. We can influence the wind. We can influence the rain. Like this rain dance and the rain song. What is this about? Like I think there's a lot here to unpack when it comes to the potential uses of this linguistic potential. However, I think we've been trapped in habitualization of the linguistic to the point that we've become verbal vomiters, whether we're verbally vomiting at each other or whether we're verbally vomiting within our own unconscious, at ourselves, repeating nonsense to ourselves and using the sacred power of the word to such an extent that it loses its potential, it loses its power, it loses its sacredness. And so we've become what could be considered as incontinent, verbal incontinence. And obviously incontinence is when you can't control your bowels. So verbal incontinence is when we just keep talking shite, which is what many of us do a lot of the time. And some people do it all of the time. I try not to do it too often, but I do it every once in a while.
I like that. I mean, that's what I have definitely said about some people, that they talk a lot, but they don't say much. And it kind of like that also kind of brings me back to the example of like stealing the orange of what you said, like, and then giving this whole explanation just to like either confuse the shopkeeper or have him just be like, okay, like I don't, spare me the story, spare me, the lecture, just fucking take it. I think that's, and that's what, I don't know who that was. I keep forgetting who it was, but some genius said that, I believe it was Einstein, that if like only the true smart, the true big brains can explain difficult topics in a simple way. Like if you can explain these kinds of topics with simple words, it's a sign of much higher intelligence than, explaining something using the thesaurus, getting all the fancy words in there, like, look at me being smart because I know all these fancy words. Yeah, okay, cool story, bro. I have no idea what you're on about, so I simply do not care. But if you explain it to me plainly, in, normal language, everyday language, or as we say in the Netherlands, Jip en Janneke taal, so very simplified, hey, then I might actually care. Because if you're using all those big words, it's just, you're not trying to explain something to me. You're just trying to show off. Like, ooh, I'm so smart. Yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, exactly. And when it comes to, using like explaining things in a simple way, it's because I think there's something not just, it's not just a sign of intelligence, but I think it's also a sign of like humility and respect. It's like, hey, I'm going to try to explain this concept in a way that I know you can understand, because I want you to understand and I want to share this knowledge with you. Because like, I think one of the ways you can really tell when you're having an argument with somebody and they're a narcissist, one of the signs that I tend to notice is that the conversation will become incredibly confusing. There's all sorts of like, wait, what? I never said that. Wait, you're misrepresenting me. I never said, that thing. That never happened. Wait, where did this? And then, or they'll bring stuff that's unrelated, and you just get caught in this convoluted, confusing mess. And that is usually a sign that the person is trying to trick you or deceive you. Whereas if you can actually explain things in a way that is understandable for the person to hear, that's a sign of respect, that you're not trying to confuse them. You're trying to open their mind or elucidate a concept in a certain way. So I think there's a usefulness in I think it shows that you respect people. There's some people that they want to kind of use really kind of like a lot of jargon and obscurantist kind of language, because they want to think that they're kind of better than us. Like they know like I know the secret code and they don't know. I know all this like fancy stuff, and oh, it's too complex for the commoners or the peasants to understand this, brilliant kind of language. So I think, yeah, you're really onto something there, Steinfox, with the whole idea of that it's not just about having knowledge, but being able to effectively communicate it in a way that anyone can understand it. Because that's why, like, with as complex as like the system I'm working on, like, I don't want it to be complex. Like, I want the person who's reading my ideas and my concepts to fully understand them. I don't want them to, get lost in some kind of like cryptic bullshit where it's like, oh, you got to read between the lines and figure out your own meaning. No, just like explain it in a clear and present way. I think there's something so important that I think is kind of just lost in this day and age.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot. Yeah.
Sorry, just real quick, like in the same vein, when people run out of arguments, they'll start like critiquing your language. Like especially online, they'll be like, "Oh, you spelled that word wrong, you dumbass." Because they're running, they just ran out of like actual arguments. They know you have them beat, so they're just like, "Oh, you spelled that wrong. That means me still smarter."
That's another thing too. If you think about it, language is also a kind of fashion, in the same way that a woman might have like a fancy purse or a nice dress to show a sense of status. We do the same thing with words. If you have a high vocabulary and a very eloquent grammar, that indicates a high success. So there's also kind of like this aesthetic quality to language too, not just in terms of inferring meaning, but the actual sort of color and sound and presentation of the word is also says something about the individual and what they're trying to convey.
That's why
I've noticed that, especially in occult philosophies, in occult therapeutics, in spiritual sciences, for example, people will have a conversation about Vedic things, and they will just try and use all the Vedic terms that they can, like this Vedic term and that Vedic, and they won't be able to give context to the Vedic term, like in a real context. So the whole conversation then becomes like jargon based. And I think jargon is like what we're sort of getting at here. It's the way that you protect and hide your knowledge. So a group of like electricians will have their electrical jargon, and they could have a conversation. You could be standing next to them and you won't know what they're talking about because they have a nickname for that tool. That's that word. And if you're not an electrician, you wouldn't know it. And there could be like, little terms that they have for rewiring the house or doing this or whatever. And if you're not in that electrician's guild, you're not going to know. And so people like to feel better than you. So they'll often like to use a jargon of terms and hope that they're going to confuse you and make a gaslighting smoke screen over you so that they can show you that they know something you don't. And I think this is exactly what you guys are talking about. And it's once again, it's that limbic part of the brain, which has got to do with self-gratification and feeling like I've won, feeling like I'm a step above the next person, because we feel we get a kick out of winning, because we've been so trained. Ori, go that side, my darling. Please, that side. This Malamute 60 kilos when he walks, his footsteps are like, it's like having an elephant in the room. There we go. He's lying on the couch. Good boy. You can stay quiet on that side. But I think that this is a big thing in spiritual psychology and spiritual occult philosophy, especially. And I've noticed it, and I've often been like really disappointed in it. And it's one of the reasons I actually wanted to start podcasting. I wanted to try and use as few terms as possible and give like a real background so that those few terms like make some kind of sense in terms of like actual logical sense, where you can have a conversation with somebody who's trained in Vedic cosmology and spiritual sciences, and they're just going to use 100 different Sanskrit terms that they probably don't really understand themselves in order to build their narrative, because they read a book and in the book it said those terms. So now they memorized that. Now they know that. You don't know that because you didn't read that book. But what they're actually saying, they don't know what they're actually saying. And sometimes one can be pointing out to these people in simple terms, this, and this, and they don't realize that the simple terms are talking about what they're talking about, but they're so lost in the terms, the big words. And you'll notice this as well with people who read a lot of Plato, people who read a lot of, they like to use these terms that are sort of, other people aren't going to know what I'm talking about. I could have said that in a more plain word, but I'll rather use this term because it sounds fancy. It shows that I read Plato, And so this is a thing. I'm glad we bring this up because I think it's very much to do with bolstering up our ego and bolstering up our persona to be bigger and more than what we are, using words. So words can create substance. What an interesting concept. Words can create substance. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. But at the same time, as you said, like the fewer words you can use to describe something, to convey something, to tell someone something, the better it is. And I think that that's also how a lot of coming from a pagan perspective, how a lot of knowledge was lost because so many pagan traditions were oral traditions. We didn't write them down. We just spoke them to each other. That's why we still tell the stories of our gods, the stories of our ancestors. It's why fairy tales are a thing. Those are stories that we tell to each other to preserve our culture, preserve our heritage, preserve the, like I said, stories of our ancestors and our gods. But when, when the church took over Europe, that had to go. So all the oral traditions got lost. And I think, but, still not lost entirely. Because otherwise, if they were truly lost, I wouldn't be a pagan. I mean, I don't know what I would have been, but if they were truly lost, I know I wouldn't have been. So still somewhere in the unconscious, in I don't know what it is, but somewhere in the unconscious, it still lived on. Those words, or in the meanings of those words, the energies that come with those words, with those stories, still lived on, and now is reviving again. So words create substance, yeah, but it's also, words are complicated, and I would love to see humanity progress to a point that we don't need to vocalize our words. And I mean, especially for the married people among us, or those with a stable, healthy relationship. Sometimes a look from your partner is enough. Or like you give your partner a look and they will just instantly know what you mean. No words spoken, no vocalizing. You just look at them a certain way and they're like, yeah, I get it. So language doesn't even have to be vocal.
Like when my dog's telling me it's time to feed him. Gives me that
For
look.
example, yeah.
Yeah, that look. What's the time? Oh, you're right. Damn, it's time for food. That look. I know that look.
Yeah, it's still communication. There's, he's still telling you something.
Yeah, it's like every facial expression is like a letter or a symbol if you think about it like that.
It is. It is. And like there have been experiments done, and I truly believe this is the case. Like we could, like, if we tried, talk to each other using only emojis, and we would know exactly what the other one means. Not a single letter, not a single cipher, just emojis. A couple of emojis in a row making it a sentence or whatever, and we know exactly what is meant. And that's another thing, like sentence to book, a book to book someone. They're very jail, prison terms, serving a sentence. You're booking someone, book them, Dano. I know I'm all over the place with this, but that's how my mind works. So
No, I think there's definitely something to that. I mean, it makes me think about, and it's something I wanted to actually bring up, that there's this large scale influence on our linguistic, limbic, mental bodies, shall I say. And I mean linguistic because of the words being showered onto us by the media, by advertising, by Hollywood films, and obviously this is affecting our perception of ourselves and our perception of reality. Entertainment media and social media is also memes, a big part of it. Like you say, these emojis, there was a lot of work done, and shout out to Pascal. Pascal's done some really cool work. I need to actually track down his YouTube and put it in my list of recommended YouTubes. He's done some really good work on the emojis, looking at the 72 emojis as they are related to the 72 demons, the demons.
Yeah.
Very interesting work there. Like there's a hidden significance to these emojis. So they are sort of like a Enochian language in a form, in a sense. You could consider them as that. And I think that like this is something that I don't think is new. And I wanted to take it into the paleontological research of brains, human skulls. Now, there are two schools of thought. There's a school of thought that has observed that the cranial capacity of humans has decreased in the last 150,000 years. That's observable evidence by looking at skulls and comparing modern skulls to old skulls. There's no question about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's observable. But now we have a new group of scientists that are disagreeing with that. But they've got like a big convoluted lot of stuff that they're saying, but they're not referring to any hard evidence. They're not actually showing this skull and that skull. Where the other people are just saying, look at the skull, look at the skull. The skull's about 12% smaller neural brain matter than those skulls. And so this has been an understood thing. I think that they are changing our science. I think that there are people that are being basically getting funded research to get this particular information because they don't want us to see how much our brains have shrunk in the last 100,000 years. And the reason our brains have shrunk so much is because we've started relying on words. And I think that it takes more neural capacity to interpret facial expressions and emotions than it does logical words. Words are easy, black and white, simple. But when it comes to emotions, you've really got to apply your awareness. You've really got to really put context into everything. And it takes so much more energy, mental energy, I believe, to be able to engage with the emotional field. And I think that in the ancient times, before we were using phonetic language, before we were even using hieroglyphs, we were drawing pictures of animals on walls
Yeah.
And that animal that was drawn on the wall told the whole story. Everybody could understand what was being said. We didn't need all of these hieroglyphs or all of these words to explain what we were said. We drew an animal on the wall, and that animal had a mood. And that mood could be seen by everybody because the bigger brain capacity meant that that piece of art had so much meaning. Now we look at art and we say, oh, it's really nice. We start to try and impose meaning on it. But I think like maybe there was a time when we were better at interpreting art as a medium of communication than what we are now. And I think this neural shrinkage that we've witnessed, I think this is a real thing. And I've noticed there's some new scientists that are trying to refute it. And they tell us that, no, we did the research. It's wrong. Okay. They won't tell us what research they did. They won't tell us what was wrong about it. I mean, we are looking at actual skulls. The original research is basically basing it upon evidence. So they are now just saying, we looked at the evidence and we don't agree. It's like, okay. So it's more like this modern form of science is more about, look, we're the experts, we know, and we'll tell you it's wrong.
Trust the science.
Where the original scientists were like, well, measure the skull, you can see for yourself. It's bigger. Like the internal brain capacity, there was more there. So we're going to base a theory upon this. And I think that this evidence is being sort of shifted to the back foot, not so important. Let's put our ideas forward, which is more important than the evidence. And I think this is a wokest idea, right? Like my idea of who I am is more important than who I am. My actions don't speak loudly. My ideas define me. So what if I'm this person and I do that and I behave like this? What I think I am is what I am, right? And so we see this wokest idea being promulgated to every corner of the earth, where in the old days, it was you couldn't just call yourself what you wanted. You had to actually earn that, like who you are, right?
Yeah.
And I think this is an interesting point of how our mind washing, brainwashing, and mind control by the media and by printing press and by all of the social networking conditioning tools that are being used to sort of usher us into a corral of thinking has gotten us to the point where we've stopped being truly critical thinking. What do you guys think about the failure of critical thinking in modern times?
I just kind of wanted to posit like an alternate theory to what you were talking about in terms of brain skulls. I was just kind of thinking right now in terms of like the evolution of technology. Like when you think you've got like a new, like a phone or a new computer, it's always like, it's not only, it usually has more connections, but it's smaller and more efficient. So when I think about like in terms of evolution with the size of brain, you're not just thinking about the size of the brain, but you're also thinking the density, the number of neural connections, and perhaps what they were, the reason that the skull has gotten smaller. And this is just my hypothesis. I don't really base this on any actual evidence. So feel free to criticize me if you disagree. But I would think that at a certain time, like, because the thing about the brain, and I read this somewhere, is that it needs a lot of calories. And one of the reasons that some people think that the brain kind of developed the way it is because of all the fat we ate, all the meats, etc. It gave that fatty tissue to all the brain. So at a certain time, if you think about it, a brain needs a certain number of calories to function. So if you think about it, a smaller brain would require less calories, and thus it would be more efficient. So that's another, I guess that's an alternate way of looking at the theory. I don't know if that hypothesis has any validity to it or not. But,
I was thinking the same thing, actually. Like, yes, it's become smaller, but probably, like, especially if we're looking at like technology, indeed, since we, especially over the last decades, we try to mirror technology so much to the human being. You know, like our phones, our computers, they started out as these massive fucking blocks, and they got smaller and smaller and smaller, but as they got smaller, they also got more efficient. So yeah, maybe that is the case with the human brain as well. And it is indeed the frontal lobe, I believe, that that burns a lot of calories, that takes up a lot of energy. I don't know exactly how much it is. I did read it somewhere recently, but I can't remember from the top of my head. And yeah, I think indeed with the diet of more calorie dense foods, because like animal meats are very calorie dense, like fats. Animal fats are very calorie dense. That's why we don't need to eat a whole lot of it to get our calories in. And I think that indeed may have helped to the well, let's say the streamlining of the brain. Like, yeah, smaller but more efficient. I was thinking the same thing. And with the whole research thing, I mean, that's what that's what Adolf did in the 40s, late 30s and 40s. Like, he wanted to prove that the Aryan race, that the white man was the best one there is. So he looked for proof of it. And yeah, if you're gonna look for something, you'll find it. So and yeah, I'd say, like, especially over the last 5 years, probably a bit before, leading up to that, of what happened 5 years ago. It seems that there is this predetermined notion of, okay, like, we want to try and prove this. Now let's work towards it. Let's find all the means and all the steps to, proving it. And if those means and those steps lead to a different answer, well, that's not the right answer. So clearly we must have done something wrong along the way. It's not the result that we're looking for. So let's throw it all out, start again.
Yeah, and another thing I was kind of thinking about too, in terms of, because Franklin's mentioning about how language in a lot of ways is used to kind of like control us, especially with kind of what's going on with wokeism and having these certain labels and identity markers. One of the things I when I study cults, and one of the things I notice about, like, in terms of control, is it all seems to be about keeping you locked in that linguistic space and keeping you separate from that more natural space. Because one thing I notice with all cults is there's always a sexual element to them, whether that be like a type of cult that's like sex is evil and sex is bad and you can't have it and you go to hell, or there's the other kind of new age cult where it's like, you got to have sex with everyone and you're forced to have sex with this person. With both of those situations, you're not really acting upon your own natural urges. It's like your natural urges then become they become part of the cult's urges. It's no longer your own desires. It's because the belief system, which now that I'm thinking about it, like, might be useful to think of belief systems as organisms, not just like, rocks and plants and animals, but I think there's conceptual organisms that exist that have their own life force. They reproduce, they need to eat and rest, and so on and so forth. And even with diet too, like every cult, there's always some kind of controlled diet, whether that be maybe some are more like restrictive with certain foods, or it be maybe they're more hedonistic. But it's like, either way, it's like you're not really acting upon your own natural intuition. Your intuition then becomes superseded by the group cult intuition. And when you don't have access to that sort of inner, inner natural sort of part of your being, then you're much more easy to control with language. Because if you think about people who are more, rebellious, people who are not easily brainwashed, it's almost like they have a deeper connection with that sort of primal part of their identity that kind of says, no, something's wrong here. This is don't follow this, or like, oh, this is bullshit, this is totally stupid,
Yeah.
So having that, so that thing that seems to be like what cults do, is they try to remove that more natural primal identity and keep us locked within that linguistic identity, because then once we're nothing but that linguistic identity, they can program you to become whatever they want you to be.
Yeah, that is.
I think
that is
there's a
very
very I just wanted to go back to what we were talking about before the conversation moves in a new direction, about the brain size. And I think that like anthropomorphism, which is basically the human habit of applying human characteristics to what we look at. Like we look at a teddy bear, we go, oh, he's got a human characteristic. Or we look at a animal and we see human characteristics. We look at nature, we see human. We tend to want to put our human, and I think this is part of our brain thinking. And I think when we're looking at like technology getting smaller, I think that is by design. And it's not by nature's design, it's by human design for human comfort. I don't think nature plays that rule. I don't think nature benefits from making things smaller. I think that's a very human-driven process, which isn't by accident, which isn't natural. It's specifically trying to make things smaller every time than they were before. I don't think nature is on an agenda to make things as small as they can possibly be. I think that, like, for example, if we look currently now at intelligence, and they've done some research into like the size of the pineal gland, the size of the pituitary gland, and the size of certain regions of the brain as it relates to intelligence, we can see there seems to be clear evidence that bigger brains mean more intelligence. Seems to be a clear evidence. We can see it now. So nature isn't currently making small brains that are better than big brains. Nature still makes small brains and big brains, and the big brains tend to operate at a higher potential than the smaller brains. And so just looking at the evidencing, I don't know whether that argument holds as much water as the potential that maybe we were more intelligent in an ancient time, which was maybe why we were building big pyramids, why we were building these incredible structures, how we were able to move 1,000-ton block of stone, where today the biggest block of stone we have the technical capacity to move is 250 tons. So
Well,
we've literally sorry.
No, I think that's because of a multitude of reasons. But go ahead, finish, please.
Like I think that we had like more intelligence and more technology in the past than what we do today, because the evidence is there that we can't build. Like the engineers of today believe that they don't have the technology to build a pyramid as accurately as the old pyramids were built, which means that whoever built those pyramids knew more than what we know today, which means they had bigger brains. So the evidence of these ancient things seems to reflect some kind of continuity. And I think like maybe there's more to the story of the shrinking pineal. Like I remember researching this about 20 years ago, 25 years ago. Well, no, 20 years ago, before Google was owned by AI. And I noticed coming in contact, I'll be there in 5 minutes, Josh. I noticed there was this research that had been done on the pineal gland specifically, and they reckoned that the pineal gland had shrunk up to 25% since the Industrial Revolution, since the Industrial Age. And then they noticed that over another period of time, it had shrunk another 50%. And then it had shrunk again, and they sort of tried to tie it into the time that humans started domesticating animals. And I found that really interesting. Like our diets changed. We became complacent. We had our animals here. It was chilled out. We could relax. We didn't have to go out and be hunter-gatherers and live like if I don't find that tree with food, I don't eat. And that need to find resources would have made your brain more alive. And I noticed when I lived in the jungles, when I had need, I was more awakened. Like, it's amazing how super your senses can become when you're barefoot in the wild and you can step on something, a snake or a scorpion or like like some serious ants or centipedes, you become very super conscious of your environment to the point where you sense everything. You sense the snake in the tree, you sense the leopard over there, you sense everything hiding. Nothing can camouflage from you anymore. Your brain is picking up in the pattern of reality. It's noticing the hidden patterns. And so the animals trying to camouflage don't camouflage from you anymore. You start to notice them. And this is like, to me, like a higher mental function being awoken due to the fact that I wasn't in comfort. I think our level of comfort, because of our society, has caused our brains to shrink. Because think about modern times now, right? Now we've got AI computers, we've got our computers think for us, our calculators do maths for us, Google finds answers for us. What is going to happen to our brain 2 centuries from now? Are the brains going to get bigger or smaller? Because we're not using our brains as much as we used to. In the old days, we had to sit with an abacus, and we had to do all the math, and we had to calculate everything, and it was hard work, and we had to remember all the numbers in our head because papyrus was expensive. You didn't just have endless books of papyrus, so you had to actually use your brain and exercise your memory and do the math and get to a big answer. And once you got the answer, you can write it down, because this expensive papyrus now needs to be used carefully. I think maybe our civilization has driven us, and I think this idea that we tend to equate everything to ourselves, I think this is part of this linguistic patterning that we have in the way that we speak and the way that we put ourselves into every situation that we think about, because we've been taught to become selfish. I think this is part of our societal training. You know, the idea of me winning means somebody else losing. It's not, and I don't want to sound like a socialist here, right? Because I'm not pro-socialism. But I think that this whole competition idea that we've been sold, that it's just all natural selection and competition and survival of the fittest, has taken us away from the idea that, like, in my family, there's no winner. We win, right? Like, I can't win over my child because, like, unless me winning is making him win, I don't want to win, you know? And so if we broaden our community and our family becomes bigger, we don't want to win over our family. We'd rather our family win with us. We'd all want to. So there's this sort of like me, I selfishness, which is driving us out in the world. And I think in the ancient times, we were more community-based. It wasn't like me, I winning. It was for the community, because we need each other to survive. Now we don't.
Strength in numbers. Yeah. No, yeah. I think you're definitely onto something. I mean, I think that survival of the fittest, yeah, that's true. But that's indeed more, as you said. This is why I love coming on this roundtable. Like, yeah, you are the strongest, you are the best, you are the fittest. So you are most fit to take care of your family. You are most fit for the position of head of the community, because, you know, you are the strongest, you are the smartest, which means that, you know, you can make decisions that are for the better of, you know, everyone, not just yourself. And I think, or, well, I guess I know now that we have turned that into a very selfish, narcissistic thing. You know, survival of the fittest. It's me. You know, I have to be the best. I have to be better than, you know, everyone else. I have to be better than you. Why? I don't know. But, you know, everyone tells me so. Everything tells me so. Everything keeps telling me that, you know, I should be the best. Because, you know, to be the best means you get the rewards. You get, you know, you get the girls, you get the ladies, you get all the good stuff. And, you know, I'm kind of circling back to the reward part of it, because, you know, that is how we are rewarded nowadays. That's why even in team sports you have the MVP. Like, yeah, you won as a team, absolutely. But still, one of you was better than the best. And yeah, sometimes it makes for healthy competition. Most times it just furthers the selfishness, furthers the narcissism.
Yeah, I think when you think about evolution, there's multiple ways you can kind of contextualize the whole process. Now, you can look at evolution as this kind in the traditional way, which is the kind of mainstream science way, as this kind of blind natural selection. So the mainstream idea of evolution, there's no real purpose or telos behind the evolutionary process. It's all just about survival of the fittest. Like, let's say you've got you're in an Arctic environment and you've got some sort of like some creatures there, and some of the creatures have really thick fur and some creatures only have real, thin fur, and the thick ones survive and the thin ones die out. I mean, that's obviously one aspect of it, but I think it leaves out a very crucial aspect of the equation, and that there's another way to look at evolution, and that evolution has a kind of intelligence, or it's goal driven. It has a sort of purpose, behind it. And then, and I guess the reason the distinction between these 2 points of view is that in that first, kind of evolutionary survival of fittest, every aspect of nature is separate. Every crab, every tree, every rock, every bird all has their own individual survival instinct, and the universe is just a clash between these forces, and whatever forces survive the clash are the ones that leave. And that's a very messy model. But if you look at it from more of an intelligent point of view, you start to see that there's an interconnected aspect. Like when you look at a forest, for example, there's a kind of, it's organized like a city. So it's like, first you have the plants that sort of like provide the nutrients. Then you have the animals that eat the plants, and then they spread the seeds. But when the animals reproduce too much, you have animals that kill them to keep the populations down. And because corpses are gross, you have like ants and vultures to clean up the culture. So you even have like a garbage. Even nature has like a garbage disposal system in a sense like that. And then when you look at, evolution from that perspective, you see that there's this competition dimension, but there's also this cooperative dimension to it as well, because there's the competition to come up with new ideas, evolve into new forms. But if it's just that pure competition, everything just devolves into this in fighting and chaos. There also has to be that cohesion of cooperatism, the group, animals, the social groups, the beehives, the herds of elephants. Then you have like in ecosystems that sort of balance each other out. And I think when it comes to the narrative of evolution, we only embrace the competitive aspect of that narrative, and then we apply that to ourselves, not recognizing there's that cooperative dimension, because we don't really see, we're trained not to see intelligence in nature, that intelligence and consciousness are exclusive to us. But when you see nature as having an intelligence, it completely recontextualizes the narrative of evolution into something a lot more complex and sophisticated and even philosophical.
Yeah, we were talking about the size of brains earlier, and I wanted to mention that the size of the brain, there's a few factors to consider when you're considering the size of the brain, because the male brain tends to be somewhat larger than the female brain, but that doesn't make us more intelligent. We tend to compartmentalize our thoughts, and so our thought centers are separated more. And when we look at the female brain, even though it may be smaller, typically the interconnectedness of the brain is much more vast, and there's much more brain tissue there per unit. So the smaller brains of a female can be much more interconnected and have a more vast intelligence of social and emotional intelligence, which we typically don't really pay much attention to because men don't really fall in a very good placing in that. So we tend to ignore it. And also, when it comes to with having more technology, does it make our brains smaller? There's a good chance that it could limit our brain development because we're not doing intense, challenging mental work and cognitive thinking to compute numbers and touch back on systems of learning that we've used. We're letting the system do it for us. But at the same time, we also have to learn more different systems of technology and have to learn the language of the system. And we also have to have more brain storage to remember all the different names of the different apps and the different functions of the apps. So there's a little bit of a both things going on there. We have to remember more things, but we don't have to process as much. So it's said that when we process information intensely, it will have a draw on our energy expenditures, and the brain takes about 20% of our total energy typically, and it's in the form of glucose. So
yeah, that's like 400 or 500 calories a day that just your brain uses.
Yeah, and it's said that like in a study, in a period of 8 hours where somebody was doing intense mental work versus somebody who was watching TV for 8 hours, they burned 100 calories more by doing the intense mental work for 8 hours.
Yeah.
So it will.
That's
small difference, but pretty significant overall.
Yeah, and I very much recognize this. I see this with my wife as well. You know, like I'm very. I mean, I'm a man. I'm very physical. You know, I like to lift weights and jujitsu and whatever. So I'm often very physically tired, which, you know, it's okay. Like my body is tired, but she works with children, which, you know, is also physically very tiring, but she has to pay attention a lot. She's, you know, working with her brain and her perception a lot. You know, she has to pay attention to this, pay attention to that, remember this, remember that. So at the end of the day, you know, yeah, I may have done like 2 hours of jujitsu and an hour of lifting in the day, but I am nowhere near as tired, or like maybe a different level of just tired than she is with, you know, 3 hours with the kids. So it's it's very different.
You guys ever hear about hydroencephalus, or water in the brain? Now, this is pretty like mind-blowing. So there's certain people out there who a huge portion of their brain, there's no brain there at all. It's just literally just spinal fluid. And some people even having only like 10% of their brain matter. But what's really mind-blowing is that some of these people technically have above 100 IQs. Like some of these people like have like average or slightly above IQs. And that says a lot about what the nature of the brain is right there. I've always been very fascinated by that.
Wasn't there a while ago, there was a story about, I mean, this is maybe an older story that resurfaced again, but a story about a Frenchman who only had like 20% of his brain, or like what you know we think of as a usual brain, like he was missing 80% of it or something. And I mean, he was of average intelligence. He, you know, had a job, held a job. He was a regular functioning member of society with a mostly, well, quite literally empty head. So even with the small amount that he had left, I believe it was something like 20%, still the connections, the neural connections were there for him to just live a full life. You know, yeah, he was no rocket scientist, but like I said, you know, he had a job, he held a job, he was relatively happy. You know, he was just a normal guy.
I think this kind of just proves like what I've been kind of speculating lately is I think that consciousness is more within the body than we realize. We're told that consciousness is totally specifically located in the brain. I'm kind of more like Herbert West from Reanimator, and that I believe that the consciousness is uniform throughout your entire body. And I think that if there's, people can function without a lot of brain tissue, I think I'm starting to think about this right now, that actually that supports that theory, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, like for example, when you look at Taoism, right? The brain is the conduit for the information to move through and to control the controller and the channeler. But when you are practicing discriminatory mental focus, for example, which can result in worrying if you're overly discriminatory, this is your spleen from Taoist thinking. But the brain spleen meridian is where this is happening. It's like a feedback loop: brain, spleen, brain, spleen, brain, spleen. And then your liver has got to do with your ability to clear your mind, the ability to clear yourself. And we're talking about like deep-seated emotions of anger, right? And so what we get held in, these emotions we hold in that we don't, these thinking principles that we don't get to express, that part of the brain is working with the liver. The kidneys are things that we've cognizantly potentials of the future that we can see, that we're afraid of. So to utilize that meridian too much produces an echo of fear. So the Taoist Chinese medical practitioners over the centuries and thousands of years have noticed this relationship between the organs and the brain, and that these organs in the brain, then these meridians run down to the feet and the hands and the fingertips and the toes. So they, like when you're thinking with your brain, it's not just your brain thinking. The brain is conducting a current through the organ to your foot, to your hand. And in martial arts, we learn this, don't we? Like that there's this integration, there's this integral thing between your little toe affects everything. Where you put that toe, how you move that toe is like, it's a big deal, man. But you would think like, well, what difference does it make about my toe? Actually, that toe, man, watch that toe. Like,
yeah, no, that's true. Especially, I mean, yeah, I very much recognize that with my jujitsu, like placement of, like hands, feet, fingers, like it's so much, and whether it be as a, as support, that's, I love how my teacher always, says that like everything has to be a, like preferably, especially if you're on the ground, a straight line, a straight line from the tips of your fingers to your shoulder, and preferably like also your head, straight line, because that's, that's the most powerful there is. Or, in the guard, like why you want to like not have your hands like this, but you want to have them like that. It's because, if they do this, then, you're fucking wrist locking yourself. So yeah, placement and everything is so incredibly important. And I mean, I think also comes with grounding. Like grounding is so incredibly important. It's why, I mean, when I talk about that, I'll always get the line, they paved paradise to put up a parking lot. It's what we do. We live in concrete boxes. We walk on tarmac. There is, sure, like perhaps natural elements in it, or like it's made of a concoction of natural elements, but it's not grounding, like nowhere near as much. And that's why I started buying and walking on barefoot shoes, like with a thinner sole, like closer to the ground, closer with Mother Nature, thinner, more flexible, more, just.
I would say, like I'm thinking about what you're talking about there, Stein Fox. I guess you could, like, when you're talking about the idea, like, things being built of concrete and houses and so much, I would say it's less the material and more the shape. And that we build certain things in these perfect cubes, these perfect cones and pyramids and obelisks and towers, and we get hypnotized by this kind of shape matrix, and we get so surrounded by abstraction. So in a way, it's almost like cities and towns are almost a kind of like a physical embodiment of language in a way, and that we get, and that we're not just embodying symbols, with books and speaking in words. We're literally living inside of symbolic structures. We're basically swallowed by symbols. And you look into nature, there's all sorts of weird curved lines and irregular like patterns and shapes, and twigs grow in all sorts of weird and crazy directions. And so really, if you think about it, nature has this kind of more free flowing, free associated nature. Whereas if you're in a city, everything is defined by these very like specific grid lines, and there's all these like cube and square shapes and all these like perfect symbols around you. And so it really is like a different state of consciousness. It's almost like a kind of like a magical hypnosis, if you will. So I think, well, I don't know if I can say about, because I think that minerals do have a consciousness to them, but I think that aspect that separates us from nature is not so much the materials themselves, but more how the materials are shaped and how that shape reflects this more abstract reality that's within our heads, as opposed to the physical reality that exists outside of us.
I mean, that's why you see like all the great palaces and all those great like religious buildings. They're all domed. They are domed, or they are circular to begin with, keeping the energy going and flowing, and like maybe even with a dome, like spiraling upwards, or coming down into it. And like like even here in my apartment, I'm literally living in a box. There is no like free thinking. There is no free energy. Like, it'll run along the wall and then like hit another wall, and then like it'll go from that wall and then hit another wall. So like it literally keeps hitting the wall. There is no free flowing, and that's why why a circle or disc or ball, dome, whatever, it's such a natural shape. And I think that that also has to do with magnetic forces. Like if you pretty much every shape, if you pull it from one particular point, it'll start out more domed and then slowly turn into a pyramid. And with all that said, I have to go. I Fireface finally able to free up some time so we can work on the next project. I want to have it at least uploaded by Monday, so I have a lot to do still.
Well, blessings to Fireface, blessings to you. How's your show going, by the way? You guys are starting a new show.
Yeah, on the cryptids of the world, starting in Europe. We started last Monday with the kabouters, or leprechauns, or gnomes, or kobolds. They have many names, and it's going really, really well. It's going a lot better than I expected it to do. Like, it took a day or two for the video to take off, but in 5 days now, or less even, like it was kind of started taking off on Wednesday, so that's 4 days now, up to 320 views, plus 4-5 subscribers just from that video alone. So I am very pleased with the result, and it's also just a fun project to do with the wife, and very, very interesting to just dive into the history of cryptids and mythological beings, especially starting with the ones close to home. So yeah, that's going really well. We're having a lot of fun lot of fun doing it, and the results are there already.
So for those of you that don't know, I'll just plug it one more time. Look in my recommended channels. You'll see the podcast, the Greyhorn podcasts. That's Steinforks. You'll see it there. Go and check it out. You guys, that's the really interesting. That's very close to home for me, because like my first connections with the spiritual forces were through Kubota, were through what you could call a leprechaun. I mean, at the time I was 3 years old. I didn't know. There's this funky little dude. He's wearing bright colors and he's dancing. And every time he dances, those other shadow beings, they get dizzy and confused and they get lost and they go away. And so he used to come to save me.
They're part of the Fae folk, so the dancing definitely adds up. They're considered to be part of the Fae folk.
It was my first connection, and when I told my dad about it, he was like a bit scared. And I was this little guy who comes to visit me at night, and he dances, Dad, and he's so cool. And my dad was like, "Yeah," and I was like, "Yeah, he's about that big, and he wears this like bright colors, and he's got this like little hat on, and he dances, and he does like somersaults, and every time he does somersaults, those big black like weird cat dark creatures, shadow creatures can't find me." My dad was like, "These shadow creatures can't find what shadow creatures?" I was like, "Oh, these things that they're sniffing and they're looking for me." And he comes and he's like, when he comes, I know I'm fine, because I used to get this stuck out of my body all the time when I was like young, and didn't understand, like I'm in the etheric, thought I was still in my physical body, and I couldn't move, and I could sense these things sniffing and then sniffing for me. And I could see them and like moving around my space, and then he would come. So like, I think this is something that a lot of kids have experienced, and they just don't know it. They just don't know it. Like, in fact, their parents told them, "Oh no, nonsense." They were like, "Oh, nonsense." There we go, linguistic training. Oh, it must just be my imagination. Nonsense, and they repress that crap.
Yeah, well, we are bringing it all back up. We're bringing it all back to the surface. I loved making the video. I loved looking up the different kind of kabouters, because every culture has their own and has their own names for it. Of course, I took two pop culture examples, one from Belgium, one from the Netherlands, or at least the books were drawn and written by two Dutch artists. Got picked up as a TV show first in Spain, and from there just went worldwide. David the Kabouter, David the Gnome.
Connects up to the homunculus.
That's really an alchemical being. It's a little different. I did do a show with one-on-one on the homunculus. Of course, he is the our resident homuncologist. He knows all about that stuff. But the kabouter is really more mythological than alchemical.
I think that when people experience them, the actual people that have experienced them and the people that have theorized about them, they might, when they look at the experience of them, they might see there's a congruency between the experiences of the homunculus and experiences of the kabouter. They're the same experience, but they're just written and spoken of in different terms. I think like maybe when we look, we'll see there's more similarities between these different, because the homunculus actually manifests as a being as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, the homunculus is made through occult, alchemical means and rituals. The kabouter and on the greater spectrum, the fae folk are natural beings. They exist in they already exist in the world. They don't have to be made. They already are.
I think that there are people that do try and make a body for the homunculus, but I think that it stems from a mythological consciousness. Like for example, when you, even in the Kabbalah, they don't call it a homunculus. In the Kabbalah, they call it a golem, right?
Yeah.
And you can make a body for a golem, but the consciousness that you're putting into that golem, you're not creating.
No,
So
that's true.
Times
And
they used to capture the jinn and put them into a lamp and turn that into a kind of a thing. So these consciousnesses, like, you can capture them, you can put them into a crystal, you can put them into a wooden Pinocchio thing. But I think that what you're making is just a tool for that being to interact with the physical.
yeah, you're giving it a physical body, enabling it
Yeah.
to interact with this world. And I do believe that all those those beings can manifest themselves physically if they so desire. But they are more, their nature spirits, and they are definitely physical beings as well. The kabouter will help if you treat it with respect, of course, but that's with everyone. It'll help with chores, it'll help with the households, and in return for that, it just wants like a little bit of cloth, for example, so it can make some new clothes for itself, or a little bit of porridge so it can feed itself or its kabouter family. Just little tokens of gratitude, or if it's the Fae folk, something shiny. They're like they're very much like crows. They love their shiny things.
Yeah, that story of the shoemaker comes to mind, huh?
Yeah. That's I mean, the little
And the one who's
spoiler,
weaving the gold thread
yeah.
in the dungeon for the queen. Yeah.
Yeah. That's well, I mean, we'll cover those stories for the next one, because the one that'll come out on Monday is about the Fae folk, so it'll be narrated by a Fire Fae, and Fire Fae alone, because the Fae are her thing.
Well, namaste, brother. Big love, big blessings. So much love to you. So much luck to you. I hope Fire Fae is well. I hope her studies have brought her to a wonderful place. I think she's getting to the conclusion of that. So congratulations.
She has finished her study. She is now just trying to develop, find her brand and find some business. But her studies have concluded. She passed with flying colors, and we're all very
congratulations
very proud of her.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I'll forward the message.
Good job.
Big love, big blessings.
Okay, and to you. I'll see you later.
Thank you for joining us. It was an honor having you, man, as always. And I loved what you said about the dome, and I want to continue about the dome. The dome. So we've got the dome.
Yeah.
And he was talking about how the buildings was reflecting domes, because the dome is like an echo chamber for sounds. The bones of the head and the shape of it, like our voices. I don't think we realize how important our voices echoing through our heads is, for like different energies and consciousnesses to find expression. And so the shape of our head, and so the shape of these ancient temples were domes where you could meditate in. I had jaundice when I was in India, in UP state. Now, yellow jaundice is a hepatitis, right? It's not hepatitis C, but it's hepatitis. And you're supposed to have it for about 25 days or something, or 3 to 4 weeks. And I got it. My eyes turned completely yellow. My skin turned completely yellow within a day of getting it, right? You get it from water. And I went into I stopped eating, and I just ate chickpeas. And I went into a dome one morning, and I worked with mantra in that dome. And they've got these tiny little domes that you can sit inside. They're like a tiny temple in some places in India. and I happened to be at a place where one of these domes were, and I went on this little journey to this dome, and I sat there and I worked with mantra for about 3 hours, 4 hours, whatever, and this whole dome was vibrating. The whole dome was vibrating, and the whole room was full of sound, and my whole body was vibrating and vibrating and vibrating. And I worked with Shiva mantra for a few hours in this dome. And when I came out, I went in feeling not that well. I came out feeling like I was normal. Within 24 hours, the yellowness had left my eyes, the yellow skin had gone away, and everybody was shouting, miracle, 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 because they saw me get sick, get yellow jaundice. And within 24 hours, I said, I'm going to go and finish this jaundice now. I'm going to go in, I want to chant this thing out of my body. And then I came back and they were like, you look healthy again. And so, like, literally that same day, the yellow started going out of my skin. My liver started clearing out all of that poison. And the next day, my yellow eyes were gone. And my yellow skin was going back to normal color. And so I was completely healthy. So I think, like, you can program your dome with sound by using another dome, and that can reprogram all of your organs. Like all of these meridians, by the right sound in our heads, resonating chamber, it will resonate throughout our whole central nervous system and reprogram literally the way our organs are working. I think there's a lot of medicine that we're going to learn about this dome technology. What are your thoughts?
I feel like a bell is similar to a dome, but what I'm thinking about is like the elongated skulls kind of have more of a raised point, and it seems more like a bell than a dome. And so to me, it feels like maybe their resonance of their thoughts was at a greater capacity or a different capacity than if they had created us as a slave race with a dome. Maybe that's why there was so many problems with the communication at first between the three different races that they created. They definitely had some issues with communication between the first two races. And I feel like it's really interesting to see how they kind of just showed up mysteriously and sparsely. And then we showed up around 300,000 years ago, they're saying now. It used to be 200,000 years ago, like a decade or two ago. But they've been tracing the human race back a little bit further. But it seems to me like when they left the fossil record and reemerged, to me, it would make sense if they had been at sea for the 4 million years they had been out of the fossil record for, and had developed those large brains from being at sea, because when we get more fish, which is considered brain food, and shellfish and seaweed, it enables us to have a greater cranial capacity. And the original thinking that we just learned to cook better and we're able to eat more brain tissue by cracking open the skulls of the animals on the savannah was kind of thrown out, because even animals on the plains that do eat the brain tissue don't end up developing a greater brain. However, omega-3 rich fatty acids, like in the sea, do actually create the ability to create a larger brain. And so it's thought that they may have had, like, way beyond us, the abilities to understand the stars and technology that has to this day baffled us. We have no idea. People say maybe a lathe, and people are doing guesswork with like modern translation bias, thinking like, oh, then maybe they're talking about a laser beam or something, technologies we have today. But if they had such a greater cranial capacity, you could only imagine how much smarter and capable they were. Potentially being able to use telekinetic powers or something like that. We don't really take that into consideration when interpreting ancient works. And we kind of get stuck on modern translation bias sometimes when we look at things like Sitchin, where they're just talking about modern things in the past instead of trying to wrap our minds around deeper things that have been lost from the past. It might be both somewhat,
I think there's a lot of that, what you're talking about, translation. I think it's really difficult for us to not anthropomorphize. I think it's in our blood it's the way that we relate to information. We relate it to ourselves, and it's just part of our like problem, you know. Part of our dilemma is that everything we relate to ourselves, when not everything is about us, if that makes sense. And so it creates arguments between people. Someone says something, we take it personally. They weren't really talking about us to us, but we'll take it personally because we'll take what they said to be us. Like a religious argument, for example, right? A Muslim and a Christian walked into a bar. Does it sound like the beginning of a joke? Well, it's not. You know, it's going to get nasty. And I think this is like part of the problem that we're living through. That because of this, we assume that everybody else is on the same page as us. And I think, like you say, when it comes to cultural bias and cultural judgment and racism and other isms, once again, we're expecting other people to think and behave like we do. So we measure them through our eyeglass, don't we? Instead of realizing that maybe they've got a different set of conditions and they've developed differently for reasons we might not fathom. And so I think like a lot of the problems come back to that sort of bias that we can't really. And I think a lot of that bias is because of the linguistic identities that we create for ourselves, which keep us trapped in certain patterns of thinking. What do you think?
Yeah, I feel like it would be probably more helpful for us to have conversations where we discuss like the range of possibilities of things instead of like our personal opinion on what we think things should be, because I think a lot of times we like we shut each other out of our own conversations where we're really talking about trying to like push our agenda or our worldview onto others a lot of times. Whereas we could both learn from the situation when we kind of humble ourselves a little bit and think to ourselves, or maybe even mention in the conversation, this is how I kind of lean towards. But I do admit that there's possibilities of this, that, and the other thing as well. But where do you stand? And then in that way, in line of thinking, people are showing that it's possible for the other people's line of thinking to be right. And so just in allowing that kind of includes them in the conversation instead of pushing them away in the egoic ways of separation. So I feel like if we could focus more on the common ways of thinking and like the common themes that we can agree upon, we can expand upon more possibilities from there. What we really should be trying to do is not necessarily arrive back at what our opinions are, but when we get exposed to other lines of thinking, come up with new possibilities that we could now consider when we've considered the detriments of both of those lines of thinking.
Yeah, I think that.
Please,
yeah, that. I think the reason we run into that wall, that sort of wall, culturally speaking, is that what I'm noticing a pattern in human behavior is that there's certain people in this world where like mystery, doubt, and uncertainty are just utterly intolerable to people. They're just like, no, you know, some people, they don't want to learn anything. They think they have the answers already. They think they have everything figured out. And so when someone presents an alternate theory, they become hostile to it because they're so attached to that one specific worldview and that one specific meaning that everything becomes a threat. Whereas if, you know, you take the approach that life is more of a mystery and we don't have everything figured out, even if you don't agree with someone else's worldview, it's like, oh, here's another little clue that helps out with my worldview, or here's another little insight or something I didn't necessarily think about before. And being open to having a certain level of flexibility in your thinking, I think is really helpful in terms of, you know, the way you approach life. So I think of belief systems. I was thinking the other day, like the difference between the Western and Eastern belief system, like, you know, fighters in a video game. Like I think of the Judeo-Christian fighters. It's someone who's like very strong, very heavy, but doesn't really have a lot of like flexibility in terms of their movement. I'm thinking like Street Fighter, like a Honda, like you got the big sumo wrestler guy. He can get some really hard punches in and get some really forceful attacks, but is big, slow, doesn't move. Whereas you think about like Dhalsim from Street Fighter, maybe not necessarily the same like physical attack capacity, but it's a lot more can move around more, stretch his arms and legs, has a lot more flexibility. And I think that, one of the things about having like that flexibility is like you're open to the possibility there might be something about your perspective that might either not necessarily be wrong or could be wrong, but maybe there's some things you overlooked and you missed. And I think that's what allows people to have openness in conversation. That's why, like, when it comes to debates, I'm not really interested in debating someone that's not willing to change their mind. Not necessarily saying that I want them to change their mind, but the idea is when you go into like a debate or an argument, you're trying to come in thinking, what is it about this other person's perspective that I've overlooked? What do they know that I don't know? And then when you see what they know that you don't know, you can then kind of come back and recapitulate your theory. Whereas other people, they don't even want to know your position because they already think they have it all figured out and they don't even want to listen to you. So rather than it being an even exchange of words, it usually becomes, personal attacks and mocking and bullying and just kind of like, tearing apart someone's worldview. So I think that when it comes to having that understanding, I think we need, and I know I say this is a broken record on my part, but I think we need a sense of mystery, and a sense of mystery you can look at people and see that they have a different point of view, but not feel threatened by it. I think the problem with a lot of people is that they feel their worldview is so fragile and so kind of lacking in flexibility. They're always out defending it. They're always out, like if I build a house made out of concrete and it's strong and it's sturdy, I can go on a trip, leave that house, go off and do something, totally forget it, and I'll come back and that house will be totally fine. But if that same house is literally just built as a house of cards, it's just house of cards, and you got to make sure this house stays up, you are going to be standing in front of that house of cards with a rifle 24/7, constantly looking behind your shoulders, looking around. Oh my God, is somebody going to knock down my house of cards? I got to defend this. And I think belief systems are like that. When your belief system doesn't have that strength or that flexibility, you feel like you have to defend it at all times. Whereas if you feel confident in your assertions, but also in a way where you have a sense of flexibility of seeing there might be different possibilities, then you can kind of look into other people's ideas and talk about them in an open and honest way that doesn't turn into an argument.
I think that's really an important observation, and I think both what you're both saying is very similar in a sense. It's a similar idea, and I think that's like really fundamental. It's more fundamental that it's happening on a personal level. Like I think that the conversations we're having outside of ourselves are like a macrocosm of a microcosm, and what's happening on the internal process, are we internally processing information with an open potential, with a potential of like, well, let's look at this as a potential, or are we deciding exactly what is and isn't the total facts? And I think that that's an interesting perspective that you say, like where it becomes an arena of personal attacks. And that's something that I always used to love having conversations with people. And like, before I was able to know who I should be having conversations with, and I bet you guys have been through this too, right? Indy, Cosmic, I'm sure you, maybe as you get older, you get wiser and you know where to put your energy, right? You get like better sense of who you should be talking to. When we're younger, we have these like deep philosophical conversations with the proverbial wrong people. And those people then start getting like aggressive, if that makes sense. I mean, I'm sure we've all experienced, and they start like you're saying, Cosmic, they start wanting to turn it into personal attacks and start trying to make it into a contest rather than an adventure of thought. And I think that if we in our own consciousness are treating it like it's an adventure, and it's interesting, like with my little boy, I noticed like children love adventure. And I think that when we are opening ourselves to the spirit of internal adventure, we are staying open to the possibilities of that mystery that you're talking about. And And it also brings back that plasticity that you're talking about, Indy, the plasticity of the brain, the ability for the brain to open new pathways, the ability for the brain to expand its perception and its awareness into something that it may be missed in the first run. And I think this is something that we do. And I think it comes back to that linguistic thing, you know, because we've got the words in our heads, and the words in our heads is what we've read and what we've learned and what we've heard. And it tends to be the evil of it. It's like people ask me for receipts of stuff that I've read. And when I explain to them that I don't read stuff anymore, they go like, what do you mean you don't read stuff anymore? I said, well, I don't really, like some a little, but I really try not to. People are like, what do you mean? I said, well, I did all the reading when I was younger, and I thought I had all the answers. And then I went to live in the jungles, and I realized, oh my gosh, all that crap I was reading was actually keeping me disconnected to the fundamental truth. Like, sure, you can read about sacred geometry in books, but you can also just go and study flowers, you know? And in that same context, I think like all the information that we need is already present if we just shift our own consciousness. And sometimes like the attitude of plasticity, the attitude of ability to transmute and change and develop and adapt, the way our brains adapt. And like you say about the bell, you know, I think our brains, I think our heads are changing shape maybe as we develop. I get that feeling. Like I think that like humans won't look like we look now. Right? I think there will come a point where we'll have like a dome, you know, like the mighty bush with a door in the head. Have you seen that? Oh my gosh, if you guys haven't seen the mighty bush, people go and Google this stuff. The mighty BOOSH. It's a comedy set, two guys, hilarious actors with their local shaman and the shaman's familiar that's an oversized ape that happens to be a DJ. Oh, it's hilarious. And just go watch it. Series 2. There's the priest and the beast, and it's about the Betamax monster. And the Betamax monster is in the desert, and they're all out there trying to find the new sound in the desert, like with Santana and all of them lot. And it's comedy, it's out there, but the one guy gets a door in his head. And then the other goes, I want a door in my head, you know? It's hilarious. But I think that this sort of like comedy and satire sort of spells out quite well. And the idea that humans are like able to shift. I think our bodies can change. You know, the same way we can build our bodies through like muscle building, and we can get big, strong muscles. Our brains are changing. I got brain damage when I was young. I got electrocuted. After drowning, I got electrocuted. And I smelt all the burning in my brain, and I felt slow. I felt like I was something wrong with me. And my brain somehow figured it out, right? Like it does that. Like if this piece got damaged, that piece, no worries, mate. We'll rewire the whole damn thing for you, mate. We'll have it working in next 6 months. Like, and they get to work back there and they sort their crap out. It's like, oh, good as new. I think like we're incredible. This ability to adapt and grow as human beings. It's what makes us sort of so powerful. And I think that this power has been usurped by this continual words. And like it's when you take a drum and you sit down with a drum and you just beat the drum and you just go in the drum. And you might have a few syllables you'll repeat that are beautiful symbols of words. But you're not really focusing on what the words mean. You're not really listening to that. You're just occupying your mind so that all that crap can stop, so that you can just be aware of that rhythm. And something shifts inside the emotional body when we do that. And so, you know, a lot of people say they can't meditate. Do you meditate with a drum, Indy?
No, not unless I'm in a circle. Sometimes I go in a shamanic drum circle and then go really deep in my visions. But typically when I'm by myself, I don't. But I should.
Have you got a flat drum?
I have a tambourine and I have djembes and bongos. I need to get a flat shamanic drum.
The problem with djembes, I've got djembes, but they're so damn loud.
Yeah.
You can't just play them because like every neighbor is going to be like, dude, like I'm feeling a headache. This is, like
Yeah.
I can't do maths. I can't concentrate. I'm like woo.
Yeah.
But those little flat drums, you can play them quite softly. Like I can play my flat drum here, even when people are asleep on the other side of the house, and it doesn't disturb them. And it's like it's lots of bass tones that become like undercurrents of bass. It's something like I always suggest to people for meditation. How do you learn meditation? I'm like, well, you can go and study it, but the best thing is just get a drum and beat the drum and listen to it, and just sit with it, and something will happen. And you'll be, oh, wow, what's happening? And then you go like, now, how do I recreate that? It's like you got something to work towards, like that funny feeling that I had in my head. What is that? You know? And that is like what it is. Yeah, fundamentally, I think that's a process. And I think all these people trying to teach meditation, and I think like once again, the linguistic problem gets in the way. What are your thoughts when it comes to tools? You know, words shape our reality. The thoughts that we think shape the way we experience and limits our reality. So, what tools could we share with people that can liberate them from these linguistic tools of shaping reality to undo the web, as it were?
I like to use parables with imagery of like things in nature when you're with an analogy of what I'm trying to discuss. So then people can imagine like a little story on the side. And then that way it's kind of a mnemonic device too. They remember a little tale that they heard, and then they remember the lesson that they learned. So I feel like it helps to make little cute little stories about stuff. And like with meditation, I always like to use what I heard and passed along for years about how meditation's like you're sitting by a stream and the thoughts are like a stick. And if you grab one of the sticks and try to play with it, it's going to make a dam. So you have to let the sticks pass on. And I've heard other people say it can be like a cloud that could come along and you have to like let the clouds pass on. Or if you stop one of the clouds, they'll get all backed up or something. So I've heard all these little stories and they're always really helpful. I heard another one recently too, but it's not coming to mind. But those have been really helpful for me just to imagine like, oh, like my stream, I need to like let it flow right now. And there's like a bigger picture in your mind besides the one that you're stuck in the thought with. It's like the viewing mind where you're seeing yourself think. So it can help to have those stories because they can help your mind expand to like have more ways to see your own thoughts.
I think that's a good strategy. The other strategy that I like to implement is kind of more like creative ones. One thing I like to do, just like sometimes I just kind of do it, I just like making sound effects and just like glossolalia in general, just like learning to say words that aren't in any language. Just be like, sometimes I'll just be kind of like, you know, and just like doing stuff like that. And if you do that, I remember I was doing that for long enough, like I was on a certain hallucinogenic substance, but I was doing that for long enough where I was like, wait a minute, I don't remember how to speak English.
Yeah,
for like a good 30 seconds, right?
You get carried away with
here's the way I look at language. Like I was mentioning before, if you think of like a circuit board, and there's all the little like, you know, little chips, all the little diodes, they're all connected in this big circuit board, and language is like that. And it's like each word is kind of like connected to another word. And when you play with like magical word, I think this is why Enochian is so effective as a practice. It's like, and what I've been doing too with a lot of the Fey words that come up, is that you enter a different circuit board linguistically, and you recognize that there is a conceptual, intellectual, and creative world outside of the universe. See, there's a common theme with my practice. It's always about going outside of the edges and kind of looking back at the world you were in as if you stepped outside of a snow globe and put it back. Like, that's kind of how I think about like going from like getting outside of the Zarfect. It's like you see the world, and then you get to a point where it's like you see snow and you see like a house in front of you, and then all of a sudden you're in a kitchen looking down at a snow globe, And that's kind of how I try to look at language. Like, you're outside of the snow globe of language, and just recognizing that that reality even exists and it's even there, I think is really tremendously as another helpful tool in sort of learning to see outside of the sort of the louder, the world of language, and to exploring that abstract, creative, sort of experimental word, or even just like using words or coming up with different slang words. I think that's why slang is so cool with kids, because when somebody says, like, comes up with a different word for a thing, it's really exciting. It's like, oh my God, this person is operating outside of the standard rules of language, and they're coming up with their own language. And that's why you can have a word that'll seem cool now, but 20 years from that pass by, and that word is no longer cool or interesting because it's already became part of the linguistic landscape, and it's not really new or novel anymore. So I think coming up with your own words, taking control of your own language, and coming up with your own slang words, coming up with your own nicknames for people. There's something tremendously liberating about that. And I think that, yeah, coming up with your own words, that would be the tool I would throw on the table.
I got into a lot of trouble for coming up with nicknames for people. I used to do it all the time. I learned to stop. People don't always appreciate it. They get like annoyed at you. They're like, they don't like you. You go, why did you like me? And then one day you notice everybody calling them that nickname. You think, oh, I started that nickname. I didn't realize you didn't like it. Shit, you know. So there's a danger with that. But I appreciate what you're saying. So what I'm seeing is Indy is talking to us, and this is my perception. Indy is talking to us from the element of water, being like water, just allowing everything to just flow around you. Indy is like being like fire, like burn it all in the fire of the mind and let it transform into something new. So there's like a fire meditation, there's a water meditation. Then, okay, so like what would air be? Air would be to bring together different parts and put them together. So air would be art, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Like to take a bit of this, put a bit of this, put them together and make a new collage out of these different possibilities and potentials.
That's what that I'm missing in my configuration of my elements. I don't have much air, so I usually find the air to complete me. My girlfriend's usually an air sign.
And then earth is sense. You've probably got good earth. Earth is like you see me, I'm always in the earth. I'm breathing in the frankincense. I can't get enough of this stuff. I'm like, I love it. Like, touch my feet. I'm like, massage. Touch my hands. I just can't get enough sensation, you know? Like, the problem is, like, give me a nice something to eat. I'm like, or a nice tasting bud. Oh,
yeah.
Keep it away from me. Keep it away. But like the earth meditation is interesting because then it's all about resistance, I think. Earth is about resistance. Water is about flowing. Fire is about transforming. And air is about recombining. Recombining things. Like it acts like a combine between fire and water. Like that. And so it's like it dances. Air dances between air and fire. I mean, between fire and water, which is interesting. So I think, like, you know, those are the four. And then there's a fifth one. What about the fifth one?
The ether.
That's like mega out there.
Kind of crystallizing effect of things, where they become crystallized into like a divine aspect. So maybe when you combine different elements or take an element and refine it, bring in the ether, and it becomes the divine aspect of fire or something like that. Or two different elements can work in unison, and the ether would be involved to make them cooperate potentially at a higher state.
A whole new level. A whole new world. As that song goes, yeah? Creating a whole new world.
Right?
Yeah. Suppose that's like probably like what we would call transcendental,
Yeah.
when the focus is elsewhere. I've always thought that there's a danger of that being so addictive that you then want to become escapist, you know, where the water element is quite useful because life is always going to flow around you like a river. You got no choice. If you fight the tide, you're not going to get anywhere. You got to move with the tide because the tides are strong.
Yeah, but you'll take on the shape of your container and environment, the water element. So to be wary of the environment you put yourself in.
That's an interesting takeaway. Yes. That's the danger, where the fire isn't so much dependent upon its environment because it just wants to transform it anyway. But then the fire might be in a good environment and might be trying to transform the good environment when it doesn't need to.
Sure. That could be tough. I can see that.
And then the air might become disingenuous because it's trying to play both sides. It's like, well, I'm devil's advocate. I'm going to play both sides. And the earth just wants to resist everything. I'm a rebel. I'm resisting everything. I'm resisting all of you. Everything.
Yep.
The air wants to agree with everything. It wants to be like in with everything. The earth's like, screw you all. None shall pass. What an interesting concept, these little characters of the elements. But I think there's a lot to that, you know. And I think like when we simplify things like to that children's level of thinking, there's something like more being said.
I feel like air helps lift people up, whether they're on whatever element they're at. In earth can kind of tether people down and ground people, help people get more grounded and stuff amongst the other elements. So the earth and the air, I feel like, are connecting. They're like a connecting like stratum or like a environment that pulls other things together that they're in together. Like fire and water have to at least be on either ground or in air. They can't just be on their own, you know.
The fire will always release water. Yeah.
Yeah.
Will release the water. And the water will always drink in the fire.
Yeah.
Like the fire will become taken into the water and the water will get hot. And so the fire, the water will swallow the fire and the fire will release the water like into steam. No? Like free,
Yeah.
like off you go.
Like the air carries the water through the fire and brings it up.
You know, I'm just thinking right now, we're talking about the four elements as a way to kind of, lift us up out of the sort of language prison. But I'm also thinking, what if we look at it from the different perspective? How do the powers that be use the four elements against us? How do they subvert those elements to control us? Because think about it, if you want to control a person, you need to control them in all dimensions: earth, air, fire, and water. And one of the things I've been kind of with my work, I've been playing with the whole idea of like that certain belief systems require four pillars, sort of like the earth, air, fire, water thing. There's an intellectual dimension, there's an emotional dimension, there's a kind of a hands-on dimension, there's a communal dimension. And I'm kind of thinking about like with air, it can also be creative, but I think the downside, it can be also be very hypnotic and deceptive, and it can kind of confuse you. With water, there is that kind of that stability, and there's that kind of the emotional grounding, but at the same time you can be kind of like wishy-washy and complacent, and if you're too watery, that water element can also be kind of controlled, like sort of like emotionally speaking with so I'm just thinking of like other examples, but I think that if we have these same four elements of earth, air, fire, and water to magically empower us, then the inverse must also be true, that there must be a sort of a black magic control element, and that would also be taking these four elements but applying them in a negative way and instead of a positive way. What are your thoughts on that?
I think that's really quite an enlightening thinking process. I think it's so true. Like the earth element's all about sensation. So how do they work with the earth element? Well, they give us entertainment. They give us lots of sweet cakes, sweet foods, everything that we want on tap, available in every store around us. All of our whims, alcohol, everything, it's there. So we can get that taste, that sense in our body. Allow our homes to be more warm than what they need to be, so that we can just languish in comfort, which is like what I see the earth element is. With the air element, education, maybe teaching us, making us learn their rules, and driving us through this process of mental, intellectual building and structuring of our linguistic machine, which I think is an air extension. And then with the fire element, loading us with passions and desires, pornography, or creating like division and between people, so that people become passionate in social networking environments, so that people have arguments that are like heated, and they start attacking each other because they're becoming impulsive and wanting to change each other, wanting to create so much fire and transformation around that they like clashing. And I think that clashing, that narrative of creating that social clash on maybe an abuse of the fire element and the water element, maybe they are affecting our emotions with much of the kind of music that we're listening to, and with a lot of the colors that we're being subjected to. Like when we go into a shopping store, or the way our world is constructed, also all of the angles of our buildings, they don't go well with water, do they? It's like all these sharp angles everywhere. Water doesn't like that. So we're constantly pushing those feelings away. We're being taught to repress our emotions in the fact that we are deifying the air element of intellect. We push away our feelings, and our homes ratify that feelings have no place here, and everything's got sharp right angles. It's either triangles or squares. And so maybe that's how that's some of the ways that they do it.
Yeah, there might be something to this. We mentioned this in previous episodes as well. And I've always felt like our architecture is really unimaginative and boring. And I feel like if we want to live in something, why choose a ugly, boring little box? I feel like I would want to use more curves and natural looking things that looks like nature, but in a beautiful way, like kind of, more beautiful designs, like a flower shape of things, or like a tree.
Yeah.
With
It's I think there's actually a name for it. They call it brutalist architecture, and it was popularized by the communists, and it literally is designed to be this gloomy, sort of unassuming, because the idea with from the communists is they don't want anybody to be passionate, so that they would want to be buy things and be capitalistic. So in the sense that we in our Western society, we have everything being flashy and colorful to get people to buy things. Communists did the exact opposite thing, where they made the buildings all gray and gloomy and flat and unassuming. And I think a lot of that, we see that today in a lot of architecture. And even with cars, like, say what you will about automobiles, but I look at like cars from like the 1950s, like old cars, they had so much like style and personality. And nowadays you look at like automobiles, they're just so like boring and utilitarian, just like kind of like with everything. You're like even entertainment and video games, it's like they're just sucking the color out of the world. So yeah, there's definitely something to that.
Yeah, that probably had a big influence on us. I feel like there's been movements where architecture has gotten to be a little bit more exciting, and that still kind of remain a little bit in the here and there. But we also, have like things to look forward to, like with new types of architecture coming about. Some people have been working with cement to make these homes that like are made by machine. And some of those can look really cool, but I think stucco homes, like down in like Mexico, they still use like really cool styles with stucco, and in like the Middle East, architecture's like fabulous down there. So I mean, it has gotten worse over the years and more simplified, but like it's still got some amazing feats in the Middle Eastern architecture as compared to Western.
What you're saying is making me think about something that was the craze a while ago. Namaste, Tearjerker. How are you doing? Hope you're good. Welcome. Earthships.
Yeah.
Now, those earthships are pretty cool looking. They're like little bubbles. And I've known people who wanted to build earthships before, and they said they've had a hard time being allowed to build it.
Yeah,
so you're lawfully allowed to build them, but you need all sorts of permission and certification and regulation, whatever. And apparently, depending on where you are, it can actually be quite difficult to build on. What's it like where you guys live in the US? How easy it is to actually just be able to build an earthship and get away with it?
You can be next to build
I've
if
even
you
heard of this before. I have to look this up.
I worked with a friend that was working with Mike Reynolds' son. Mike Reynolds started the Earthships in New Mexico, and his son was out in Philadelphia and started a side project on the East Coast. But he was more involved with dating the interns than trying to actually do any work. So they dug a little hole. They didn't really get very far in their progress, but it might have had a lot to do with the fact that on the East Coast, particularly in the Northeast, they're very strict about building codes. And with my friend, we tried to show him up and get things moving up in Rhode Island and get something going up there to build up an Earthship. And we were sponsored by Fox News because they were really excited to hear that we were going to build one. And my friend was involved in politics and stuff, so he kind of like got them involved. And we were able to do it and have the news thing work out and be covered by Fox News, but we couldn't find a location that would allow us to do that. So we were really looking forward to it. We invested a lot of time in it, researching it and stuff. And I had read the book, Mike Reynolds' book. But some of the stuff they do is really beautiful when they have like different colored bottles with the stucco, and they can shine into the building with different lights. And they just have this front wall, usually that's exposed to the elements, with a greenhouse. And behind that is the building, which is inside. And there might be like side windows, but it's got like 72 degrees in there all year round because it's insulated by the front room. That's the kind of stucco things you see in Mexico right there with the different styles right there. Really cool, really effective, really beautiful, very long lasting. I think over time they can like flake off and lose their shape and beauty, but they stand for a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not finding so many pictures of them as I'd like to. I mean, I used to find really interesting, like you talk about the bottles and stuff.
Yeah.
But anyway, these are like some of the earthships that people are building, and you can see that they are sort of going in the direction we're talking about, aren't they? You know, you can build some pretty beautiful homes using recycled materials. I think that was a big part of the Earthship philosophy, wasn't it? Recycled materials and recycle your crap, basically.
Yeah, particularly the use of tires, because they'll fund your project. They give you all these tires, which you pack with the earth, and it's a arduous process to pack dirt into these tires and stuff. But what they're trying to do is address tire waste, which is one of the worst pollution factors in civilization. So if we could start to use these and this started to take hold, we would actually end up doing away with what was like one of the worst pollution aspects, could become one of the best building components. And it didn't take off as well as it could have. And the use of the tires can be difficult in the way that he had people doing it. But I feel like there could be easier ways of going about it and using the tires and still integrating them in the process. All right. And there was like an emphasis on using the rain that's captured on the roof, and then purifying that rain and then storing it underneath, which is that takes away a lot of problems of needing to transport water, which can be very heavy. So the only thing you really needed to run an Earth ship is the water filter. And I started to develop a way to have a water filtration system using mirrors and heating the water with mirrors from the sun, and having the water evaporate and then travel and be captured on another side to be able to purify it. And I was going to submit that to Mike Reynolds, but I'm still working on that process. It's amazing the power you can get from living inside of a berm. We spend so much time on utilities and power and stuff, but if you could use this rainwater power by spinning a turbine from the rain gutters, and have like solar power, wind and water power, things of the sort, you could do a lot with this design. It's about not needing to go anywhere to have everything you need. And it was all influenced by the understanding that plants are the most advanced creatures on the face of Earth because of that aspect. They don't really need to get up and run and compete and try to struggle to be able to get anything. They're built in such a way where they take advantage of and they're grateful for everything they have and utilize everything that's there, so they don't really need to do anything or go anywhere.
Highly advanced form of life, I would say.
Yeah, and without them, like, we wouldn't be able to get the energy from the sun. They're the ones that turn the minerals into the sugars that we need.
Yeah, I think it's sad because I remember these Earthships they had so much momentum. This was like 20 years ago, and it was a big thing, and everybody was like, "Yeah, I'm going to build an Earthship. I'm going to build an Earthship," and then like the government got involved.
Yeah.
And then it was like, "Yeah, well, you can build it, but this is what you got. It's actually going to cost you a lot of money to get permission to build it. And by the way, you have to do it like this, and you can't do it here. You have to do it there." And it starts to become so complex that the logistics behind building it makes people not be in a hurry to do it. Where actually, when you think about it, it's a wonderful, cheap way of building, right? Exactly. That can increase self-sufficiency. Like, imagine there were more Earthships during a time like COVID. People would be fine. They'd be like, "Yeah, I don't need to leave my home. I'm good. Like, you want me to stay at home? I'm staying at home. I'm just going to like increase my focus on my garden, grow more food. I'm done. Don't worry. I don't need your water. I don't need your medicine. I'm growing it at home."
It's so cool. And like the name of it kind of just gives you like a feel like you're in like a ship. Like you could like be in the ship and like go anywhere. Cause it's like self-containing. Like you could like be in there. It's like your own little world. But what I tell people is you should just start by making your own little like backyard, like cold storage cellar for like putting cans or canned food in there, and like just like expand it and turn it into an Earthship. It could turn into your little studio for like playing music or like doing work without being interrupted or something, or artwork or something. I think it could be great for everybody to have a little Earthship in the backyard, and it could start there. And then if you have like anything happens, like you don't have enough water, or you don't have enough power, or like whatever, you could go to the Earthship. It would have everything there, always. So I think people will start to realize the value of it. If they had like a little trial one in the back or something, they'd start to realize how we should really all be doing this.
Well, in a perfect world, it would be a lot easier for us to do this.
Yes.
And the world is perfect in its imperfection. I mean, this is the thing, hey. This is the difficult challenge. Like, to recognize that we're not living in a perfect world, but that the imperfection is perfect. Is there something weird about that? Am I right? Like that's how I'm looking at this. Like, the world is not perfect. Let's not pretend it is. But the imperfections are perfect for us to grow and learn.
Yeah, it seems a bit contradictory, doesn't it?
It does. It does. Though at the same time, I suppose, like you know, a lot of what's being done is being done to us by powers that be. But why is it happening to us? It's because we're not vigilant. No.
Exactly.
And so because we're not vigilant, it's happening. So because it's happening, we will learn vigilance. So there will come a point in the future where it can't happen anymore. You know, because they will have exhausted all of their strategies, no? We'll come to a point where we've learned all their tricks and we know they're crap, and we're like, no. We don't need a king. Kings, no, we don't do kings, thanks. We did that. Presidents, no, we did that. Like prime ministers, we did that too. Democracy, we definitely did that one, you know? Like, I think we'll get to a point where we'll go back to a sort of egalitarian form of life. Yeah, what do you guys think in the future? I think we're going to split off into two potentials. Like, one group will be like, bring on the kingdom. The other group will be like, Earthships, we're out of here. Catch you on the rebound.
Yeah, I could see that going in both directions simultaneously. Because, you know, you got the people that are self-motivated, and then you got your people that are like, they're ready to be in comfort. They want to just do the littlest amount of work possible, and they want the payoff in advance. So, you know, those are very different people, I think.
I have a theory that the younger generation is being mobilized against the rest of the world. And that's why they've been, what's the word? That's why they've been given, in a sense, these tools. Yeah? Like, the younger generation have become savvy with Bitcoin and all of that. So it's all these youngsters that are making a lot of money, right? They're becoming very successful. They're making a lot of money on TikTok, and they're making a lot of money with cryptocurrency. And I think that it's like the targeting on them. They've been targeted so much with the media on them, because, like, you know, these systems target us, like in our particular groups. Facebook's been doing it, TikTok, Twitter, you know, Instagram, all of them, all of those lots. And YouTube, and in the films that we watch, and in the animation that we've been sort of subjected with. I think it's almost like there's this notion that the world has been designed so that the younger people can thrive. Yeah? Would you say that that's right?
I think what you're talking about has actually existed for a long period of time. The idea being that when it comes to manipulating people and manipulating the masses, you start off with the younger generation because they're the most malleable, they're the most open, and they're the ones that kind of set the cultural trends and kind of get the older people sort of in line. Like, you know, both the Nazis and the communists, they understood that. And that's kind of like why they target the young people, because young people are impressionable. You can basically kind of program them to be whatever you want. Whereas when you get older, you kind of get set in your ways and you can't really, be changed. That's why I think a lot of this, a lot of the ideological stuff, it's like, that's why the teenagers and the 20 somethings tend to be the ones who are the most susceptible, because they're just like, trying to make a name for themselves and like figure out who they are. And when you're young, you don't want like a reasonable philosophy. You want something radical. You want something that's like experimental and dangerous, so that people think you're cool and interesting. So you'll take on really kind of ridiculous, like ideological stuff and believe in stuff that's kind of honestly total nonsense, because, but it's like, I'll believe in this nonsense thing, but, because, everyone else doesn't believe in that. Maybe I'm special. Maybe I'm different. So yeah, I think there's definitely like a universal truth that when people want to manipulate and control society, they always start with the younger people first, because they're the ones that are not only the easiest to control, but they're the ones that have the most energy. They're the ones that have the most enthusiasm, and they're the ones who are going to most likely, tear down the old system. And that's kind of how it usually works with a lot of these, like these authoritarian dictatorships, is that, whatever society you think of, they always start off as a revolution against a previous tyranny. Like, say what you will about, some people think the United States is great. Other people think it's some kind of like, it's fascist or it's oligarchy or whatever. But like, America started off as branching off or rebelling against, Great Britain. Or if you look at, a documentary on any dictator, whether it be Hitler, whether it be Muammar Gaddafi or Stalin or whatever, all those stories start out as young people starting a revolution and they're revolting against society, and they use violence and, war and confusion to get that position of power to overcome that corruption. But then because they use those tools of violence and hate, they become corrupt themselves. They become their own dictators and their own tyrants. That's why I'm always like, when it comes to like political stuff or making change, why I'm always against, using violence and using like destructive rhetoric, because they think, oh my God, these people are so bad and they're so terrible and they're so evil. We have to use violence. We have to be destructive. It's the only way to get our point across. But then because they're so used to being in that mode of violence and destruction, once they get that position of power, once they overthrow those leaders that they don't like, because they're used to using violence, then they become the dictators. They become the controllers. And they're like, you had this tyrannical situation. You've been the tyrannical, but I'm going to be the good guy. I'm going to be the one that's just and right. And I'm going to be the one that set humanity on the straight path. Just repeating that same pattern sort of over again. So I think that, when it comes to I guess to kind of bring this back to what was the original topic, the idea that, young people that historically speaking are always sort of the first targets when you want to control people, is to go after the young people, because then they populate the institutions, they become part of the infrastructure, and then you can't really get them out of it as easily. So yeah, there's definitely something to that.
I think what you're saying is so on point, and I'm just looking, to go into like what's been done that's new, like, because like you said, they've been doing this for a long time. So when my father was a child, right? You grew up, you were young, you learned a trade, or you learned to become a doctor, or you learned to become an engineer, or you learned to become a policeman or a baker or a artist, whatever you did, musician. But while you were young, you generally had less earning power than when you were older, because it was generally understood that somebody with 30 years of carpentry experience is a better carpenter than somebody who's got 5 years of carpentry experience, right? So people were prepared to pay more for the experience of somebody who has greater knowledge. And the same could be said for doctors, engineers, policemen. You would go up in rank as you'd been a policeman for longer. You were a better policeman. You knew more. You had more experience. You had done more casework. So you would get paid more. And so there was this pay scale with age in the old time that was there for my father's time and his father's time. In my time, it was like that. But now it's inverted in this modern thing. And something Neil said about the hate against baby boomers. I was trying to find something funny on Netflix like a little while ago, and there was this comedian woman was suggested to me, like, okay, I thought, oh, let's see it, stand-up comedy. And I was like, I watched it for 5 minutes. I was like, this isn't funny. And she was going on about the different generations, Gen X and this and that, and the baby boomers. And I see exactly where Neil's coming from, and exactly sort of what Turjoker is saying, what has happened is the younger generation has been sort of made cryptocurrency sav. And so they have made their money out of playing cryptocurrency. And everybody is like so taken by cryptocurrency. My own mother, she's like, oh, you just don't know. You just don't understand. I'm like, okay, mom, because she drank the Kool-Aid from my perspective. My opinion is she drank the Kool-Aid. I didn't want Bitcoin, even though I knew Bitcoin was going to make money back in like more than 20 years ago, where I could have bought £1,000 or £2,000 worth of crypto Bitcoin, which I had the money. And okay, I knew that would have made me a lot of money. I didn't realize that it would have made me what? $300,000 of money in like 20 years, that 2,000 would become like 300,000 or 400,000 or more. That's like the range that it's grown at. But I think that what's happened now is that this cryptocurrency has been made so much a part of the younger generation. And to me, what I hear when I hear crypto is I hear one world currency. That's all I hear. Like that, to me, that's where it's going. Take away our money, take away our freedom, take away our rights, take away our choices, put it all on a database. And you hear that how people who drank the Kool-Aid is like, no, you can't control Bitcoin. Bitcoin is so safe. Bitcoin is this. Bitcoin is non-governmental. Bitcoin is, excuse me, who do you think controls your ISP? You think your government doesn't have contracts with your ISP provider? Right? Do you think your ISP can't block certain transactions, can't block certain pieces of information moving up your actual line of your internet? Do you not realize that the phones in your hands are controlled and that the companies that make the phones have to be entertained and interviewed by national security, and they have to sign certain agreements so that they will cooperate with national security? Why do you think Telegram has been so victimized in America? Have they not been victimized for the last 5 years? Trying to shut them down, or was it last 3 or 4 years? To the point where recently Telegram changed their user rights. Am I right or am I wrong? Yeah? Was that the end of late last year? Telegram changed because they couldn't handle the legal heat anymore. Because of the pressure to buckle. You need to sign this contract, this agreement with the government. Otherwise, we're going to shut you down. And so if you look at how ISP is controlled, and just to look at what this is, it's like in China, they've got the system where your social credit score is connected to your financial ability, right? So if you get like bad social credit score, it will lock into where you're allowed to go, and it will change your financial potential. So what if the laws change in our country and we get locked into a whole world cryptocurrency system, right? And you need your ISP to be able to trade. You no longer have the ability to say, screw you, government, I'll just trade with my neighbors for actual cash, because you don't have that option. So I've always thought of that as being like a really dangerous move from the perspective of rights, your right to trade. And sure, they're not taking away our right to trade with money. They're just replacing money with crypto, and they're doing it with the younger generation to the point where the younger generation won't want money anymore because they'll be so sold on the idea of crypto. And don't get me wrong, I know the financial system's broken. I know that the monetary system is a sham. I know that the way that the fiat system operates is dodgy. And ideally, we'd be operating for pieces of silver, right? So in fact, that's probably the best way for us to start thinking about the future. Go back to silver and gold, start, proper trade. But it just seems to me that like the younger generation has been put into a position where they can become uncharacteristically empowered financially without having any real knowledge or experience necessary to do it. Would that be an unfair statement? What do you think?
I feel like it's a better option than being able to try to do something reasonably, because to try to compete in the market and try to make any substantial income is really not that possible. Whereas you could get lucky trying to gamble or play the bitcoins, and gambling is really not that profitable unless you're a card counter or something. So if you could really figure out the bitcoins, I think that's probably one of your best bets as in this younger generation. If you could figure out the different I call them bitcoins, the cryptocurrencies, and understand that, you could really go far with those and investments.
The reason it scares me is because we used to learn actual valuable skills. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems like the skills we're learning these days is how to trade crypto. So what happens when those young people that have all mastered the art of trading crypto, what happens when they grow up? What can they do? Like, to be valid parts of society, like, can they chop wood? Can they make furniture? Can they grow food? Or is that stuff that's sort of going to be left to the state to control? These are the kind of concerns I have.
I think you're pointing to this a kind of a bigger like picture idea of what's going on here, because I'm thinking about, you talk about crypto and the kind of the world that we're not relying on cash and coin, but I noticed this in other aspects of like think about music, for example. Nobody owns physical medium of music like CDs or cassettes or vinyl records. Everything is up on the internet. Same thing with movies, same thing with books, and we don't like, it's a weird and the kind of the picture that I'm kind of pointing to my head with what's interesting about the newer generation is they're increasingly living in a world that's less and less physical, and everything becomes more and more virtual, not just like virtual reality, but in terms of the objects we interact with, the way we go through life, and it's all becoming virtual. It's almost like not only is like there like a linguistic like identity and a sort of a linguistic world and a non-linguistic identity and non-linguistic world, it's almost like this linguistic world is almost trying to overtake the non-linguistic world, and where basically these kids are literally getting sucked into some kind of linguistic dimension, some like weird abstract kind of dimension X type place. And I think that's kind of like the bigger picture thing you're starting to realize, with that the more and more we become reliant on technology, the more we feel separate from the natural world. I think that's another reason kind of like why it's like for, kids and younger people, pronouns are so important to them, and those specific words is because their entire identity is linguistic. Like that linguistic identity, that's the only identity they know. That natural non-linguistic identity might as well not exist to these people. So I think that this topic is just the whole topic in general is just so important. And I'm really glad you made it this week's topic, because this is something I've been thinking about lately in terms of my own studies, this whole non-linguistic identity, this sort of the true soul that's hidden underneath this kind of software uploaded kind of doppelganger of our soul that's kind of been created by culture. So, just to kind of, I'm rambling a bit here, but yeah, it's like this is the thing about Gen Z and Gen Alpha, is they're probably the ones who spend more time in virtual reality than any other generation in history.
Yeah, they've been trying to push people away from nature for a long time and have people be scared of the dark and scared of nature, so that they're easily caged. And they've been regulating farming, over-regulating farming, and overtaxing farming equipment. try to gain control over the farming. And it's really sad that the foods that we can find in a grocery store, the Franken foods and the strange concoctions of genetically modified and bioengineered foods that they try to feed us. But luckily, here in Western North Carolina, there's a couple of stores that are strictly organic stores. And I was shocked to see that. And I'm really happy that there's something like that out there, although they're few and far between.
I was so proud this morning of my little boy, Josh. So we were doing our sunrise at the sea as usual. And he was like, "Oh, Dad, can we spend like 10 minutes more?" I was like, "Okay." Because I want to go up the mountain. He said, "Oh, Dad, can we be like 10 minutes more?" I'm like, "Okay." Like 45 minutes later, he's like, "Oh, come on, Dad, 10 minutes more." I'm like, "Oh, okay. It's not really sunny. We're not going to be stuck in the heavy sun climbing. The weather's, the sun's moving over. We're past our heavy summer." Because I don't like to cook in the sun when we climb the mountain. And then we were leaving, and obviously we know everybody who lives around here because this is like a tight knit community. So we talk to everybody. Everybody talks in. So some of our community arrived at the beach, and they were like saying to my son, "Ooh, is it cold? Is the water cold?" And Joshua looked at them, and he pulled a face. He said to me, "Dad, it's all in the mind, isn't it, Daddy? Like if it's cold or if it's not cold, isn't it all in your mind?" And he said to them, "It's not cold." He was trying to answer the question, and then he thought about it and he couldn't answer it. And he realized it was all in the mind. And it was so beautiful for me to see my 8-year-old making that connection. I was like, yeah, man, even pain is in your mind. You know, like when you climb the mountain and your body's sore and you got to just keep climbing because the muscles are like sore, you go, it's in your mind. I think the younger generation doesn't know this. Like they don't know the difference between, like Cosmic, you're saying, they don't know the difference between what's mental and what's physical. Because we're living in this constructed world where the differentiation is becoming blurred. Like you say, like all these titles, yeah? It's all they've got to live by. And I mean, it makes me a little bit sad when I think about it. You know, just I remember what life was like. Communities were much more close. I'm lucky that I live on the fringe of a city where the community is still tight here. But if I go to other parts of my city, that's not the case. The only reason this community is tight is because we're right on the edge of a city. And as the city grows, yeah, it will reach a point sooner or later where the community doesn't know each other anymore. It's a sad thought, isn't it? And you won't be like, walk out your door and hello, John. Hi, Paul. Hi, Peter. Hi, Anne. How are you doing? I haven't seen you in a few days. You haven't been running this week. You know, that feeling of walk down your road and you know everybody and you're saying hello and your son's on the beach. I'm sitting here meditating on the sun. He's running down the beach. I'm not worried because everybody on the beach knows who I am. They know who he is and he's safe. Nobody can kidnap him. Because everybody knows who he is. He's a little vivacious little guy. He speaks to everybody. He comes to me today. He says, "Dad, I made 2 new friends today." I was like, "Who are they?" Because you shouldn't be making new friends. Like, who are these new people? You know, are they part of our community? It's a safety thing. But, you know, him being 8 and all, I still get that like daddy protection mode. But I think it's a real thing that I don't see in other communities that I see here that we still haven't. Maybe where you guys are, what's it like where you are? Do you know all your neighbors? Is your community like that when you walk down the road? Do you see all of your people and say hello? And
yeah, over here in my community, we all know each other on first name basis, and we help each other out all the time. It's a community of minorities. There's one other white person across the street, and there's some white people that live up on the hill and live next to me. They don't really seem to talk to anybody else. They just stay to themselves. The lady over here, she talks, but she doesn't say nothing good. She kind of complains a lot and calls the police on everybody else. I'm the only white person that gets along with everybody around here. I grew up in the hood, and I get along better with minorities and stuff. They have block parties all the time. I like loud music, so if their music's worse than mine, that's good. Then they're attracting all the attention. I like that. I like to have fun, man. There was more white people in the block that kind of got ran off. But it's a lot nicer here. But apparently, like a decade ago, there was a lot of gang violence here and stuff, and some racial violence. But it's really calmed down. Things have gotten a lot better here in this neighborhood.
Yeah, I'd say I probably don't really know my neighbors just because it's not one of those tightly knit communities. But I used to know my neighbors when I was like a little kid, but I think at this point I don't really know them. I'm not really the most like social person anyway, so I don't know. It doesn't bother me too much. I just kind of live with it. I'm more kind of to myself anyway. But yeah, it does. I think there is, but I think that the larger point that you're trying to kind of like bring up is that there is kind of this like lack of a sense of community. And I think like again, people are finding that sense of community, on the internet rather than, in person, because in a lot of ways with the internet, you can always just find people that agree with the same interests that you necessarily have. But I think what's lost with that is that when you have like to interact with people, in real life in the physical, you're then forced to confront ideas, perspectives, and opinions that you don't have. And I think that's really good for both intellectual and creative growth.
Yeah, sometimes we get deep in conversations over here with the neighbors, and I kind of shy away because a lot of times people that are educated like I am or well and self-informed don't have the repertoire of ideas to converse about, and so the things I speak about are kind of irrelevant to them. They don't really know what I'm talking about, and so I'm pretty good at making things sound simple, but sometimes I think people that aren't educated in philosophizing and debating and understanding higher systems of knowledge don't really have too much of an impetus of learning information as much or having understanding as much as they do as want to hear a joke and just have fun. And so I don't really have as much of that experience with that in my life. I've always just been self kind of in solitude, self-educating and focused on trying to build something that I can share. But I wish I had been more I don't know. I like to have fun with people, but I don't know how much they enjoy my presence as much as I think they would. I think my sense of humor could be a little bit more pronounced. I don't know.
I think that you bring up an interesting point, and I can agree with that too wholeheartedly. Like, I get on well with my community, and we'll have like a few chats and stuff, but we won't get into a deep, profound conversation because, like you say, the truth is that most people don't spend a lot of time thinking about life.
Yeah.
Sadly. They're too busy on their mission to get what they need, to get what they want, to generate money, to generate success, to look after their kids. And they're like in this rat race. And so there is that escapism. And so it's wonderful when you meet people that are actually thinkers, that are actually sitting down and contemplating life, contemplating why am I here? And unfortunately, that's not common. Like within a community, there'll only be a certain number of people that think like that. And I've met some of these people in my community. And then there are other people that don't think like that, but I've met them and I got a lot of respect for them because like I've learned things from them, from their perspective, which is interesting. It doesn't really tie into my life. And when I tell them about my life, they say, well, that sounds very interesting. But I don't go into it too deeply because like it might just be like over their heads. And I'm like, that's cool. But like you say, there's a certain point where there is a lap over. And I think that that's always normal, but it's just lovely to see that. Let me give you an example. my son picked up a set of glasses, bifocal lenses on the beach. So he gave it to me, and I put it in my social group because I've got the social group for Seaforth where I live. And everybody's like in the social group. So I put a photo of it, like, whose glasses are these? And one of my neighbors, I saw her, this little old lady, she's like 80s. She was like, "Oh, hello, Franklin. Did somebody get back to you about the glasses?" It was just so sweet that some random member of the community is caring about if that person got their glasses or not. You know?
Yeah.
And
awesome.
it's those little things that make your day, and you think, like, there's something quite beautiful here. Like there's a sense of community feeling that somebody's thinking about those little things, because they might seem inconsequential on their own, but when you look at the bigger picture, it's like it's just about caring about each other. And so in a sense, that's more important than the ideas that we have, isn't it?
It is. Yeah. Like my neighbors have had some barbecues and stuff, and I love going over there, just hanging out. They love to share their cooking and stuff. They're so great. And sometimes I'll have like some extra plants. Like right now, I got a bunch of mountain laurels and rhododendrons and pines out on the porch. Sometimes I'll go out and divvy them up to the neighbors and stuff. They like the butterfly bushes that I bring around and stuff. And even though we don't like fully resonate and everything, it's nice to just be able to have people you can trust that are looking out for each other. Now, in my spiritual church down on the end of the block, now I could have deep conversations with those folks like all day and stuff. And we have little groups that we do, study groups on different things and stuff. So that's really fun. So I got a little bit of everything here that I could ever hope for. And normally I would, if I had my own way, I'd probably be out in some scenic view with like just territory to explore and solitude, like nobody around, maybe some animals nearby. But I'm here. I also like the convenience of being downtown. So I put myself here and I'm enjoying it. It's a little different thing than I'm used to. I've really had this before.
Amen, brother. Amen. That's what life's about, the little joys in life. I'm going to address something that I've noticed. There's an elephant in the room. Let's talk about the elephant in the room for a moment. So I'm looking back at the chat and I'm seeing here like somebody is making an attack on something Cosmic said, which I don't like, but okay.
It's Droga.
And I'm looking back and I'm seeing like this person was actually starting to have a disagreement with other people in the chat as well. Okay. Nothing new here. And then I saw you mention like stop trying to bait chat or chat bait.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. So basically, he's just coming in here looking for anything that pisses somebody off. That's why someone said, "Oh, there's God." And he says God doesn't exist. It's not really his opinion. He's just looking for drama because that's just basically how a lot of people these days just try to fill the emptiness in their life, because we've learned to equate drama with meaning. And it's kind of the sad state of reality. I even know I'm kind of guilty of this to a certain extent myself, where you feel that when there's drama and things happen, it's like, ooh, something important's happening. But usually it's not. Usually it's totally a waste of time,
Okay, so I just want to clear something up here, right? And it's something that he said before. I've actually had to kick him from the space a number of times because he starts arguments with people in the chat. And people in the chat have complained saying that they're unable to keep up with the conversation because this guy is just getting annoying. And then he comes back to the point of free speech. Oh, you can't kick me out of the chat because I've got the right to free speech. Well, let me clear up what free speech is, just so you understand what it is and how it works. Because the youngsters of today have a delusional idea about what free speech is. Free speech doesn't mean you can come into my house and carry on saying what you want and I'm not going to kick you out of my house. That's not free speech. That can be harassment, right? Free speech is that you can go out into the world and say what you want, where you are welcome to say what you want, or go into public and say what you want in public, because no one can tell you you're not allowed to speak in public. That's free speech. But when you're coming into somebody's chat room, right, it's the equivalent of their house, of our space. This is our space that we are hosting you in. So if we went to rent a hall down the road, and you want to come into the hall that we've rented down the road to have a party, and you want to start picking arguments with people, and then claiming that it's free speech, that's not free speech. And then when people ask you to leave, that's not them stopping your free speech. You have the free right to free speech, but you also recognize that if you do that in places which isn't a public space, people might ask you to leave. So if people come to my home and they want to be argumentative, I show them where the gate is, right? Like, there's the gate, use it, bye. If you don't like it, I set my dogs on you. They're big dogs. You can argue with them about your free speech, you know. And my big dog's like 60 kilos. You don't want to mess with him. He's a big dog. And when I call my dogs, they come running, by the way. But my point is, like, there's this delusion that young people have that they can go and they can say whatever they want in any environment. And it doesn't really work that way. That's not free speech, right? And so it's important to know what free speech is and what the right to free speech represents. If you're in a space which is a hosted space, hosted by people, then that's not quite the same as being in public. And it's really important to understand that. It's like, effectively, you're in our home. Like, literally, I'm in my home, Indy's in his home, Cosmic's in his home, and we're sharing our homes in a group home with a group of people that want to be here. Is that a fair way to describe what's happening here? What do you guys think?
No, that's totally fair. I think, it's just the idea that yeah, sure, you have the right to free speech, but like I just said, you also have the right to kick him out. Like, you also have the right to private property. And, if you don't like that, you got to deal with those consequences. No, I'm not going to stuff here. So, Drogi, you're telling me that if I come into your house and I basically yell 24/7 where you basically can't sleep, you can't kick me out because of my right to free speech. Yeah, that's a real solid argument there, buddy.
That's too well put. That's a good point that you make. I saw a funny meme the other day. It says it's totally legal to go into anywhere and just scream. There's no law against it. Which is true. Legally, there's no law against that. But there's a law that says if somebody kicks you out of their place, you need to stay out of there. And
just because something isn't a law, it doesn't necessarily mean you're still not being inconsiderate and being rude and essentially being a jerk. Just because something is legal doesn't mean it's like, morally right.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, this is something that I think a lot of different chats have problems with. I've always had issues with that in the beginning times of AOL Instant Messenger and stuff and Facebook. There's always going to be trolls and bad apples out there that you think they're going to have a really meaningful discussion about teaching them something that they appear to not have figured out yet. And they're just laughing at you, and they have a really narrow-minded perspective on things. They're not learning. They're not willing to learn. They just want somebody they like to push buttons. They like to see people get fired up. And I like that personally because it starts me on like writing an article. It's like, oh, they pretended like they didn't know something. And now I came up with a really good explanation for it. So maybe I should hold on to this and share it with folks that would appreciate this information.
I think that's like, that it's really interesting, the way these things work. And a lot of it comes down to, once again, this linguistic training that we've been given. And I think like it's part of the youth that they've been given a license to do whatever they want. And you notice this more, like I was in the UK and the children were getting onto the bus. And the children in the UK had been given a license to do whatever they want. The cops can't arrest them because when the cops chase after them and they say, I'm under 16, you can't touch me. So F off. I'll have you done for child abuse. The kids say this to the cops.
Wow.
I'll have you done for child abuse. And they will. And the cop will lose his job and his career that he's worked hard for down the tube. So they get onto the bus and they try and play a game with the bus driver, like switching tickets and stuff. And we're sitting there watching. And then the bus driver stops them and says, "Oi, sorry, dudes. Like, there's only 3 tickets between 5 of you. Can you all please produce your tickets? Because it seems like you guys are playing a game here." And so they start cussing out the driver. The driver says, "Please produce your tickets." He says, "Well, there's 3 tickets. 3 of you can stay on. Unless you can show me the other 2 tickets, 2 of you have to get off." He's doing his job, right? Because there's cameras. He's being watched. He can lose his job if he doesn't do it properly. So I've then witnessed these kids becoming abusive and shouting and swearing and hitting on the thing with the bus driver, then getting off the bus after a big swearing contest where the bus driver says, "Look, I'll phone the cops if I have to. Please get off." And he's picking up the thing. He's about to get the cops on the line. They get off. Then they start throwing stones at the bus when the bus is driving past. These are like 12-year-olds because they've been taught that you're 12 and you've got all the rights. You can do what you want. Free speech means you get to go on a bus and you get to harass people. You get to cause trouble. In my day, when we were young, if we tried that crap, you got a clip on the ear from someone. Because harassment and abuse in public space wasn't tolerated. Didn't matter what age you were, you didn't get away with it. These days, there's these overprotective rules. And don't get me wrong, people need to be protected. Children need to be protected. But the rules have become so protective that many of the younger generation think that they've got infinite rights to do whatever they want at other people's expense. And you sort of notice this more and more. And I mean, what I'm talking about, I've witnessed this a number of times in the UK. I've even witnessed it to the point where the youngsters get on and they start getting rude towards an elderly member, a pensioner. And I've spoken up and I've said, "Oi, let's just leave her alone. Little old lady. They're trying to tune her crap." And I'm like, "Respect your elders." And they go, "Oh, what are you going to do about it, Moses? Well, you think you look like Moses? You're like Jesus, huh?" And they're like these youngsters getting lippy with me, and I'm just like, switch it off, But like in when we were younger, if we behaved like that towards a 70-year-old lady, and a bloke stepped in, you know what would have happened, right? Like somebody would have got sorted out one way or another. So we're living in this nanny state, I think. And so it gives these youngsters this attitude that they can do what they want, anywhere they want, and they can rewrite the narrative in any way they want. And I think that this is a big problem of linguistic identity, right? Because you've been told since a child that you can't do any wrong, that whatever you do is right. It's sort of like a license to be a narcissist, right? To go into space where you can cause trouble, as much trouble as you want. And, it's not really decent way to behave. And if you don't want to be somewhere, let's say you're going somewhere where you want to criticize everybody, then do you belong there? This is a question you need to ask yourself. Like, why do you go where you go? If you're in a space where you're criticizing everybody, then you should criticize everybody and leave, right? But if you're in a space where you're criticizing everybody, and you're staying there to just criticize and criticize and criticize, and then you start to become a troller where you are trolling the chat, where like 80% and 90% of all the comments in the chat is you, because you want to have your right to free speech, which involves criticizing Cosmic. Cosmic didn't do anything wrong. And even if he did, you made your comment, people let it slide. Then you made more comments, then you made more comments, then you made more comments, then you made more comments. And it got to the point where I'm wondering whether you've been drinking too much vodka. Is that what they drink in Poland? I don't know. But whatever
really
it is,
what
I'm
it
wondering
is
whether you've had too much of it.
Yeah, really what it is, he wants everyone paying attention to him and not to us. That's what this is all about. Just straight up. Like, just, that's the thing with people like this. It doesn't matter if when these people argue if it's positive attention or it's negative attention. Narcissists, I think, they feed on negative attention just as much as positive attention. That's why they're able to go into these arguments. That hate and that animosity that they generate from other people, that fuels them up. Because the thing, what I've realized about narcissism is that every narcissist needs a scapegoat. They always need somebody to blame and defer that negative energy. Otherwise, it all implodes in on themselves. And that's why these people have to argue all the time. And the sad reality is they have to argue with people like you and me. Otherwise, they're arguing with themselves all the time. They're going to rip themselves apart. And from their point of view, it's better they rip someone else apart than rip themselves apart. And so that's where a lot of that, I mean, I think a lot of narcissism, I think, is rooted in a kind of self-hatred and insecurity towards oneself. So yeah, they just feed on attention like vampires. So really the best thing to do is just, kick them to the side and move along with your day. If that's a possibility. Of course, I know some people, that's not easy for them because of their life situation. Maybe it's like a boss or a close family member. But if you can, kick them to the curb, then do it if you can, metaphorically speaking, of course.
Yeah, I think that this is something that we live with here in South Africa. Is it's a big thing, and once again, I think it's a linguistic identity that's been trained into many white people. And I don't say this lightly, being a white person. Like, one of the reasons I got so freaked out in my school was because they tried to tell us that Great Zimbabwe could not have been built by non-white people. I was like, huh? Why? No, because only white people can build such amazing structures. I was like, excuse me? like I don't get it. Like, why? Like I've met a lot of people that aren't white, and they seem to be like pretty similar to the white people. Like, what's the difference? It's like a different culture, different language, different this, different that. But like at the end of the day, there's not that much of a difference. And so I took such offense with history that I refused to study history. I refused to open a textbook. And my teachers used to freak out because I wouldn't do homework. I wouldn't do it. And I said, this is nonsense. I was waiting for that year to finish so that I could drop that subject because I wasn't going to do it. And I said to them, I don't mind failing this year. It's this subject this year. I'm going to pass all my other subjects. I don't want to do this subject. It's crap. I don't want to be a part of this rubbish. I'm not going to have some brainwashing nonsense put into my brain that's going to turn me into a racist. I'm sorry. But there is this white privilege in this country where there's a lot of people that feel that they're like better because they grew up in South Africa where, as a white person, they were a minority, and they kept being told that you're special, you're better, you're better, you're better. In schools, they were being told that the non-white people were less good, that the non-white people were less clever, that based upon people's color of their skin, that affected their brain potential or whatever other nonsense. And, these people never bothered to go and look up people like Martin Luther King, for example. There were a lot of like incredible black thinkers in their times that were like, highly sophisticated thinkers. And it just, to me, seems like this is a thing that the younger generation is getting, that because you're this younger generation, you're so much better than the older generation, that the older generation is defunct, decrepit, and this younger generation, you're so much more in the know because you're in TikTok and you're in all of these in things, and you've got all the in jargons going on. And like we thought that to a certain degree when we were young, but we never really thought badly of the other generations, where it seems that there's this brainwashing happening into the younger generation where they are like the only generation that matters. And it's like the quicker they get rid of the other generations, the better. Have you noticed this kind of way of thinking?
This is I mean, obviously, I think with every generation of kids, they always try to be rebellious towards their parents to kind of distinguish their identity and distinguish their generation. But absolutely, there is a ton of not just hatred of like boomers and older people, but I think just a general condemnation of the past itself. Like, nobody wants to look back into the like it's almost like it's almost like the past doesn't even exist for the younger generation. Like, it's just it's just all just racism and whatever. But and there is always just this emphasis of like the future is the future is where it's at, and the past is old. It's old hat. It's lame. It's, you know, not an excuse. And there's really kind of just like a condemnation of like, you know, older stuff and older values and older ideas. Like, yeah, when I was growing up, it's like, yeah, I think, you know, my parents are, you know, lame or not with it. But there's always at least like some older people that are like, you know what, this guy has good ideas. This guy is interesting. I can look up to that person, even though they're older. And you can still see that there is some value in those older generations of ideas. But I think we have this idea of like progressivism where it's in the sense of everything that's new is always better than that which is old. And that's kind of where like the liberal conservative divide is, because with liberals, these are people who want the new thing. They want the new innovative thing that'll change the world. Of the conservatives, they want to stick with what works, sticks with what we know. And I think really for a healthy society, you need both of those elements. But I think when things get tyrannical and corrupt is when one is sort of, you know, is emphasized more than the other. Like right now, we're just, you know, all about the youth, but there's no sense of like learning from the past and learning from mistakes. Like I know, like I've met like younger kids these days who are like, they think like people like Joseph Stalin was like a hero. They don't like look at the past and realize like all the, you know, terrible things that happen and all the, you know, crazy stuff because, oh, it's just old boomers complaining the 1950s and, you know, we're in the future and we're great. I think with in the same way that people can get narcissistic about their race, or they get self-absorbed with their gender identity, where they're like, oh, we're men, we're better than women, or you're a feminist, we're better than women. I think there's generational narcissism too, and they think that my time period is the best time period. We're the wisest generation, we're the smartest generation. All those older generations, they're primitive, they're inferior. We're the new kids on the block, we're the cream of the crop, and it all falls flat. So I think it's just ego again, but instead of ego being based on race, it's more or sexuality, it's like it's temporal egoism.
Yeah, I agree with you. And I'm looking at the chat, Jan. I think it's always been there. Like I always thought we knew better than the older generation, but somehow we still had a certain amount of respect. I think that's the difference. Yeah. Like even though we thought we knew we had better, or we thought we knew better, because we did. I know that our generation thought we knew better, but we weren't given the freedom to sort of try and shove that down other people's throats, if that makes sense, because like respect was still a thing that mattered. And I think that as we move forward in our society, respect is becoming less and less of an important currency. And it's interesting, like maybe it's because when I was young, right, disrespect between two guys would end up in a fist fight, like when we were kids, right? Like in the 80s and like the 90s even. Like basically the world wasn't so overly protective as it is now. And so these days, that's like so abhorrent that if that happened, there would be such huge consequences, right? But in the old days, that was considered a misdemeanor. It wasn't a big deal. If you knocked someone out because they looked for trouble, if they looked for trouble, then they got what was coming to them. It wasn't a big deal. And these days, it would be a big deal. And I think that gives like, and the fact that people are hiding behind terminals on the internet gives them the feeling that they can do whatever they want and there's no consequences. And in the old days, there were consequences to like creating a problem, because people would remember you. They would know who you are. You couldn't hide behind a false screen name or a false face or a false this. And, you know, you had to be who you were. And so there would either be direct consequences or indirect consequences. One day you go for a job interview and it turns out there's somebody who knows that person and now they know who you are and they're not interested in you. There would be consequences one way or another. And I think that this is something that's actually used to force people to maintain a basic etiquette of respect and decency. when they interacted with each other. And I see that that's lost. Like, it's sadly lost. I've had to ban little old ladies from my social group where I live. Can you imagine? Members of this like community, I've had to ban them because they've started fights with other members of this community in a social group. And then I've had to say to them, look, send them private messages and say, look, please, man, this isn't Facebook. Like, you can't carry on with people the way you do on Facebook and Twitter because we live here. Like, we've got to see each other on the beach and stuff. We've got to like get on, you know? And there was this like band of 3 ladies that were starting arguments with a lot of people. And like, I had about 8 or 9 people messaging me saying, I'm leaving the group because of this one. I'm leaving the group because of this one. They were like a clique. And they used to like, they were a bunch of bullies, basically. And in the end, I asked them nicely, and their attitudes were like really bad. And then I started having to step in and say, look, please stop, like, in the group, because I'd already messaged them privately and they didn't. And then they started trying to get cocky, and then I just removed them from the group. And then like about 3-4 months later, all the other people started coming back to the group again. People who live, because they realized they were told by their neighbors those people are gone. So they came back to the group. So this is what happens, you know, when you live in an environment. So those 3 people are now like unpopular, I'm guessing, you know, because they've created troubles. And it was really Facebook. They were doing these Facebook memes and stuff a lot, and they were like basically acting like people act on Facebook or Twitter, you know, where you don't know people and you can say what you want and do what you want, and who gives a damn. Well, actually, in a community setting, people do give a damn, you know. And I think that's like, respect becomes like a really fundamental thing.
I think that there is respect in the society, but it's a warped and twisted version of respect. Because if you think about respect, there's 2 kind of ways that you can approach it. You can approach it where there's, respect through love, where there's a mutual respect between, 2 different people. It's like, hey man, you're cool with me, so I'm going to be cool with you. And there's a mutual respect. But then there's also respect through fear. It's like, you will do what I say. You will announce me by my title because I am Lord and you will obey me. And I think that's the kind of respect that people are taught to, that's what they think respect is basically that everybody has to praise me and say that I'm great, and I'm allowed to treat people like crap because I'm a victim and I deserve it. I think that's part of it too, is that everybody thinks of themselves as victims. And when you think you're a victim, it then becomes justified to treat other people poorly. It's like, well, you know what? These people treated me poorly. So me being a jerk and me being an asshole to these people, I'm just rebalancing the scales morally, so to speak. But you also have to remember, as much as they in terms of like victim complex, these people talk about like, oh man, racists are so bad, but they don't even realize that, racists and Nazis have that same victim mentality to justify their racism. Oh, look at us. We're the poor, oppressed white race, and we deserve to do all these terrible things. And I think you kind of have to accept in life that certain bad things just happen. It's not necessarily your fault or anyone's fault, and you shouldn't become, resentful for it. And I think there's just a lack of like mutual respect. They don't realize that, if in order for people to respect you, you have to show some respect back. And it's not even like I'm asking like a big deal. Like when I ask for respect, I'm not telling you to, jump through flaming hoops or anything. Just being like, if I'm going to be cool, if I'm going to be respectful and polite to you, it's like, be respectful and polite back. And if I am being a jerk, then, you have the right to kind of be a jerk back. It's all about that mutual understanding. And I really think there's a lack of that today.
I feel like there's less discipline nowadays with this younger generation. People are discouraged from disciplining their children. And so you have to wonder, does the respect come from the discipline, or is respect earned from, after having been disciplined, being able to learn from them, being able to be more receptive? And I feel like there might be an aspect of, do we want to learn from them? Does their system look sustainable? And I feel like today's generation has been taught that it is not. Now, if you think about like the generation that came from the destruction of Atlantis, that the next generation is seeing them as refugees and everything that they had built was destroyed. Do they want to learn the old ways at that point? That might have been a point where they decided to make a break from all the older wisdom and understanding and start to create new systems of understanding, or things just went awry and people took a step down from the higher intelligence. But I feel like that kind of thing can happen when things buckle and societies collapse all the time. Maybe, you know, our intelligence collapses with it. And the people in the younger generation, for one thing, do not have as much resilience because of this dopamine fix of the devices that they've been working with. When they go out and have to do something in nature or do something like maybe like chop wood and start a fire to stay warm or something, they're going to get a splinter and, oh no, I'm hurt. I can't do this. And, you know, they're going to give up and they're going to be cold and it's going to be miserable and they're not going to have the determination or the resilience to be able to go through difficult tasks. So I think there's going to be probably a wake up point where they're going to start to realize this, and hopefully it's not going to be too late. But the sooner the better. I feel like if we could all have like a fasting day out of the week for like devices and TVs or something, I feel like that would be great for society. I've been trying to do it for myself. I have not been able to actually achieve it just yet, but I'm working up towards it. Maybe every other day, just books and music.
I think that's so on point, and that discipline is important because we learn self-discipline from discipline. And like, there was a time when my dad disciplined me, and because my dad disciplined me and I showed positive responsiveness towards the discipline, he then started to give me freedom and respect. And so other people were like, seriously? You go and hang out with your dad when you're 15 and you take your mates with you and you get blind drunk and you smoke weed and you have this wild party with your dad? Like, what kind of a father figure is that? You know? And I was like, no, you don't get it. Like, me and my dad are tongued. He understands that I'm sensible. And here I am, you know, how many decades down the line? I don't drink. I don't smoke. I don't eat meat. I'm actually quite responsible. You know, if I drink, it's like one beer, you know. And okay, I can enjoy a bit of the good old THC. Don't get me wrong. I can enjoy it so much that I discipline myself to the point where I don't touch it for a long time, so that when I can enjoy it, I can enjoy it in style. I don't want to like have any like limits to how much enjoyment I'm going to enjoy. When I enjoy, like the wheels come off. That's just because I love to enjoy it like more than I should. Same for coffee. So I've taken coffee off the register. And so I think, you know, it's like, it's an interesting perspective. But my dad taught me, he was very strict with me when I was very young. And then when I got older, he gave me freedom ahead of where other children get freedom, because he could see that I'd learned the values that I needed to learn, you know, values of being like honest, hardworking, self-disciplined, focused. You know, I'm not going to take crap from teachers or other children or anybody. That mattered to me, to my father, you know. like you don't take other people's crap. Like, you can sort yourself out. You can stand up and fight your own battles and stand up for those weaker than you if you need to, you know. And I think you're completely right. That lack of discipline is like, it defines our society. And you know what happens when you don't discipline yourself? You create a power vacuum, right?
Yeah.
It's a great opportunity for Big Brother to step in and fill that vacuum, isn't it? And then you don't mind that vacuum being filled, because on some deep unconscious level, you're aware of the fact that there was a power vacuum that needed to be filled, or else, you know. So one way or another, I think we will be disciplined, be it through ourselves or be it through external forces. And so that's an interesting, you know, point to bring up, the whole discipline thing. So Druga's back. He's calling himself Draconian Content, and he's asking about urine therapy. And he's talking about my lovely hairline. I do have a lovely hairline, I must admit. I'm quite happy with my hairline. I got enough hair. Got loads of hair. So, what is the story with urine therapy and hairline? What is the story? Like, is urine therapy good for your hair? Well, I'm not going to tell you what I believe because it's neither here nor there. Let's see what the National Library of Medicine, National Center of Biotechnology Information, let's see what their perspective is about urine therapy and hair growth.
Prepare to get your mind.
Sorry?
Prepare to get your mind blown.
Yeah, so this is untargeted metabolomics of steroid signatures in urine of male pattern baldness after finasteride treatment for a year.
1 year, they got it back.
Yeah.
Wow.
And let's see. Okay, this is not what I thought it was. I was expecting another else.
You can change. That's what it is. Androgens.
Finasteride.
Number of follicles.
So, steroid.
Yeah. Increasing hair count. The androgen is derived from pee, from urine, and it's effective in studies with monkeys, macaque monkeys.
Metabolites in biologics has been extensively applied various fields of performing. Look, there's a lot of research out there to go and do. For people that are interested, the story about urine therapy, if you're really interested in it, and I'll put the link for this particular article here. I haven't actually read this one. I thought it was a different one. It's been many years since I've researched this stuff. But the urine therapy comes from the Shiv Puranas. So that's where it comes from. The Shiv Puranas is a work of the Vedas, part of the Vedas. And in the Shiv Puranas, Shiva teaches Parvati the secrets of longevity and of healing the ailments of the body. And so there are all different ways of working with urine therapy. And so, yeah, I mean, if you're interested in urine therapy, then go and check it out. Like there's actual a real basis for it in history. In Ayurveda, it's been considered as being useful in treatment, and Ayurveda is a legitimate form of medicine. And in the ancient times, we used to use urine for so many things. You know, it wasn't the taboo that it is in modern times. We've been brainwashed into having reactions, which is normal. We've all been brainwashed into so many things. Yeah. So it's like totally normal to have reactions. When I first started looking into urine therapy, the thought of urine therapy was disgusting. But I was advised by a Juna Akara yogi to try it from the white cow. There's a certain kind of indigenous cow in the Himalayas. And up there, they only eat indigenous grass. And so I started using it and I started noticing, wow, you know, powerful medicine, not just for your body, but for your consciousness, because it detoxifies the organs and it has like fairly powerful effects on cleaning your liver and your bladder and acting as a homeopathic remedy to actually push out the poisons. Sometimes a little bit of poison is taken in order to trigger your body's natural ability to eliminate greater poisons. So, and then of course, there's a lot of good stuff in it too. There's a lot of nutrients that get retaken in, and hormones, right? So the hormones get recycled. That's another important point. I believe there's serotonin and all sorts of things coming out in your urine. So, that it does take some of the stress off the body of having to recreate all of these things. If it can get the raw materials back into the system, makes it easier for the system to operate. So it takes like some of the strain off the system. So there are a lot of reasons why people are practicing urine therapy. But I would advise people to go and do your research. And don't go and do your Google research and see what Google says about it. Go and do some real research, Go and look at where it comes from, why people have done it, and how extensive the use of urine was for different kinds of medicinal uses. Up until a couple of 100 years ago, it was commonly used even in Europe.
Amazing.
Yeah. Someone's mentioning Tim James. Yeah, Tim James. I don't know him, but I'm sure he must be. There are a lot of people that have done a lot of research into it. Me personally, I use it sometimes. Don't use it all the time. You got to check your diet when you're using it really carefully. You've got to really keep track of what you're eating, what you're drinking. It can be no preservatives, no food colorings. You need to be making all of your food freshly. You need to be not frying too much food. You can't have an intake of sugar. You can't be drinking coffee and caffeine. You've got to be eating simply. You've got to wash your vegetables well to make sure you're removing all the pesticides off of them. Soak them in water. Don't just rinse them under a tap. Soak them, right? And preferably make the water a little bit warm that you soak it in, so that it literally draws all of the pesticides out of the vegetables and fruits. And you got to eat a lot of fruit. You got to be having a pucker diet before you start thinking about ingesting it. But you can also use it on your skin. I burnt my leg, 2nd-degree burns on my leg, and I was in India, in Rishikesh at the time. And it was just in the beginning of a monsoon, and everybody was like, you're going to have a bad infection, it's going to be bad. And I was like, nah. They said, you need to go to hospital. I was like, nah. They were like, seriously, dude, that's 2nd-degree burns, it's serious, man. I was like, nah, I'm just going to put frankincense on it, a bit of turmeric on it, and I'm going to put urine compressors and drink urine. And I don't know which leg it was. Now, I'm not sure which leg it was. It was my right leg. And I only remember it was my right leg because I remember. No, I don't know if it was a right leg because I went backwards. I did a back bend over a motorbike that had just been parked there. Now it's like 45 degrees in Rishikesh at the moment. At that time, 43 degrees. It was hot day. And the motorbike had just come in from a long ride. And I parked my Enfield next to that bike. And I had to jump over a puddle of like sludgy crap. And as I jumped over, wearing flip-flops, I slipped a little. And I did like a curve, a back bend over the other bike. And I'm quite good at doing back bends. So my whole body curved back over the bike without me knocking the bike over, but my leg, it made this sound. Against the whole exhaust of that bike. And I had to come up really slowly because I had bent my back to full back bend posture and I didn't want to slip a disc or something. So I slowly came up, and when I pulled away, it ripped the skin off. Yeah. It ripped it, the skin came off. So it was like quite a bad burn. It literally burnt the skin right off. So, but there's no scar. So I attribute that to the urine therapy.
I should have used that when I got burned on the wood stove. I got this scar. You can see right there.
Wow.
Pretty dark.
It's not too late. You just make a urine compress.
Cool.
And stick it on.
What is it?
And it's got a lot of lysosomes in it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And lysosomes stimulates cell regeneration. And it's got other good enzymes in it as well. So from that perspective, it's got like a lot of healing potential. But anyway, I hope you people in the chat have enjoyed the conversation. Sending you all big love. Is there anything else you want to add, dear brother Indy?
I'm just taking notes on these lysosomes. That's good to know about. I don't know. I think I'm complete on this conversation. It's been really good. We could go for weeks on this stuff, but I think we got to a lot of strong points on this one.
Yeah, brother. Yeah. Thank you. It's been an honor and lovely. Both you and Cosmic. Cosmic jumped off a few minutes ago. Thank you all in the chat. I hope you guys have enjoyed the conversation. I've enjoyed the conversation. It's been great. Namaste, dear Luna. It's only a pleasure. And
I gotta go. Just it's ready for me to load up.
Sending much love. It's a pleasure and thank you. I hope you all got what you came for. Blessings, peace, honor, and respect. Take it easy. Keep smiling. Move away from the linguistic process and try and spend more time. This is like my whole 2-hour in the morning meditation. I'm on the beach and I'm specifically non-linguistic. I'm specifically just watching the sun, just watching the sunrise, just watching the colors. Then I'm specifically in a walking meditation, just walking up the mountain and watching the colors, watching the green and the greenery, and listening to the bird song as I climb the mountain, to get up and just sit and stare at the line of the water, the horizon, and then walk down. And it's a mindfulness exercise. And so that's like the first 2 hours of my day. And like, I don't know what I would do if I didn't do that. Being in a meditative state for like a couple of hours in the first, if you can do it for half an hour in the beginning of your day, move away from linguistic processes in your brain, and you'll see how sharp your mind becomes, how you start noticing things you didn't notice before. The awareness expands, and it seems to me to be beneficial. So much love, big blessings, peace, honor, and respect to everybody. Bless you, dear brother. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.